Session. So, I honestly haven't looked at chat at all. If anybody said anything, sorry, my apologies. How's everybody's? Well, actually, before we kind of get into the basic stuff, I do want to touch base on obviously Florida going through kind of a really rough time right now. I know lots of people have kind of departed from there, not just Florida, but also a lot of the states down there kind of getting hit hard. Even somebody at my job literally lost their found out they didn't own, they rented, but that doesn't make life any easier. Lost the place where they lived, and they lived in Asheville. What is that, North Carolina? So like 3,000 feet above sea level, so kind of crazy shit going on. So just, if you're out there, be safe. If you have friends or family out there, see if there's any way that you can help them or reach out to them or what have you. So just saying that because shit be cray. All right. To change the tone hard from there. Hi guys, how you doing? How was your week going?
Well, I just saw that the hurricane's kind of shifted a little bit and is heading almost directly towards Sarasota. And we've got family down there, so that's a little concerning. But
so that whole, if you want to, call or text family Wade, that does apply to you as well. Well,
it's Molly's. It's my in-law family. So I need to
still family.
Know. I don't have any of their numbers. They don't like me that much.
That's honestly smooth on their part. That was good in their behalf, right? Cool. Keegan, Jake, anything exciting happened this past week or no?
Not exciting. Like I said, it's school holidays here, so I have my two home. So we've been very busy over the last week and a half. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the end of the week where they go back to school and everything goes back to normal.
It is so nice.
You're enrolling them in a second school, so that way they go during the day and the night.
Well, you know what's funny, Wade? They're different down there. Here we have summer break and it's like obnoxiously long. They don't do that. They do like trimesters, so they have 2 breaks in the year that are shorter than our summer break. So like when Jake's like, "Oh,
three 2-week breaks and 1 6-week at Christmas."
Oh no, 6 weeks.
Yeah, so it's about 10 or 11 weeks at school, and then there's a 2-week break, and that just repeats until the last one where it's 6. And 6 is crazy. I don't know how you do what you do, but
well, yours is easy too because it's around Christmas time. So like, assuming it's a holiday that you celebrate, so on and so forth. There's a distraction of the holidays. There's family. There's the excitement of it.
Yeah, but January drags. It just drags. Right?
I mean, we have it. It's what is it, 10 weeks or whatever it is. I don't know. One of the teachers in chat can correct me. But it's the whole summer and there's no holidays. I guess it's 4th of July, but who even likes that day? I don't know. I haven't celebrated 4th of July since I think Aurora was like 3. So, but either way.
Everybody around me is always doing something loud as fuck.
Well, yeah, that's like shooting guns in the air and, yeehaw and all that stuff.
I mean, that's just being in the Midwest, dude. It doesn't take 4th of July for that.
Fair enough. Now, Rory doesn't like the sound, like fireworks are really loud. And I never liked parades. I was never a big fan of parades. And then parades are not exactly a thing that are considered a safe family event anymore. So we definitely don't go to this.
Call randomly, 1 second. It was weird.
Okay. He was acting weird like it was a joke, but I think he actually got a call. So there you go.
Yeah.
Awesome. But anyways, cool. Moving on. The So last week we it was pretty fun session. Darker topic.
Up on.
Okay.
And hello. They went beep beep beep.
They didn't want you to answer.
Maybe it's your in-laws.
Shit, it is Wade. New phone, who dis? Oh shit.
Thought they were kidding.
Awesome. What was I saying? So last week, some darker topics or whatever, but your characters were able to really dive into your character was roosting around searching around the hen roost and found an egg, and then last time you guys were properly was like crack that open, scramble it up a good bit, put a sock in its mouth and find out a considerable amount of details, which is wonderful. So lots of kind of exploration, whatever happened then. And we ended the session with you're giving your buddy there the opportunity to kind of like prove their worth by going out and seeing what information they could acquire, if any, trusting that they won't just kind of like boot. It's one of those things where you're like, I say we trust them, and then finally your characters also took the moment to like properly sleep, to like, actually get an evening's rest. So I know there's other details that happened in the middle, but that's pretty much a brief recap, and I think covers everything that we need to go over. So unless you guys want to argue with that, feel free to interject with something else that you want to cover first. But let me ask this question. Would you guys have all taken a proper rest? Or would there have been, like, because it seemed like you weren't even doing watches. You were just, like, all so tired you were passing out. Like, I wasn't sure what the plan was. I was concerned, but then you're like, oh, maybe people aren't actually coming. Okay, we locked the door, right, is what Koa did. Oh, speaking of, let me just start the AI in a second. If your names are all set to your characters. So if you locked the door, were there any details around your rest, like watches or what have you?
I
I'm
thought we
sleeping.
were doing watches. We're just not waking Koa.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. So long rest is, or long rest, now I have 5e bleeding into my brain. Taking a proper rest is, if I remember correctly in Pathfinder, it's 6 hours of sleep, but 8 hours full of rest. So obviously you're not going to wake up Koa for those, 6 hours. You guys are going to break that up, but you also need that amount of time. So I assume your overall rest, because it's, how you have to kind of like share that load, is going to end up being close to like, not just 8 hours, but closer to 10 hours of full rest, and that you will have pass. So it was fairly late in the evening that you guys even went out there. Because remember, you stayed until the bar was late into the night of gambling and drinking and so on, because you went out kind of late to even get started. So just assuming you were, when you had that confrontation that like, and there's another layer behind us, confrontation was probably around like 1:32 in the morning. And then everything that transpired even after that, and there's a lot that had taken place afterwards, you guys probably didn't properly pass out until close to 4 in the morning. So we're looking at, it's almost like 2 in the afternoon that you'd be really ready to be up and moving. I just want to confirm that that's the intention, and that's perfectly fine. But I wanted to confirm that that was the intention before we moved on.
Sounds about right to me.
Really, when's that guy get back?
Mm-hmm.
If he gets back sooner, then you know what I mean. Maybe things will be different. But I'm willing to bear more of the burden, is as far as on watch goes. So, if I end up a little bit fatigued or whatever, it's not, you know what I mean. I'll take that on rather than like letting Wade and Mikhail get their rest.
Koa needs rest too. Thank you for looking out for me, bud.
Isn't that what I said? What did I say?
You said my name.
Oh,
Wade
yeah.
and Mikhail.
Well,
Hey, I probably did it more than Koa, and I didn't get blown up and stabbed and all 10 feet.
Cool. Thanks, Jake. So, with that being said, it almost sounds like your character would just be like, you know what, fuck it. I'll just take like the first 6 hours watch, let them both of them properly rest. That way, because if you get started before, I get you about 10 in the morning. And that way, if what's stuff returns, it was kind of on you to let him go. You were the one that like, I trusted him. So it's like letting him come back to speak to you afterwards, which is kind of fair, right? Cool.
Yeah.
I like this approach. Sounds good. So let's see how this plays out before whether or not we are kind of like upgrading what your characters are. But I will say flat out, your character will end up being fatigued, Jake. So you can go ahead and just throw that onto your sheet. You're not going to have enough time to get rest for your character, no problem. The other two of you are likely going to be able to get the full rest that you need. So just put a hold on it for what we're fixing. All right, going to you then. So the two of your characters, you already knew that inside this encampment, this if you will, camp. So it's a part of like almost like the basement of an old structure that existed inside this old keep area. You already knew that down there they had a bit of a setup, a table with a bunch of supplies on it. That's where you found the manacles and the key. There were the cages, which is, again, terrible to think about, but obviously you made use of those as well. There was an area where you can like light a fire, so you can make it, warmth, cook food, what have you. But I think you guys chose not to light a fire this evening. You were like, we're full on, alcohol and dinner. We don't need to light a fire for any reason. And there's cots, or like bedrolls or whatever that you can make use of. So I can imagine your characters, because I don't think any of you even own your own bedrolls anyways. And certainly you're not walking around the city with them. They're, back at your hotel room. I imagine your characters will go over to the cots and make use of those. Does that sound correct? So with your characters going there and, passing out, and I imagine Aldo is doing the whole, he's trying to keep himself awake. So, having occasional swig of, whatever wineskin he has on him, whatever, distractions he's coming up with. And
he definitely tries to take Mikhail's loot at some point, and he just like walks around with it pretending to play it. And then he like carefully puts it back.
Oh, that's awesome. Like, is it like almost like air guitar over the strings?
Oh, 100%. That's what I'm imagining.
That's awesome. That's super cool. So yeah, you're prancing around with the loot, just having fun with it or whatever. As your character's a bit tipsy, but obviously trying to keep track. So thanks, Jake. You answered my question already. But the two of them are totally passed out. Just to cover a detail here, if Keegan and Wade each ask somebody in chat to roll a D100 for you, and when you tell the person, say what is bad, high or low.
Okay. Real quick, I would use a couple of my cantrips to prestidigitation to clean our cots before we get on them, because ew.
Never mind, chat.
Thank you.
Never mind. I was trying to see if I get bed bugs.
Uh-huh.
Oh, never mind.
Dude, if I woke up and there were bed bugs crawling in my leg hole, I'd be really upset.
Both of
Oh
them.
my god. Dude.
Everybody's cameras seem really bad to me. Is my internet very unstable right now?
Everyone looks great to me.
Yeah, I think my internet's unstable
yes.
right now. I'm gonna have to do a speed test.
Oh,
yeah.
Prestidigitating the things. Does that mean there's like a little ball of filth and bed bugs?
Yeah, there would be.
Could you then move that thing to the guy that blew us up or blew Koa up?
Yes, I think
Is he?
that's up to Scott. But can I throw
He's
the
almost
grossness
dead,
at him?
right? That guy's messed up.
Oh,
Is he?
He's unconscious.
Oh yeah, he is.
my internet must be really bad because I can hear you guys clearly, but you are all effectively frozen.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I see the cameras look
Yeah,
awful,
we're-
but like
Yeah.
for me, everyone's fine.
And obviously, okay. There goes Zoom. I hope I'm still broadcasting because there goes Zoom. Oh, is Zoom coming back?
And he's back.
Okay. All right. So I think we're
I don't
good.
know if the stream held up. I think it did.
I did the stream hold up? Or
Looks like it did.
The cameras are still bad on stream.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. What is going on?
I don't know. That's weird.
No idea.
So my upload is 227 and my download is 139. So that's not terrible, but certainly it's not the 1 gigabyte I pay for.
I don't know if I've ever seen
Yeah,
download
139 is
lower than
low.
upload. That's kind of wild.
Well, no, my upload's close to a gigabyte, but my download is really bad right now.
Your download's real bad. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Whenever I used to
crazy.
have issues, it was usually when it would dip below like 200.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because again, so my download is now jumping up to 240. I'm hoping my uploads at about 400 right now. So it's 240 and 400. Okay. So clearly, I'm not going to be able to reset this right now. What do you guys think? You think we reset it, or you think we just power through? I think it'll probably fix itself over time, anyways.
I mean, Chad, how bad is it? I guess it's more up to them. Like for me, I
Yeah.
can see everyone.
I can
chat
interrupt the stream, and try to do a reboot, or we can just push through.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's more up to them. Like, because it's fine for us.
The sound is most important. Agreed.
And is the sound okay?
Yeah, sound's coming in fine. At least because they're gonna hear what I hear of you, and you guys hear fine. It is so bad. You're gonna have to introduce redemptions early.
Yeah, I'm moving at like half or less of my FPS, so it's definitely laggy.
It's frustrating.
Visual.
because I'm well rested.
Yeah.
I even took an 1.5 hour nap earlier.
Scott, add
Wow.
fatigue to your sheet.
I'm well rested.
You're over rested, so you're fatigued from that. I mean, just look at the way you're streaming.
There. All right, let's try to push through and see what happens.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Cool. And sorry girl, let me just say well rested for a new dad. How about that? If that puts it into context, not well rested like 10 hours of sleep. Well rested compared to the norm for somebody with an 8-week-old baby. How about that?
Dude
one?
was trying to eat salad with a spoon earlier, chat. Don't listen to him.
My wife gave me
Yeah,
a
you missed it.
spoon.
Oh, now it's her fault.
Oh, it's her fault. That was a manosphere line. All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
He's dipping his feet into it, everybody.
Maybe it's clearing up a little bit. I don't know, chat. Keep us posted.
Yeah, I'm just gonna completely ignore it unless it becomes a problem again. Let's go.
I
let's
won't.
focus
I'll
on-
keep bringing it up to make you self-conscious about it.
Oh, I won't be self-conscious. It'll just disrupt the flow of the session. You know. So, no.
Like
Alright,
your
cool.
haircut
Yeah, I got a haircut. You know.
disrupted the flow of your hair.
Yeah,
a
me
little bit.
too.
I mean,
I really did. Like, I cut all of it off. Like, it was freaking busted before.
all right, cool.
Yeah.
Let's where were we? Bed bugs
Sleeping,
not
bed
there
bugs
because
cleared.
Keegan is too good of a PC. I regret inviting him to this campaign. Awesome.
Yes,
Um,
you do.
yeah.
How bad off is dude that? Because Jake brought up a good idea. Exploding man, Messi. Is he like super fucked up? Like if I throw the wad of bed bugs at him, is he gonna die? Or
I mean, he's messed up, but remember, a good portion of that was also from the non-lethal fall. So like, not going to die from a wad of bed bugs and pee stains and whatever.
cool.
Sounds like we have the solution.
So that's where that stuff goes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Gross.
you
By
know.
the way, you could have also just like thrown it at a wall into the fire pit.
Yeah.
Like,
None of those blew up me and my friend. What'd
that-
the wall do?
that's true. And at least now you know the bed bugs are going to come looking for you because they at least land on food. So,
Yeah, you know. They,
But
they got-
actually,
they
wait a
got
second,
what
wait a
I
second.
wanted.
Wait, you ran out of magic yesterday.
Did I?
Yeah. I'm just now
Was it
remembering.
that same day?
Yeah, it's like because you haven't
Wait,
slept
why is it
yet.
reset?
You reset after your rest, and you haven't rested yet.
Was it so that was the same day as I cast sleep?
Yeah. Right? Because that fight was last
That was
night.
all-
Why is my sheet reset? I usually don't reset it. Okay.
All right. Pick two people in
right.
chat, baby, and you tell them if it's high or low is bad. They have to roll a D100. Woohoo!
So conventional cleaning wouldn't work?
I want to.
I'm still a
Lukai, you can roll
pampered
D100.
kid.
Low is bad, high is good.
All right.
Yeah. All right. We'll go with
Low is bad. Luke
Kajitar.
high is good. Go ahead.
I'll say
Exclamation
high
point
is bad.
D100.
Was that Kaji? Keegan?
Yeah, high is bad.
I have my own blanket. I don't have cleaning cleaning supplies.
I have my own bedroll, but I probably didn't bring it with me. Wasn't planning to sleep out here.
And you said high was bad for you, Keek?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I don't know if I'm getting a roll. Luke, you here? Luke, hello?
I think we'll call out somebody else, and if they roll before Luke, then that's fine.
All right. Cozy Kitty Cats. Low bad, high good. D100.
Let's go, Cozy! Also, welcome, Varric. Oh, you forgot the D in there. What Kaji wrote.
Don't forget the D.
Yeah, you can never forget the D.
Those are important.
Snaga, that was wrong, too. Okay,
So close.
Okay. Cozy, look at what Kajitar wrote.
Exclamation point D100.
Now I just want him to do it wrong again. just find another creative way.
Hey. Low bad,
Oh,
high
yeah,
good.
sweet.
That's very high. In fact, I found diamonds in my bed.
Okay, moving on.
You said high was good.
High meaning...
Find a note that just says you are fatigued.
This
That's-
blanket is made of a really rare material. I'm going to choose
Actually, yeah, I would say your bedroll is actually a pretty new bedroll. Like somebody just recently replaced the one that they use there. There's not a single stain on it, and has a little bit of down in it. A little bit of down, so it's a little chilly in the room. You're nice and warm. We're good. It's good. Let's move on. All right, back to the actual session. After all that goofiness, what's your name, Jake? So the night rolls on. Your character's doing what he can to try, like, as he's falling asleep, eventually he's like, I gotta move around. Goes over, creeps up to where the loot case is, slowly clicks open the loot case, opens the lid, pulls out the loot, and then without creeping away, just immediately starts like hopping across the room, air guitaring over the loot or whatever it is, playing it. Go ahead, Jake.
No, you keep going. That's
I thought
exactly
you were
right.
describing something.
Are the guys in the cells asleep, or are they just watching like you're a crazy person?
I mean, they're almost definitely passed out, because of how late it is, how much they've gone through. One of them literally is knocked out, and the other one is likely not paying attention if they are awake. So you're just prancing around like a crazy person, whatever it is.
Doing his
making
best
a bit of a
Angus
scene.
Young impression.
He's
doing his best Angus Young impression.
I don't know.
Guitarist for AC/DC. All right, whatever.
Oh, sorry. So either way, eventually you go over and you put the thing back, and continuing to fight against boredom. Time goes on. You see light slowly starting to peek in around the giant like wheel, if you will, that covers the cave, and the light starts to get brighter and brighter, and you got to take a piss. I imagine you don't want to go outside yet. You're gonna stay inside because you're not gonna leave this place at all, are you, Jake?
No.
Yeah, you go to the opposite corner where it is, and you're like, honestly, it looks like it's the spot that they all used anyways, and make use of it. And then eventually, like right as you're like, shaking your leg or whatever it is you're doing, you can hear the creaking of the wood as it's starting to roll ever so slightly to the side. And, bringing your attention over there and turning back that way, maybe even grabbing your crossbow, whatever it is you're doing to bring to bear. You can see a couple moments later, there's a form slips into the cave, hard to see with the light kind of behind them, and they're slowly rolling it back a bit. It takes just like a moment or so as the light kind of gets a bit dimmer around them that you can see that it is your little buddy there, having returned from the task that they were set on. Oh, hold on. There we go. Your little buddy there having returned from the task that they were set on. So he kind of like comes in, looks over, sees the two of them sleeping, and then sees you. It's like, oh, and like will try to make their way over to you quietly as possible, but accidentally like kicks a rock that skips around. You hear Koa like, from across the way as they approach.
Mm-hmm.
Does Aldo say the first words, or do you let him?
No, Aldo says, "Oh, you're back. It's good to see our faith wasn't misplaced."
No. Actually, sorry for. It's funny you say faith. Sorry for taking as long as I did. I did take a bit of a detour, and he looks a tad guilty over it.
No, do explain.
Yeah, past few years, I realized, maybe more than a few. I've been living a life of taking, what isn't mine, stolen people's goods, stolen freedoms, probably lives, and kind of thought myself, strong for it. But the chains that I've placed on others, I see them, honestly, they were weighing down on my soul. And I talked to an old friend. He says, you can tell he doesn't actually mean friend, but he's like, friend. And they reminded me how, Vroga, after watching the way, and he like looks away from you over at like where the bedrolls and the cots are, looks over there for like a second or so, and he looks back and he's like, after witnessing what Vroga can inspire in others, I've been reminded the breaker of chains shows a different path. One where true strength isn't holding others down, but in shattering bonds. And so, yeah, listen, whatever I'm here to help. Whatever it is you need,
Oh, that sounds great. That's good to hear. So did you manage to help with what you were supposed to be doing?
Yeah, yeah. He looks over again at them sleeping. He looks back and he says, "It looks like we have a bit of time. Um, care for the long version?"
Yeah, go ahead.
He's like, "So, round, Hodgwem, there's really 5 groups that engage in these activities, right? There's my group, which you already mattered. We're known as the Broken Daggers, though others call us chuckles. Others call us the Gutter Rats. There were another group called the Gutter Rats, but we got rid of them, and now they anyways, he just kind of shakes his head. And then there's 4 other groups. There's the Black and Coined, the Silent Veil, the Silver Web, and the Crimson Shroud. Yeah, and he points to the gestures towards the cage. Sorry, Crossway. The other group that he was working for was the Crimson Shroud. They do a bit more dirtier work than we tend to do, or at least more frequently. Anyways, so those are the 5 groups, right? That get hired by, and so it was a matter of finding out, who tends to help out with details here and there, and I was asking about, and I found out it's actually the Silver Web. They always they're one of the biggest groups, if not the biggest one around. They kind of throw their weight around a good bit at others, and I guess they're the ones kind of more involved. They don't really deal with the small-scale transportation that the other groups deal with. They more are kind of overseeing a bit more detail. To be less vague, there's a place, I guess, where they bring them all to. I thought that they just brought them, to different spots, but brings them to one spot where they all go to, and it's just outside of town. Actually, it's just to the west of here. Which, since we were talking about Ashtara, I mean, west of here is where you would find a Harrod. So it's not too far out of town, though. So I imagine she passes by, or maybe that's where she goes when she says she's going to Harrod. Kind of shrugs. Anyways, she it's only a couple miles outside of town, and I don't know the exact location, but I know about where it is, and so we could either head that way, or you can head that way, and find it that way, or I think I know somebody. Like, I'm almost positive I know someone that knows the exact location where it is, and so that's an option too. But they're not going to tell you willingly. That's going to be it's going to, yeah. And then there's a third option. Actually, Astara was seen around town. Apparently she was recently seen with some, I don't know, fancy gentleman. Was dressed up fancy or whatever, and they were seen kind of about. So there's kind of 3 different ways to get over there. But yeah, I was able to find out those details.
A fancy gentleman, you say? You got any more of a description on him?
Yeah. No, he was a good-looking guy. Actually, give me 2 seconds if I can pull that up for you. He was a good-looking guy. They said he was well dressed. I didn't see him myself, but they said he was well dressed, like proper clean, if you know what I mean. Like his clothes were just like fancy, but like smelt really nice to him. I had this almost I don't know, glow about him, is what people were saying. It was kind of almost like a bit of an awestruck is the vibe I was getting from others. He says, like, using the word vibe, almost like, if that's the correct terminology here. And then it's almost loaded. He goes, but yeah, he was human. He's about your height from what I tell. Skinny guy. He has white hair. I didn't get his eye color or anything, but he has white hair.
Okay, so he's not describing Elliot then.
No.
Okay, that's fine. I was about to say that she's endangering our next meal ticket, but that's fine.
Gotcha.
Right, and you say she was seen here what, yesterday?
Last night even. Yeah.
Right. Well, if we can figure out who this guy is, we might have a chance of being able to intercept her. The whole reason of you going out there was so we could get the jump on this because it's going to spread quick, which means we'll need to act soon.
He nods and says, "Any way that I can help."
Does anyone recognize, like, any of your contacts know who the guy is? Maybe he might give us a lead as to where they could be, or where were they getting around together?
Yeah, they went to a fancy, place to eat last night. Is where they were seen, and from what I was told, well, not what I was told. Sorry. When people go out to places like that, either she's paying the bill, or whether or not he was, likely he's staying in a fancy hotel. In which case, it's very possible he's staying at the Color Stay.
The Color Stay.
Yeah, it's the nicest place around, but it's one of those places where to even go into it, they charge a fee, even just to walk in. They charge a copper to go in there before you even get a seat to start ordering your food, just to keep other people out.
I hate those places. Right, well, I think you've got some good information. I think we know where to start. Get what rest you can. If you want, I did tell you there was a spot to get in and from the ground up, and you've done well so far. So, if you want to keep seeing this through, take a bunk.
He looks across the way. Looks back at you, and he's like,
Casper, right?
Yeah. No, I thanks. Well, so there are 3 ways that we can go approach. I don't know when the deal's happening, but from what I'm getting, it seems like it's happening soon. So did you? And again, the others are sleeping. He's like, I know they're resting right now, but did we want to wait till tonight, or are we gonna try to act sooner?
I'm gonna go wake Mikhail up.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
How long's it been, by the way? It's been a while, I assume.
Yeah, so there's lights up. So Mikhail hasn't had a proper 6 hours of sleep yet. He's probably had like a good, about 4.5, 5 hours of sleep. So as long as he can get more, so as he can go back to sleep after this, he's fine. You're welcome to wake him up, chat with him for a bit, then let him go back down for a bit more. Go ahead.
Yeah. He walks over and he kind of just shakes Mikhail a little bit.
Fuck. What? Is it morning?
Yeah, Casper's back. Listen, we've got some leads, but it's happening soon. Probably could let you go down for a little bit longer, but I just wanted your opinion on the matter in case we lose the what we got going.
Koa snorts.
Yeah,
You guys are talking right over by him.
He looks at the loot for a second. Yeah, go ahead. What happened?
That redheaded woman, Walnut. She's here in the city, meeting with some wealthy guy. Apparently, there's some business dealings that's going on. So, from what I hear, it's happening soonish. I don't have an exact time. I wasn't sure whether he's ready to go, but we probably push it a little bit longer.
Go what? What we'll be doing to this I mean, it's good she's in the city. Or are we just gonna ambush her? Like, what's the plan?
Well,
I
she's
thought we
part
were
of the
gonna go
group.
try
She
to go
needs
to
to be
our
taken
place.
care of. Well, there's no point in going to a place if she's here, right?
I mean, we can't just go fight her in the street. We'll be arrested. I mean, I
Yes,
guess we
that
can
is
get some information.
exactly. If we can find out where she is, or if they are having some type of meeting somewhere secluded, we can make our move then.
Is she leaving in the morning or something?
I don't know. All I know is this time is an issue. Look, you're exhausted. I get that. I'm
It's
sure
not just
another
that.
hour or so won't matter.
Yeah, it's not even just that. I've got to get my mind right in order to do magic. I'm not really there yet, and Koa's really hurt. Shit. I do want to move on this as fast as possible, though. What was your read on Casper when he got back?
He seems to want to help. He's come up with some good information. The place is apparently west of here, towards Harrod. He doesn't know an exact location, but that's option one. We can go look for it, right? He presented a second option and a third. The third option being Walnut, but the second option is there's a crew that sort of oversees the other crews, and they know the location, so we can go after them if we can't find Walnut.
Oh, so go kicking over stones, mess with an entire other crew, or we just try to extort this Walnut character.
Yeah, your mind isn't right because we're not really like she's part of the thing that there's no extorting. She's got to be taken in somehow, right?
Well, I mean, somehow, but
Yeah,
we
Mikhail,
don't have
this
anything
isn't
on
you.
her.
Go back to sleep, okay? He gets up,
He's
he'll just like
but
walk away.
We don't have anything on her, though. Look, just be straight with me. Are you just talking about killing her?
What?
We can't arrest her.
If
What are we gonna do?
If she attacks Koa, maybe, but she's part of this whole ring. Like she's as guilty
Yeah.
as the guy
No,
last night.
I get that. What are we going to do when we get to her?
I don't know. Maybe we can chuck her in one of these cells. I don't know.
So just like pick her up and carry her here? I'm just saying I can't do anything right now.
Yeah, that's why I said just go back to sleep. I thought I needed to run this by somebody.
I think if she's still around, walnuts are still our best option. The other two are, I don't know, unreliable.
All right. Well, I'll check back with you in about an hour or so.
Yeah. He lays back down, moves his loot back where it was.
I'll just engage Casper actually in kind of like small talk, but like focused on like what he knows about Walnut, the whole situation, Scott, of what all the information that he's got, where we could start looking, things like that.
Yeah. So one of the things he says is like, so listen, so he obviously talks about like where her place was, which you already knew if you wanted to approach that. He's like, because if they stayed together last night, they could have gone to her place, or more than likely what they're describing this other chap, the color stay, right? But he's never heard of this guy before, so it's very possible they didn't spend the evening together and that they stayed on their own. So she, is intrinsically involved. This other person you don't know, so there's almost like a degree of plausible deniability if you approach that person. So it's like one of those, hey, he's like, I hate to say it, but your friend over there is pretty fancy. I know I'm not. I get why you did what you did, but you took some of my coin. Not complaining, but I had a couple copper in there, even a silver. You can.
Scott, I gave him his stuff back.
Oh, you just give him one silver piece. Did you give him his stuff back?
No,
one silver piece.
Casper's the only one who got all of his stuff back.
Oh,
yeah, he
plus
got all
one
his stuff
silver.
back except the keys, and then Koa gave him. A silver.
Okay, cool.
I think
So
Koa gave
my
him
apologies.
silver.
He goes, listen, I know you. So resetting that. He goes, listen, I know you you gave me that 1 silver back. So you paid me that 1 silver, but I'll give it if that, gets someone in there and lets them order just a drink to look around and see what's going on. And if your buddy can get in there and find some details, the color stay might be a good lead if we want to find out about her. But if you just want to go and sniff this place out, yeah, we might be able to find some hounds that can help out with that.
Some what?
Hounds?
Some hounds.
I mean, this place, it weren't too long ago that people were stored here. They get a sniff of a cell?
Oh, you mean... I thought you meant to track Walnut. I was like, that seems convoluted.
No. If we're just going straight for the place, hounds might be able to help us with that.
Well, that is an option. I still think the first option should be to try and get her. But we'll see what cards we're dealt, eh?
Yeah. So if that's the case, then maybe sending your fancy friend, because I don't think he knows the name. I don't think he does. He says maybe sending your fancy friend over to the color stay. That's probably the best bet.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. They need a little while. I don't know if you heard last night, but he blew them both up. So give him another hour, and then we'll get moving.
Nods, says, I can only imagine what kind of magic was used to keep them safe. And just kind of like
you don't want to.
Yeah, he looks like bewildered, and you like lean into it. It's like, cool. At this point, I don't think there's really anything else to be gathered from here. If you offer again or stay, if you even reiterate or even gesture towards him being able to go grab sleep, he definitely would. You know what I mean? But it's at this point in time, Jake, that by the time Mikhail wakes up, like, because you've been up for a long day, long night of drinking. You've gotten sober and drunk and sober. Like it's you are exhausted. So by the time Mikhail wakes up, which is going to be around 10 in the morning or whatever, he wakes up at 10:30, something like that. He's going to look over and see that, unfortunately, what's his name? Aldo has passed out. Like, he'll look and see Aldo is definitely trying to stay awake. He was kind of propped up over on the wall over there, but just kind of probably has been sleeping at this point for maybe like a half hour, 45 minutes or so. You'd also notice, Mikhail, that Casper is not immediately next to like you and Koa. He's like whatever bedroll or cot or whatever is the furthest from you guys, he'll actually be sleeping inside that one. So you wake up and you see Koa is, over there resting. You kind of wake up, whatever it is, and you can kind of go about your routine, knowing maybe we shouldn't even bother Koa for a little bit more, and allowing you to get up and go about. So I don't know if there's anything you would want to take care of, or if you just let people rest a bit more, Mikhail.
No, he would probably just let them rest.
Cool.
Gets his things prepared and plucks very lightly at his loot.
That gives us a perfect opportunity. We've never seen how Mikhail prepares his spells for the day. Now, I understand he's not a wizard, whereas they actively prepare individual spells. He has slots that he prepares, but there's still like a ritual, if you will, to kind of like bring them to mind. How does Mikhail go about doing this ritual? What is his process?
It goes through a few... It's usually the the verbal components. He kind of recants them to himself over like mnemonic devices. It's like a similar ritual to just like getting ready for a show, how you like tune an instrument and like do vocal exercises, except it's a little bit more intricate. A lot of the vocal exercises are like vocalizations of like magic words and things like that, different intonations until he kind of gets the right thing. And runs through like very brief practices of the actual casting method, just until he like gets this like rote cadence to it down, just a few minutes each for each one of them. It doesn't go all the way through because he's not trying to actually invoke the magic, but if someone were to watch him, it would seem very performative, even more so than when he actually casts them.
Awesome. Thank you. I like the idea of like vocal exercises and whatnot, just to kind of like like you said, kind of like, warm yourself up for it. Cool. After about hour and change of doing that, and maybe getting yourself ready, everything you need to do. Yeah, it definitely looks like the class. You remember closing your loot case, and one clasp was still open, and it is slightly out of tune from how it was last night. Like I know you played it a lot last night, but like you also fiddled with the tuning, literally every after every song. So I don't know, a little sus. Maybe toss an eye at Casper, maybe at Aldo, whatever the case may be. But eventually gets to that point where you're like, okay, well, daylight's burning. I should probably at least wake up Koa, and maybe go get Aldo up or whatever it is. And so you guys can kind of, start bringing to bear what the plans are. At the point in time your character's able to leave, we'll say that you did get a proper rest for both Koa and Mikhail. So any class features, make sure you reset them. For healing, you're able to heal 1 health point per level. So it's 1 health point if you're missing one. Any non-lethal damage, of course, is gone. If you're missing any ability score points, make sure you just remove one of those. If you're fatigued, you can get rid of it for your 2 characters. Cool. And so you can go over and wake up Koa and get him to start getting up. And Koa, I imagine today you're feeling quite sore after everything that you went through yesterday, though you're doing okay after you go about wincing through your morning stretches or whatever you got to do. But I'll throw it to you guys to RP through the situation.
Well, yes, of course. What is it?
Just morning. Casper got back, so there's a few updates on that whenever you're ready to hear them.
Yes, Casper. He was. Which one was he? Oh, Mikhail. Yes.
Yep.
He's like kind of figuring out where the fuck he is. Feeling got hit by
I'll give you a minute.
train. Like wipe some dried saliva. I'm fine.
Oh, take a seat. You probably notice he's talking a little bit quiet. Says Aldo fell asleep. I think he took the whole watch. But Casper got back. Apparently, that walnut lady is in town. I guess she was going around with some other person. I don't remember all the details. He kind of woke me up to tell me, but she's around. Probably still is.
She's the redheaded woman, yes.
Yeah, the redheaded lady. So
I thought she was in Harrod or something. She's here.
yeah, I think we all did. But she's here. And she probably still is. If it was only maybe a few hours ago when he told me. So we have that as the option, which I think is the smartest. Alternatively, I believe Casper knew like the general area of where the place is, so we might be able to find it ourselves. Or I guess there's another crew that we could get the information from, but I feel like that's got a lot of variables.
If it's far enough out of town and it's well trafficked, it wouldn't be too hard to maybe find a path. But if we get a hold of the redheaded woman, likely she would either know or at least know more people who would know. Do we know if she has the mark? She does, right?
Yeah, I believe she did.
Yeah. So she would also know the other members of her crew if we could finally get one of them alive. How do we go about interrogating her in the biggest town that exists without being arrested?
That's the part I asked, but didn't really have an answer for it.
All right. Go like sit up a bit. Do we wake up Aldo, let him rest a bit? I feel like I got hit by a train. Wait, trains don't exist. I feel like I got kicked by a horse.
Nope, next best thing. We got blown up and you fell through a floor.
Ah, yes. Ow. Well,
Yeah.
got the owl out, so I guess. Oh, ho, ho, ho. He's like stretching and standing up.
All right, I'm gonna go wake up Aldo.
Oh, right. Sorry for being loud there, but oh my god, the pain. Oh,
Yep, he just goes over and kind of taps you a few times on the shoulder, Aldo.
Oh, yeah.
It's morning. Guess you nodded off. Didn't get much sleep, did you?
Was I asleep?
You were a little.
Oh, well, can't be helped, I suppose.
I appreciate you taking the whole watch. I was actually able to get myself ready. So I should be capable today. I still don't know how we're gonna isolate this walnut woman.
Well, that'll depend on, I guess, location, right? If she's if she's somewhere secluded, if they're having some meeting, anything shady or any of that stuff, probably got more leeway to work with, right? If she's just out in the open or in inns and things like that, then that's when things get tougher.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, if she's at this, I think you said she's at a. Where'd you say she was? With this fancy guy?
The fancy guys at the color spray or something, I don't know.
Color spray. Interesting name.
I don't know where she is. She might be with him. She might be meeting him later. Well, it's
see.
all fancy in that, so I've been told to send the most fanciest in there, and it's probably you, buddy.
Guess so. So we get in there and I guess find the fancy guy and see if he tells us where she is. Unless
I
she's
don't know.
there.
When you find the guy, right? Use just some tact and I don't know, befriend him or something. Play him a song. I don't know, whatever it is you I don't know. When you're trying to get information, just talk to them and drink and gamble with them, but I assume you're slightly different.
Yeah, I bet. Don't know anything about him though, other than I hope you have a description or something at least. Should I wake up Casper?
He gives this vague description, then he's like, yeah, you should probably ask Casper. He's like, white hair, human, same height as me.
I imagine white hair is not common. Like
No.
that's pretty. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The hair will make him stick out. That should be good enough. Okay. Did he tell you anything else about the guy? Like, other than likes walking around with
Nobody
pretty
knows him.
redheads?
He's not from here.
Got it.
You know what? I hope
Okay.
I hope it's not. It wouldn't be the captain they're talking about, is it?
No.
Because that might
Definitely
make
not.
things a hell of a lot harder.
No, that's not. Well, it's not Captain Tor, at least. Unless there's more than one. I'm going to say no. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. We'll get in, or I'll get in, and see what I can get out of that guy.
Yeah, I don't know what me and Koa are supposed to do while you're in there, though. Just stand by.
Yeah, unless I can get you in.
Well, we can all get in if we pay the money, but I think it's better off for just one of us to go in, to be honest. Especially because Koa could have been, There was people looking from a distance, and his silhouette does stick out, especially with that big sword he's got.
Sticking out's kind of how you blend in fancy places. Okay, I've got a couple questions for Casper. I'll go nudge Casper awake.
It takes like 2 or 3 nudges to actually get him. But when he wakes up and looks at you, about a half second later, he's like, "Oh, Aldo said I can," immediately, kind of jumping back.
He goes, yeah, you're good. I just had a few questions about the fancy guy, with the white hair.
Oh yeah, sits up, rubbing his eyes. He was seen around town with Ashtara. Ashtara Walnut. He was seen around town with her. They went to a really nice restaurant. I can get you the. I can bring you to the place so you can. Maybe some of the same people this morning were working as last night's. They might have some answers, but I don't know if they. I don't know if they spent the night together or not. If they didn't, though, which is, if he's like a new guy, very very common, that they wouldn't. He almost looks a little sheepish that he knows that. He's like, then likely he would stay at his own hotel. From how people were describing him, the color stay, it's almost definitely where he would go.
Color stay. Okay. That's. Can you get us there?
Color stay? Yeah.
Yeah.
Not an issue.
He'll just get up now that everybody's awake. He just hollers over to Aldo. Says, "Hey, we could just go straight to where the guy's staying."
Yeah, that's the color spray, right?
It's funny. It's
yeah,
called color stay. Yeah.
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 Yeah, the color stay. I guess that's an inn.
Spray. He corrects you.
He just lets it go.
I'm not sure which place is actually the correct one, but let's go to the correct one of the two.
Casper does not chime in.
The color stay is where we'll be going. I'll have to find a way to get in touch with him somehow. I doubt they'll just let me call on him from there.
No, you can. Yeah,
Oh.
it's not uncommon. To send somebody up to leave notice with people like that at places like that. When I was younger, sometimes I would, porter work and you go in, and if it's a decent place, you know, maybe it'll cost you, but places like that they wouldn't dare charge because they would look bad for the you're too fancy, right? But yeah, you leave a calling. If you're a suitor, you would leave like a calling card, but I don't think that would apply here. He says, but like, because he's assuming that this person already has a.
Yeah. So it's a proper inn. Okay. Then yeah, we'll go there and we'll just make ourselves known. Wonder how much he'll be willing to tell us about Ashtara. Probably not much. I mean, it wouldn't be too out of the question for me to have hired protection, would it?
To go to the inn? That place is more for fancy folk. And he kind of like gestures towards, well, you're like clean, like proper clean, and your clothes, while patchy and whatnot here and there, are fine. Again, you have very nice clothes. At one point in time, they were truly fine clothes. They've just either you got them off of a thrift rack or you've just repaired them many times over the years, whatever it might be. Colors are worn.
We do have fancy clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, Mikhail said, well, I mean, we did get some very nice clothes before we came here.
You don't think you got this, Mikhail?
No, I do. I should be fine. But yeah, that leaves the question, what are you guys going to do? I mean, you should be nearby just in case something happens.
I was going to eat, but being nearby makes a lot more sense, so yes, I can do that.
There's neighborhood not too far from there is I think we'd blend in okay if we were just to kick rocks around there.
Mikhail?
Plan. Can you tell me where it is so I know how to come get you?
Yeah. I mean, when we get close, I can give you better directions. But more or less, if you head out of the inn and run north, I imagine if someone's chasing you, we'd all notice.
I hope so. I'm generally pretty loud when I'm being chased.
Yep, cool. So you say that, and you notice that a couple glances are tossed. What's his name? Koa's way by by Casper. But he doesn't say anything. Just throws a couple glances Koa's way here and there.
What are you looking at?
Huh? Nothing.
Say it. Don't make me force it out of you. I'm in a bad mood and I feel like shit.
After that fight, you looked decent. Well, you were bleeding, but your friend here patched you up, and you weren't bleeding no more. There's no more blood on your clothes, but you soaked through pretty decent, gesturing to your side. You might want to have that looked at. Staying in a place like this with a wound like that, he shrugs. He's like, could get infected. We can swing by the herbalist on the way over, see if there's something to help treat it.
I should be fine. I can deal with it in a bit. This is time sensitive, yes?
It is, but I mean, you will have time while I'm in the color stay.
Fine, you kick rock. You go in. I'll kick rocks and talk to the herbalist. Very well.
He looks at Mikhail and says, if you head there with us, then you'll know which way it is.
Sounds good.
Get properly
Puts his shoes on.
Up now is like, well, there's no time like now. He only got himself maybe 2 hours of sleep.
Is Willie awake?
Got less, huh?
Willie, is he awake or asleep?
Willie, let me just think for a second, because he went through a lot. Was hugging his knees in the corner. I would say at this point in time, Willie is awake.
Okay.
The nightmares of the sock.
Yeah.
One that I left placed outside of his cell.
I just want to start like a whispered conversation that Willie can overhear about how Messi was talking heaps of shit about how they're like hiding it from Willie and all this stuff, and yeah, like just want to do that.
Bluff roll.
Didn't he try to fucking murder Messi last time he said something?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, but he got threatened, so he stopped. Okay.
Okay. Well.
Okay,
Absolutely.
now that I've done that, I would like to sense motive. I'm Willie.
Okay. You can see that Willie is about that exact situation. You're not entirely sure. There's so much going on for poor Willie. I say poor Willie. There's small amounts of sympathy for Willie. But there's a lot going on for Willie, physically and, change. Everything has happened. So whether or not that's deeply impacted him, you're not entirely sure as of right now.
Do we have them in the same cell or different cells since we let Casper?
They're in the same cell.
No, you moved him over so he wouldn't. Oh, that's
Did
right,
he?
same cell. He went to the corner, hugged his knees because there's not much space.
Remember, he was kicking Casper.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
no. Yeah, Messi. Yeah.
He was kicking Messi. Good God.
Kissing Messi.
That's what we
Kiss
come
the
back
red-haired
to.
lady? What's it taste like? What does she like? That's how she likes the kisses. I'm learning.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
I can feel the scent on your lips.
Let's move Willie over a cell though.
Then we gotta kill him. we can't let that happen. Ugh.
Listen, we just want some, bad blood between them. So I've got. Anyway, Willie is moved into the next cell.
Cool. So you move him over, whatever it is. Like, yeah, get over here, and you lock him up in there.
Yeah.
Cool. Anything else if you guys leave this room?
No.
At one point I would ask Casper, if we're all leaving here, anyone else that might come looking and find these two?
I mean, it's possible, but usually not usually not too much going to happen until nighttime if you're coming to a place like this. Usually.
A lot relies on this usually because if things get out and your involvement and our involvement in things is discovered, well, we might be pretty fucked.
He looks at them. And, you know, he looks back and he says, I guess you could, and he doesn't want to say it because he knows that was almost his fate.
No, I'm not going down that road again, though if I'd done it last night, it would have saved me. Maybe a concussion. If I know what concussions are, I don't know. A head injury.
Yeah.
A woozy bump. Those WBs.
Oh, all right, let's get moving then, shall we?
So when you guys roll the thing to the side and step out into the proper light, a couple things. One, wow, it's bright. Two, the way it reflects off of the stone here, because, you know, Wade, you've heard me describe it several times, but everybody, the stone that has a bit of like almost like metal kind of like woven through it, a little bit of glint or whatever off of it, and that pale, bright morning light is very, very like, oh, after being inside the cave for all night and whatever, being, you know, after nighttime and cave all morning, whatever it is, one of you with a big, two of you with kind of like head injuries, one of you having been drinking. It's kind of like a lot to like take in, like blinding, you know, sharp pain. But then you can also look and see what time of day it is. It's now like noon, like noon. By the time you guys are leaving there, maybe even a little after noon, 1 o'clock, something like that. Like, oh, this is a late start to the day. And we know that the deal is going down 2 days from today. We don't know when. We don't know if it's early morning, midday, that evening. You don't know. But you know the deal is going down 2 days from today. So you have potentially less than 36 hours to get this done. Hopefully, hopefully as much as, what would that be? Like 48 hours or whatever, right? However that works. So either way, so you go out there, they're kind of like sharp, you know, realizing, oh, it's like, we should probably get moving. But hey, good news is it's not an awkward time to go walking into an inn. Right? Like, it's like a proper business time to go walking in there. That's great news. If you're just popping in for like a drink or a meal or whatever it is, rather than grabbing a room. For how fancy this place is being described as being, because he did talk about popping in for a drink.
Yeah.
But the other thing you notice is you couldn't see this beforehand. You couldn't appreciate it because of how dark it was. But the ruins that you're in are maybe bigger than you realized. So these ruins are to a side over 1,500 feet. You know what I mean? So we're talking like you know, easily over 3 football fields to a side. So, and you guys are not quite in the middle of it, but it's a pretty massive place that you're inside of. So this isn't just like a bit of rubble here and there. Now again, lots of the stone have been removed, you know, not lots of, but some stone have been removed over time, but also in the sunlight you can see, while you were inside of a air quotes structure, like a pile of rubber, move the wheels to the side, you're in an old basement. That's not even the biggest structure that's here. Yeah, sure, you had seen like the partial walls or whatever, and I know that Koa had noticed those before, but now they're actually inside the room, and you can see there's actually even a building inside here still. Like, it looks like maybe even a good portion of the primary building, but only the first 2 floors of it are here. Not that you're going over exploring that or whatever, but you can see like there's a building that's here. Maybe it's dilapidated, maybe it's occupied. You could probably ask Casper, but you can't see that from where you are, and it's not your immediate point of interest. But you notice that as you're walking by, and again, you didn't see this last night because of how dark it was and like the rubble and whatnot being in your way. And the final detail I do want to point out is maybe it's just because of the daytime, or maybe just noticing it because of the daytime, but this place is also more occupied than you would realize, because last night you didn't bump into anybody. But like off to the side, like, you know, a couple hundred feet from the path walking, you know, that you're walking on, you see there's a couple of tents that are set up, like not proper fancy like camp, you know, but you know, makeshift tents that are set up, like people are making like makeshift homes, if you will, that are over there. You can see there's some scenarios like that, and a couple of other people that are walking about. Now, not like, you know, 2 spouses walking around with their dog on a leash, not like grandparents going for a stroll with their grandkid, but, you know, people moving about that you would expect to kind of be in this area here. So it is again more occupied than you thought it was originally, and maybe even more air quotes built up than you thought it was originally. And again, all the stone here is made of that same style. And I reiterate because Wade keeps asking that question, so just to punctuate a point that he keeps inquiring about. Either way, so unless you bring up any points, we're going to say you're heading northward out of the ruins. I'll throw it to you guys if there's anything you want to bring up. Otherwise, I'll keep moving on.
Yep, nothing for me.
Not for me.
Normally I would have Koa ask questions, but I think he's just vibing today.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are walking out the northern way. When you head out that way, the area that you're coming out, this is, you actually know near to where this is, Koa. The hospital is going to be a little bit to the west of where you are. You know, there's an orphanage that's over here, so on and so forth. That's not where you're heading. You're actually going to be heading up to an herbalist shop. And when I say an herbalist shop, don't think like, you know, the old witchy style, like a bunch of herbs hanging outside. No, like, this is actually like a well-maintained, proper, almost like going to like not I guess apothecary is the word I could use, but almost like going to where it is that you find like compounded medicines. Like it feels very properly put together for an air quotes herbalist shop that you're going to. And it's actually, you know, again, nice building, well maintained. Looking in the windows, you can see that again everything's well organized, it looks clean, etc., etc. So at this point, obviously, Mikhail would be breaking off for the rest of the crew and heading over to the color stay. So unless there's anything you guys care to share in comments, I'll just have Mikhail walk off and I'll take care of you two first.
How much money do you guys have?
No. I don't know, like a gold and something.
A few gold and so on and so forth.
Sure. You should be good then. Alright, wish me luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yeah, he'll go over wherever he's pointed towards the color stay.
Cool.
He's like kind of adjusting his clothing and stuff as he walks over there.
Awesome.
As he walks away, Cole turned to Aldo. I don't think he wants my luck, but I gave it to him nonetheless.
Well, you did get blown up and you're still here to talk about it, so I'd say that's pretty lucky. He taps you on the shoulder.
Yes, I think that's the one place I'm not bruised.
Gives you a smile.
He goes, it's here, the shop owner, she's pretty nice. He says, I still owe a bit, so I'm gonna not go inside to not make you any complications. Yeah, I'll just wait right outside the door.
Sure. Aldo, do you wish to go in, or are you gonna also kick rocks?
Do you need me to come with you?
I don't think so. Not to talk to an herbalist unless you want something.
Oh, give me a yell if you need me.
Right.
Can I just set this scene that I can picture happening right now, right?
Oh no.
You walk in the herbalist, you walk up to the desk. All of a sudden, the herbalist turns around, it's a red-headed woman. Someone shuts the door, bars it, 2 more people come out. Because this is what's about
They
to
all
happen.
got spiked clubs and started hitting me in the leg.
He's like, what was that guy that worked for like CBS or whatever? Clicks the button, the door locks behind you.
They kick the ground 3 times, and I hear someone opening a trap door and lighting a torch.
Oh.
Suddenly, Messie's there.
You've fallen into my trap. That's what
Oh my
Messi
God,
sounds
you have a
like.
different voice than I remember.
This is my real voice.
What was that horrible lady that we had to work with? In the
don't
Lady Grundle.
you invoke that name and people are gonna make her a real character.
Yeah, I'm sure no one remembers her.
Oh no, she's a real character. She just fortunately lives very far to the east of here. Very far to the east of here. So,
and doesn't travel ever.
well, unfortunately, what she was occupying herself doing, she'd already completed at this point in time in the timeline, and needs to evacuate those premises pretty far to get out of the wrath of a very vengeful individual.
I was trying to speak into existence as she doesn't travel.
Well, unfortunately, it actually makes sense that she would want to get far
Maybe
away
in this
from...
timeline,
I remember
she's
her
doing something
disappearing
else.
from her long-term home.
Like, Aldo, she's all yours, man. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe she found gods.
Hey,
in
not
this
on two
one and
characters,
is a
all
good
right?
person. This is a different timeline, right?
So, back to the game.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Herbalist.
I walk in the herbalist shop.
You walk in, and it's like one of those times you open the door, you hear like, ding, like the little bell rings or whatever it is. And you look around, and again, the place is just like really well maintained, right? It even has this like smell to it, like the herbal kind of smell to it of all the different like, herbs or whatever that happen to be there, the herbs, the flowers, the, various things. And it's like, you would imagine with how many different plants and what have you that are in there, it could almost be overpowering. That, and there is incense, because you can see like the little thin line of smoke burning it, towards like the actual desk of the shop, burning there. But all the smells seem to come together without being overbearing. I don't know about any of y'all, but if you know what a Yankee Candle is, if I was ever, I don't go to malls anymore, if I was ever in a mall, I would literally cross the hall from where the door of a Yankee Candle was. I couldn't walk directly in front of them because it was so overpowering. I couldn't get the smell out for like literally like a minute.
Yeah.
Nothing like that. This is like one smooth, almost like all the smells come together to be genuinely delightful. Almost like immediately calming. Like you could just kind of like feel, not instantly, but like within the first few moments or whatever being there, kind of falling relaxed to it. Just feels like almost like
This
you're
is
at one with
Tyler's
nature.
robot spaceship. I see.
No, nothing mechanical. Like Tyler's robot spaceship. So you go walking in, you're looking about and seeing the different herbs that are there, but you don't see anybody immediately. Your character kind of like poke about, haul her out, go up to the front desk, so on and so forth.
Anybody home?
A couple moments later, and you can see stepping out from out back. You see a small woman comes out, probably standing at about 5'2". She's older than you, though, still young to our mature perspectives. But definitely older than you, probably in like her maybe early to mid 20s. A slender frame, long, has a wave, borderline a curl to it, brown hair. And she comes walking over and walks out and kind of like pokes her head and steps on and sees you. She goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the bell." And comes walking over and says, how can I help you?
I got hit with a barbed stick and fell quite a ways. I'm a little worse for wear and, might need something to make sure he'll like gesture to like his wounds.
Oh, that's a tad messy. Let me glance at that. Remove your
When you
shirt.
say it that way, excuse me, right now?
Yeah, of course. And she will turn and walk over to go grab something.
As he's taking off his shirt, have we met before, by any chance?
I don't believe so. She says, like you hear like a head buried like inside of her shelf. Like I don't believe so.
He's recalling someone else in Hogwin that gave him the same instructions one night.
So she'll come back over, and it's one of those things where, I mean, Koa actually is really well built. So she'll come back over, and it's one of those things. She has a couple of herbs or whatever with her, and then she like looks up and sees Koa's physique, and there's like a moment where a little flush
You
that
could grind
happens.
meat on there.
Little flush that happens, and she's like, "Oh, you can just have a seat right there," and
Right.
we'll immediately go over to start like looking at the wounds that's there and kind of like poking at it, like, just tell me how tender this feels. And she gives like investigates the wound or whatever and spends a couple moments doing so. And
How tender does it feel?
It tender. You got fucking jabbed into by a spike at the end of a spike.
What is it to like try to play it tough?
Sorry, that's you can either do a constitution or a bluff. Bluff is if you're playing tough.
Oh, it just is tough.
He's moderately tough. Mildly tough.
Tries really hard at the flinch, but he's clearly slightly flinching.
Yeah, like the muscles are of course like maybe his face isn't flinching. Like if she was looking at him, she wouldn't notice, but definitely the muscles are.
No, but he like sits up straighter and like his leg slightly shifts and like looks around, like trying to find something to distract himself. Like, I wonder why do those have green lids? While like tears are forming.
Yeah. Anyways, so looks after checking the wound for a couple moments or whatever, she kind of says, "Okay, well, the good news is it's not yet infected. So that you cleaned it at least at some point in time, but you're gonna have to continue cleaning it here." And she, gets a couple of bandages out and mixes like some herbs or whatever and like some almost like full-size leaves and puts like a little bit of paste on it and says, "I'm gonna have you wash that first, and then we're gonna tie this to your side, and this should stop an infection from settling in. Other than that," she shrugs, she says, "you're gonna need time. Oh, not the herb. Just to heal."
Yes. Familiar with the slight injuries. This one was a bit rough.
It's penetrative, she says as she's grabbing a wash basin.
Yes. Very much so.
And then she goes over and puts the basin down in front of you and says, "Now, if you wanted to reduce that time," she looks like genuinely like not making eye contact, getting kind of bashful. "If you wanted to reduce that time, I do have ointments that could expedite the process for you."
I'm listening.
They'll help you to heal faster, close up the wound, make it less likely that an infection can settle in after you take this bandage off. I won't charge you for this one. And if you're careful after, you switch this one out, you should be fine. But if you, well, she says, looking at the sword over your shoulder, you look like the type that's not going to spend the next couple days lounging about.
No, unfortunately, coming from the free folk, I have jobs I must take, and currently on one that's a bit time sensitive, unfortunately.
Well, then, I have those ointments.
And how much do those run?
Unfortunately, not cheap. It'll help you for, if I add them to this bandage here, she gestures, it'll cost 2 silver.
2 silver? Kind of magic is in these ointments? You know what? It's fine. Yes, I'll take it.
She smiles. One of the things that you noticed that I hadn't brought up beforehand, she does have an accent to her that suggests she's not from around here, though your character is not so well traveled worldly to be able to place the accent, right? But she definitely has an accent that suggests she's not from around here. Either way, if you agree to that, she says, "Good, because I'd rather that than you having to fall ill or what have you." And she'll turn and kind of like go grab a couple of extra ingredients and mortar and pestle and so on, while you start, I imagine, washing.
As someone who's not from around here, I can tell you sound like you're also not from around here.
She'll, like, you can see she's thinking about the words that you said and how you place them, and then chuckles. Too. Yeah, then chuckles afterwards about how funny it is, and she says, yes, I'm not. I suppose I always grow a little uncomfortable talking about it, but I'm deep enough into it, dear, that it's not too much of a concern. I'm from Malta."
Which way is that from here? Do I know that?
West. Little north maybe, but definitely west of here. So you have to leave Adir, go through Paradel, then it's Malta. The reason why she phrased it like that, though, and you don't need to roll to know this, a couple of important details about Malta. First of all, Malta has a long-standing war with Paradel that's kind of fallen to a stalemate. Why has it fallen to a stalemate? Paradel is much bigger, has significantly more force, and so therefore you'd think should be able to override them. However, Malta is actually known as a bastion of arcane, education. Like it is, Malta is known for having mages and warriors that are capable of using magic. They're called Gish, the Gish. They're capable of using magic as part of their style of combat, so on and so forth, while not standing in line or following the rules of the Arcane Congress. But that's why they were able to kind of hold back against the huge military might of Paradel. The reason why they were able to make a stalemate for right now is they have invested a ridiculous amount of their magical energies and resources into between two lakes that physically are a boundary between Malta and Paradel. There's two lakes that you have to pass between. There's a pretty wide, multi-mile gap of lands there, but a pretty wide gap of land. Anyways, they froze a wall of ice that stretches up. I mean, who knows how real the stories are, right? But the stories tell you it stretches up hundreds of feet into the air, but they've a wall of ice to hold the armies back. And so, like, Malta is known for a stalemate against Paradel, despite being smaller, known for magic, and known for a wall of ice.
Aren't they also known for their various romance novels, all about the ice wall?
I mean, but the problem is, I don't know if Koa reads romance novels. Like Mikhail would be familiar with the romance novels of, they have a decent number of aspiring authors that are there. Some of the authors are from there. Some are from like Ascaria writing about there, but either way, you are not wrong, Jake. Like, meany as that sound, you're not wrong.
So I do remember that. That was a thing.
Yep.
Is there a Scott, when you roll for hotness, is it 3d6 or 3d6 plus something?
It's usually 3d6 flat, but this is a character that exists in the world, so I can explicitly tell you that this is a very attractive individual.
Okay, we rolled a 12 out of 18.
I mean, that is above
Lower?
average. But
Plus 3, 15?
I honestly, like, 15 sounds about right. Like, not otherworldly.
I knew it was a 3d6 plus 3. I called it.
Not normally, but in this scenario, Wade, you are the most correct.
I don't know a whole lot about Malta. My family traveled down from Tazian Dale or something of the like when I was very young, and joined up with the Free Folk, where we met a lot of different people.
Yeah, she says, I'm familiar with the Free Folk because they come through here. Decent group, well, most of them, but you can't judge everybody. You can't judge a whole group by the worst among them. Yeah.
I would suppose not. No. And he like starts to talk about Casper. Like, in fact, there's this guy, this human trafficking who helps us, but he's like, stop. He's like,
did he just say human trafficking?
Well, no, he didn't say any of that.
Oh, okay. It is okay. Gotcha. Okay.
It's like he was like, in fact, well, yes, I met a man recently who I thought was going to be awful, but turned out to be less than awful. So far, at least.
She nods. She says, "Hod Gwen, I'm sure." Kind of, conversationally and mixing up the mortar and pestle with the ingredients.
Also in the Chev, it seems to be a regional thing to have bad in with the good and good in with the bad.
Smiles. She says, "Okay." Wiping the paste on there, she goes, "This will sting a little when I put it on, but I promise it's going to be worth it."
Sure. I guess just give me a. Oh.
She rolls up her sleeves and like she applies it like with pressure, so it's like the ointment doesn't just spread; it also like presses into the wound. And she like holds her, just small hands, but she like holds her hand on it, and it just, small hands just means more pressure on a smaller area, right? So that just is just one of those things like, ugh, like, you can feel it there, and then she'll hand you part of the bandage, say, hold this for a second, and then there's like that whole, because you're kind of a bigger dude, has to like lean in to reach around to properly like wrap it on so it holds into place, and then just ace bandage style around, and then we'll step back and say, okay. The ointment's 2 silver, and the 2 silver is fine.
If it costs more, I can pay more. I don't want to take from you.
No. It's fine. I don't know if you want that back, though. She says, gesturing at the shirt, because it's like blood stained and it has a hole in the side.
My normal shirt, or what the hell
Yeah,
was I
that's
wearing?
the one that you got stabbed through. So,
Yeah, it's a bit of a keepsake, namely because I don't own that many clothes. I travel a lot. I'm sure I've got a friend who can mend that. Probably. He's like, I know Mikhail can clean. Can he patch wounds?
she says, well, there's a shop not too far from here, a couple doors down, though I imagine maybe you'll put it on for the walk. As she says again, kind of quick glance and look away, and says, yeah, anyways. And she had rolled up her sleeves, like I said, to do that, and she'll clear her hair from her face, but as she does so, you actually notice briefly there's like a strange, almost like probably the best way to phrase it is almost like a rash that you see on her arm, but not rash like you would imagine, like almost like hives or reddening of the skin. It almost seems like it's something that's more, I guess, more medical than a rash. Like, like eczema has a very kind of like almost like distinct look to it, like that, but there's a small coloration even to it, a small purpling. For a quick moment when you see it, you like your mind flashes to, holy hell, who grabbed her arm so hard to leave a bruise? You know what I mean? But then like as your eye like fixates, maybe too long, like almost to the point of like rude had she had noticed, you realize no, that's not bruising. There's almost like, again, it looks like a rash to it.
Sorry, I don't mean to pry, but are you all right? Looks like you have a mark on your arm.
She very quickly pulls the sleeves back down and grows flush as doing so, and she's like, oh, yeah, I'm quite fine. 2 silver?
Yes, I think I handed it to you already.
Oh, you did, didn't you? And she like
I
scoops
didn't
them up
mean
off the
to
counter.
upset you by bringing up whatever's going on. Just as someone who's made a life out of having the shit beat out of them, bruises and rashes and holes are kind of commonplace for me.
Roll for me a diplomacy check. I couldn't think of the word. I kept wanting to say persuasion. If you heard me making P noises, I was like,
Dude, that was a 19. That was a 19.
Oh, boy.
Gonna spin that hero point already?
Yeah. You want to spin that hero point?
Kinda.
Re-roll. Oh, did we tell Chad about
15,
that?
dude.
Oh, so
No,
Chad,
we haven't.
hey guys, I don't think I did.
boop it.
Wow. So what was that, Keegan?
I said I can boop it.
Oh yeah, cool. So we have a rule in this game. So actually, we don't just have a rule. You guys unlocked a rule. Over on Patreon, you can support different tiers if you choose to do so, so on and so forth. The number of people that support of a certain tier or higher actually affects something called hero points inside the game. As long as at least X number of people are on a tier, are on that tier or above, it unlocks the hero points. So the characters all have 1 hero point that they get to have. Hero points, with the way it currently works, because of the number of people on that tier, they can have a maximum of 1 hero point. If more people get on that tier, then they can have up to a maximum of 3. There's different ways, like it unlocks a Twitch chat interaction for how you guys can actually even give them more hero points, and so on and so forth. But the way hero points generally work is you have a maximum number that you can have. The way that you acquire them is you gain 1 every time you level. So unless you're at your maximum, every time you level, you get to gain a hero point. There are other rare scenarios where you can earn them as well. Like you can earn them from doing completing like an important character arc, or completing for an individual character, or an important story arc for like the whole campaign. You can potentially get it for the characters. Some massive heroic moments, like with self-sacrificing, not necessarily to the graph point, but or I should say to the what is Messi's character's name? I don't remember anymore. Like the freight train. Then that could also unlock hero points. So there's different ways to get them built into the system. What hero points allow you to do is you can re-roll a roll. You can add, I think it's like +8 to a roll before you roll, or a +4 afterwards. And a bunch of other like features. I think like Keegan can even use one to recall a spell he's already cast that day, which could be like critical in an important moment. You can even use one to say, hey DM, give us a hint. Like give us an in-game hint or whatever is going on here. But one of the cool things is if you guys ever unlock it to the point where they can have 2 maximum, should you have 2 in the barrel and your character dies, you can actually expend 2 hero points simultaneously. It's the only time you can spend 2 at once. 2 hero points simultaneously to story reason your character does not die. But it's not easy to have 2 at all points in time. So it's kind of not a scenario that happens frequently, but you could have like a XYZ moment that can actually stop a character from dying, which is cool. Anyways, the rules for this are all in go to the Paizo's. Just literally Google Pathfinder Hero Point. You'll find it, But
So these are very important and shouldn't be abused.
Well, no. You can do whatever the hell you want with it. I'm
going to. I'm using one right now.
Oh, shit, really?
Yo! Well worth it. You got that 19 it cheated you.
Oh, my God.
That's what I had before. The game cheated me.
Oh, my God. Jesus.
See, that wasn't a real hero point usage. We had set that up so that we could show off hero points. So that was a designed one. So thankfully I didn't have to actually use a hero point there, but for the sake of chat, we wanted to make sure we had an explanation ready. Right, guys?
Yeah, no, he actually uses hero points.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. This is not a yes and. It's a no, but.
You're terrible at improv, but that's fine. Whatever.
All right,
I guess
moving
he's
on.
cool with it.
Awesome. So that was.
He's a 15. What can I tell you?
So you say that, and there's like a moment where as you say those lines, and you kind of deliver about your own, and you can see like she physically like starts moving slower, like she's really thinking about whether or not she wants to share, and she'll turn towards you to speak, but again, she doesn't make direct eye contact. Even some of her hair falls in front of her face, so like she's almost like getting very bashful, talking about it, and she says, well, thank you for sharing your story. I guess it's only fair. As I said, I'm from Malta, and I was one of the people there that was born with the gift, and I trained for my whole life. And it's got really good with magic, all different types of magics. Anyway, I spent a lot of time training, and that's how I learned, about apothecaries and reagents and how it is that they're used in the magic that I learned. Anyways, there's this extremely rare disease that exists. I've honestly never heard of anybody having it outside of a Malta, so I don't know, maybe it's just a disease that's for our bloodlines? Anyways, over time, it eats away at your ability to use magic and eventually removes it entirely. Yeah.
That sounds awful. I have a friend who's a bit of a magician, for lack of a better word, and I imagine that would be a very awful thing to go through for him, and I cannot imagine for you as well. There's no cure or treatment for it.
There is no known cure. The only treatment, if you will, is if you stop using your magic, it stops progressing. And the more you use it, the more it progresses. There are brilliant people that live in Malta that I'm sure, Lady Arceum, I'm sure, certainly could crack this if she, spent her time, her resources, and her own brilliance
Lady
on this.
Arceum?
Hi, Lady Arceum. She's one of the ruling nobles in Malta. She rules. She oversees. She's like thinking of a way to phrase it, like a simple way. Oversees magic in Malta. Unfortunately, our attentions are kind of to the east. Well, I guess not our. Their attentions are kind of to the east. A.M. Otherwise, yes.
Thank you.
Malta.
As I said, I don't know a lot about Malta, but it's weird that only people from a certain region could catch something. At least in my head. I guess I'm not an expert on it or anything.
It's not.
Hopefully, you didn't have to use any magic to help me at all.
No, I do not believe I have. She like wells up a little bit, and then immediately like starts cleaning up the the wash basin that you were using and whatnot, like, and like picks up the wash basin and
He'll like reach out to like put a hand on her shoulder, like very lightly, because he's like, I don't know if this is okay, but kind of like just a comforting like.
She stiffens
Sorry
because she's
for-
like kind of mousy. But go ahead.
Sorry for putting you through that. I didn't mean to.
No, I haven't again, not making eye contact by any stretch, like looking away. I haven't talked to anybody about that in a long time. But they say talking about things helps to move past them. So look at that. You came in looking to be healed and are offering healing in return. What a
Yes, that'll
gentleman.
be 2 silver.
She'll chuckle and she'll say, well, I didn't charge you for the
I'm
the
joking.
services.
I'm joking.
Yeah, of course she's playful as well. Yeah, and, you know, the little chuckle, and that clearly like softens a bit, like considerably with how rigid she got or whatever. Softens a bit, and then we'll continue to go about cleaning out the wash basin or whatever, but much more calm now.
Well, thank you for everything, and perhaps I'll be back in. And if you ever need someone to talk to again, well, I'm in town for at least a while.
No, of course. Be careful out there. There's some unsavory sorts about. But if you ever find yourself in a proper injury, not something, well, that wasn't mild, but maybe go to the hospital.
If there's time. As I said, this time's of the essence here, and there's a lot more at stake than just me.
Well, if you don't take care of yourself, you won't have time to do anything.
I suppose that's true. I guess I just think of myself as quite hardy, I suppose. But this was a pretty nasty spill, so thankfully no hospital trips this time.
Well, be careful out there, and you'll notice that'll be feeling much better soon.
Yes. And thank you again for the bandage and the chat.
She'll smile. Yeah, come back anytime.
I didn't catch your name.
Oh, Guinevere.
Guinevere. Koa. I'd like to put out a hand.
Nice to meet you, Koa. She says, and like holds out like a. Again, it's one of those things because like you got these like big beefy fucking hands for carrying around a great sword, and she has these like tiny little dainty magic using hands, and it's so just exaggerative difference there. But anyway, so she goes to shake your hand, but despite that, she doesn't have a flimsy grip. Like you can clearly tell, she actually has a proper firm grip to her, which makes sense because if she knows her way around medicine, you have to, Either way, so she gives.
It grows more attractive by the minute.
Either way, so oh my god, I just got that. Oh boy.
That was a double.
Oh my god.
I thank you.
Some would say like the G.I. Joe Kung Fu grip. So, oh god. Oh my god.
You're welcome.
I'm legit flush because it hit me afterwards. It wasn't like it just laugh. It was like it hit me so much later. Oh god. Hey, thanks, Chef Dave.
Good to see you, Chef Dave. Enjoy the VOD, likely.
Awesome. Thanks. You make all the paperwork less. Cool. So back to the game. So yeah, she shakes your hand or whatever. It's like I said, a firmer grip than you would have anticipated, and then of course you can find your way out of there. Unless there's anything else you do, you turn to leave, yeah?
Yeah, no, he's not gonna like. She already was a bit vulnerable, and he's like, okay, I feel like I give her some space now, but it's one of those places he might revisit.
Yeah. Especially for supplies at the very least. So you go to leave,
Yeah.
and as you
That too.
as you pull open the door, ding, as you pull open the door, you actually see there's two individuals walking towards it, like with purpose. As you pull it open, to the point where like they have so much purpose to them, it's like you probably would have held the door for them anyways, because Koa seems like a decent chap. But there's so much purpose, it's almost like they expected you to hold the door open for them. But you actually see two ladies come walking in, both of them wearing very similar, though not identical, plain off-white, like they give a very light gray gowns, right? Not like super form-fitting, but clearly ladies are walking up, and both of them having masks on their face. Their masks are off-white, almost like a pearly colored off-white. One of them, it covers pretty much her entire face. Obviously, you can see her eyes. And one of them, it covers half of her face. So like from the cheekbones up to like the, just above the hairline. And like I said, they walk in with a bit of a purpose to them.
They're wearing like, what'd you say, like white robes?
Yeah. So they're the gowns, but very simple looking gowns. So robe is not too far off from description. They're like very, very, very light gray. And then the masks are off-white to like a pearly-ish kind of color.
Have I ever seen anyone looking like this ever before?
So actually you have. Thank you for asking, Wade. These are the Chantry. These are the people that run the not all the people that work at, but the people that run the hospital. And so seeing them come in here, it's like, this is probably what they get their supplies from for their medicinal work. But seeing them walk in, it's like you step back, and like I said, you probably would have held the door anyways. There's like a purpose to them. And again, likely coming in for a supply run if you had to guess.
All right. He'll just hold the door, and when they go in, he'll almost hang around for a second, make sure like everything's good.
Yep.
And then he'll move on.
One of them will call out because you're doing that. One of them will call out and be like, do you have the supplies ready? Oh, yes, I've put together the order. The weeks go by fast. Foul's on already, huh? Another one goes, yes, listen, no time for pleasantries today. There's more than a few injuries. And says, oh, my apologies. And then, you hear her kind of like rush out back as she's going to get whatever supplies they're purchasing.
What'd she say? Foul is on?
Yeah. So I said Fow's on. Sorry, that's actually the name it's derived from. But the day of the week is Fow's Day.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Which again, I get. I don't know if I made a link for the calendar, but that's the link to get to the calendar. And you guys are on the 5th of Ori, which is a Fow's Day. And so she disappears. I imagine you go outside. You step outside, and Jake, you did not go in there. Anything of notes that you and Casper would have done, or literally just falling asleep and leaning against a wall?
Yeah, pretty much that. I do have something unrelated that I feel I need to ask you. Did you watch Euro Trip back in the day?
Oh, God. Yes. Funny story about that, but yes.
Okay. Just wait. As this campaign's going on, I'm thinking about things. I feel like you designed some of the nations on Eurotrip people. If we just check,
Scusi.
if we just check the Kingmaker chat, this is your average Ascarian, right? The football hooligans are the Karak. The Americans are, the Paradellas are the Americans, right? Especially when they're singing the Scotty doesn't know thing. I'm just coming to this conclusion. But somewhere in your brain, you thought, oh, okay, I can relate these two, and this is how I'll describe certain people. Is that correct?
Exposed.
If you rearrange the letters in Aurora, you get Euro Trip.
So, couple stories about Eurotrip. One, I hate that movie because around the time that movie came out and that fucking song came out, my girlfriend had cheated on me. So that song had
Was her name Fiona?
No, I won't say her name live though, because don't want to be mean. But yeah, no, yeah. And then another funny story about Eurotrip is my younger sibling River, when she was just God, what year did that movie come out? I want to say she was maybe 13 at the time. Put on that movie with mom and watched that with mom, which is definitely like super uncomfortable Now, it was, let's just say it was more uncomfortable for her back then than maybe you might expect. It's just very, very strange experience. Either way, I remember being like, "You watched what with mom? How did that play out?"
Tells him she's in church, but she
How and
doesn't
why?
go. Still, she's on her knees, and Scotty doesn't know.
Yeah.
Oh, Scotty doesn't know.
Either way. So
Damon's best performances.
but back to the game. Jesus Christ, Jake. So Wade, when you come walking out, there's like a slap on the shoulder, not like a hard slap, like a tap on the shoulder to Aldo to get him to wake up, and you see what's his name will come from around the corner after you take several steps out, Casper, and then Aldo will come.
Koa's got more pep in his step than he did going in.
Oh, nice.
Aldo
He had
doesn't.
a conversation with an attractive woman that went well, unlike the Fox lady. So now he's like, "Come then, Aldo, shall we go kick rocks?"
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, that's right.
So with that,
She really fixed you up in there, eh? He raises his eyebrows.
Great with her hands. Yes.
Oh, okay. Casper, I didn't know that was the type of establishment you were taking him to.
Not
No wonder
that
you want to
great.
wait outside.
he will chuckle, but like he's not too much because he's very uncomfortable around you guys. It's like he's like, "Hey, buddy, you made a joke. Let's laugh." It's very much like I don't know if I'm supposed to be laughing. I definitely know I could get my head chopped off at any point in time. So just to remember who this is and what happened recently. There's like a small chuckle, but it's very stifled.
First time you get to hang out with your bullies.
We get into
Like,
one fight
I
that
don't
we get
know.
attacked, defend ourselves, and we're the back. This guy traffics people for a living with the scum, and we're the scary ones.
I mean, for him, you are the scary ones, yeah.
Yeah, we're the good guys. He's a bad guy, so of course he's scared. No, it's like 3 Batmen, and then there's also Aldo and me.
Well,
I think that math is pretty accurate.
so if there's no other RP that happens, you guys walk away. So Wade, just to explain how that worked, because that's not that's not like the better version, if you will, of that stuff. It was like the just the one to make you good. The way that actually works is it literally is just a bandage you throw on, and it acts like treat deadly wounds, having rolled a 20 on the DC. So more or less over the course of an hour, you heal 1 health point per character level. But since you're level 1, you heal 1 health point over the course of an hour. Is what you end up getting from that.
Thank
So-
God I bought that.
Yeah, there's a slightly better version where you heal 1 health point plus the person applying its wisdom modifier. But if it's not positive, then you're paying more for something that's not beneficial, right?
She opened up to Koa, so I'd say she probably has a wisdom of at least a +5.
Okay. Either way, so you do heal over the course of an hour that. But the important thing to note is because that is an option that exists inside the game, this healing self, it's important to know 2 silver, you can get something that over the course of an hour will heal your character level. So like, if
I
you're
don't have
level
any
4
more of that to apply later. I just have what she put on.
Yeah, she just that's it up shit on you. So yeah, cool. So you guys go away and kick rocks. Keegan, now it's on you. You go walking up to this establishment, and when you go walking up to it, it's pretty obvious to tell which one it is. It's a very nice building. It's large, looks grand. It looks like it stands out the way that you would imagine like the Ritz-Carlton did back in the day when it was first built, right? Like it is a grand looking place. Probably one of the nicest buildings. No, definitely one of the nicest. Maybe even are arguably the nicest building here in Hot Glen. So you're walking up and looking at this place. It looks really nice. It's like, oh, looking down at the clothes that you wear, which are generally very nice, but like worn and has like patches on it. You're like, I might actually be underdressed going in here.
Yeah. No going back now, though. I'm not going to go all the way back to the inn to get the other clothes.
Cool. So then
Yeah.
you go marching forward anyways. When you get there, you can see outside of the door, there is a hobgoblin chap standing there. And he holds up his, hairy forearm. And he's like, hold up. I've not seen you before. And you can see clearly his eyes drifts to the patch on your shoulder and looks back at you and says, you have business?
I do. The white-haired gentleman inside. The name escapes me. Do I pay here? Thought it was inside.
Go ahead and roll diplomacy.
Okay. Oh, there we go. I was like, "Where's my sheet?" Flat.
Please, yeah. Not a crazy DC. Cool. So, yeah, so you say that, and again, he at this point in time, his eyes like kind of drift down to the opposite side, to like the patch that you have on your tunic, like on the opposite side of your clothes, and he looks back at your eyes and says, "Yes, that'll be a copper."
Yes, it's motive.
Yeah, go ahead. You do know it's a copper. You were told that before, but go
I
ahead.
know it's copper, but just make sure I'm actually supposed to pay here, and he's not just taking a copper off me.
Mm-hmm. So you definitely, you're pretty sure he's being honest. He looks like he likely works here. He's, dressed. I didn't describe this beforehand. He's dressed not just in leather armors, but they're like actually well maintained, well oiled. He has a decent, like the hilts to his weapon on his side looks decent, and he also has a cudgel, within arm's reach nearby. That is, again, the cudgel itself is like a piece of like iron that's well made, not just like a wooden club. So you are getting the impression this guy does work here, but more importantly, with your sense motive, Keegan, is you get the impression he's curious. Like, does this person even have the copper to spare just to walk in? So kind of like leaning into that, you realize maybe if you were a little overt with the amount of money that you had, doesn't have to necessarily be like, "Ooh, I dropped a gold," but like
Right.
made it obvious that copper means nothing to you. It might go over more smoothly.
Okay. So yeah, when he reaches into his coin purse, he kind of noisily fishes out 2 copper, and will put them in his hand and say, "Of course, a tip for the doorman."
His eyebrow like perks up for a second, and he says, "Please enjoy your time," and we'll open the door
As
for
well.
you. The door opens up,
you might as
and
well.
it's hard to see inside immediately. It's almost like I don't know, because it's so bright outside and it's darker in there. It's hard for you to see inside there, whatever it is. But once you step in, holy shit, this place is fancy as fuck. There is a chandelier, and like, so first when you walk in through the door, like you came in through, it looked like, it's double doors. You open one door, you step in. So you come in through the double doors. You're on a bit of a rise, almost like as like a rised area that works the circumference of the large rectangular room that you're in. Okay, is
Okay.
about a 3-step down into the depressed floor down below. The whole thing has a brilliant red carpet with this incredible patterning along it. That even as your eye looks across the carpet, it's almost like almost looks like a cartoon, like moving. Not that literally, it's just the pattern changes so subtly as you're looking across. There's almost like a trick on the eye. The above the center of this rectangular shaped room that's there is this massive chandelier with lights coming off of it in a different splash of different colors, almost like whatever crystal they had used, they're hitting it with light in such a way that it's refracting in a whole bunch of different colors around, giving this almost like a rainbow-like color around, which is really nice. The back of the room, for where you are, there is such a grand double stairwell that goes upstairs. You can imagine this is where people will hold weddings or so on and so forth. It is quite the ball area. The tables, you honestly, just one table there, you think probably costs more than like your loot to make, because of how fancy it is. Everybody here is dressed so well. Like, and I don't just mean so well, I mean like you are now very, very self-conscious about how shitty you're dressed. You are clearly the most raggedy, shitty person inside this place. You look around and the bar is stocked with so many different bottles of like different types of liquor that you can't even describe or recall what they are. Just the whole place is nice. The music coming from, you don't even see who it is that's playing it, but it is genuinely, it's just so soft, and they're hitting that. I don't even know that song, but it's just a beautiful song. And like the whole thing is happening, and as you're like taking this in and realizing like, I am a raggedy fuck walking in here, like instinctively you look down to see exactly how raggedy you are, maybe even tug at your shirt where you know there's a patch, and you realize your clothes don't look as raggedy as you thought. Actually, the color on them is quite vibrant. There certainly are no patches there, and you definitely don't remember having gold filigree running in the patterns that it did before. And holy hell, that cloak looks nice. And then you realize why it is so hard to get in this place. If the Arcane Congress knew about this, is this sanctioned? This is some powerful fucking illusion magic. You immediately jump in your mind is screaming. Like, holy shit, okay, illusion magic opposed by necromancy. Okay. Whew. That's okay. Illusions opposed by necromancy. You're not too worried about any power of magics that you have on you. They're adjacent to necromantic school of magic. You should be okay. Holy fuck, if the Arcane Congress knew about this place, this would be shut down so fast. Oh, actually, does a deer follow the Arcane Congress's laws about magic? You don't know, but who has the resources, the wealth to invest that often into keeping this spell going? To make, like, you're standing there, you realize for maybe too long, going through everything that you would learn through all your years of the Arcane Congress, your college years, learning this stuff, and you're like, I'm still standing at the door. I should probably start moving.
Yeah. So he starts walking in, and he's clearly still distracted, just like mind racing on all this, just this fucking full building glamour effect. It's crazy.
And then you realize, as it's like kind of like settling in, and I'll give you a second, sorry. Fuck you, Aldo. It really is the color spray, isn't it?
I knew it.
Hey, Scott, we might be having a stream issue.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I've dropped the entire stream, only 806 frames, the entire stream.
Oh.
So
Saw a couple people saying that they saw freezing.
I'm currently at over 5,000 kilobytes per second, currently at 60 frames per second. So it could have had an issue a bit ago.
End.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay, cool. Let's just keep going.
Yeah, Joey says we're back. Okay.
Cool. All right, back to you, sir.
That distracted me. You were saying something.
I was just.
What did you just say?
So you were about to say something about as you're walking away, and then I described the fucking Aldo. Like
that's right.
Yeah, because the colors everywhere. It's clearly illusion magics. Somebody has a punny sense of humor. Oh shit. You look around, and that very, very boisterous looking, charming little fella, you're like, you would put money on that gnome being the proprietor of this establishment.
There's a gnome. I see.
Yep.
What's the gnome doing? Is it just talking to a bunch of people or something?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like big gestures, having conversation with somebody, so on and so forth.
Okay. You said there was a bar.
Yes, sir. Yes, there is.
So yeah, he starts to walk that direction, but he scans the room trying to see if he can spot, a mop of white hair on some tall, skinny guy.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check while you're doing that.
I should say medium height, skinny guy. Perception.
Okay, your perception of a 19. You look about the room, and you do not currently see a person with that description immediately on it. To be fair, though, you can't see the whole room at once. So clearly, like you're with a 19 is a solid roll. You don't just like walk straight to the bar. You take like a bit of a longer way about. Maybe walk the wrong direction around the outskirt of the building, then cut across the middle in there. Not in a way that would be obstructive to the patrons or what have you. Like you're not an idiot. You are trained to have proper etiquette. But it gives you a wider view of this place and what's there and the various doors going off of it, and even some of the balcony that's upstairs around where the stairs go up to. So you can kind of like see all those details. And that imagery does not pop out to you. You do not immediately see that person. Eventually, you do go over to the bar. And you do sit down, and the bartender is going to turn to you. The bartender happens to be a female hobgoblin, as a reminder for people. Hobgoblins do have reddish skins. Could be maybe like a burnt-ish orange, more red, but like a burnt-ish orange, all the way to like almost like a faint pink in color. More of their hobbins for the faint pink. Females, however, because there is a sexual dimorphism, females have absolutely zero hair, like literally no eyebrows, no hair on their head, nothing like that, except for the tufts on their forearms and on their shins. They don't have any hair on their body except for those. And you can say hair, but it's more like fur tufts on their forearms and shins. So the hobgoblin female turns to you, and she gives you a gentle smile, and that suggests like she'll be with you a moment as you're kind of like taking in the sight and looking at all the different liquors that are there. You are go ahead and roll me an spellcraft check, sir, because I think that's a skill that you're trained in.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Okay, so with your 14 total spellcraft, you're realizing, okay, for an illusion this powerful, there is, you remember the name, Mirage Arcana. Okay, that would set up so the whole place looks like this. God knows what state it's in. But to also make us all look this way, maybe a Mirage Arcana can take care of that for you. Maybe there's another illusion at place to make that happen. But you're thinking of like, this is all visual stuff. No, wait, that's sound. I haven't seen musicians yet. So this is visual.
I was about to ask about that.
That's sound. I haven't seen musicians, so maybe they're also doing auditory, but it smells really good in here. That could be the cooking. Could be the cooking, but you haven't seen anybody cooking or kitchens yet, so it could be olfactory illusions as well. It makes you concerned as you're staring at the bottles that look like fancy liquor. And you know they're going to charge fancy prices. Are they also doing, like, you're realizing this. And as you're realizing this, she kind of walks over and says, what is it? Sliver for your thoughts. Sorry, you look ponderous. Recent breakthrough.
Oh.
Composition, maybe.
Nearly. On the verge. But, what he's gonna order whatever the Idirian equivalent of like a screwdriver is. I imagine it wouldn't be called that, but
Sure.
But he'll say like, I don't know, call it a lockpick. I don't know. He says on the verge.
Vial.
Maybe maybe a good lockpick would help if you could. Get one of those. How much is it? I'm calling a screwdriver a lockpick.
Oh, okay. I think I'm confused what you're even referencing.
It's like orange juice and something.
A screwdriver's orange juice and vodka.
Oh,
okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'm pretty sure
you're
it's
literally referencing
cheap-ish.
a beverage.
Yes.
I was like, why
That's
is he
why I'm
talking
at a
about
bar.
lockpicks to a bartender? I was so lost. I'm sorry. Understood. So you're just making
I don't
up a
even
drink.
drink.
Yeah. Sure. So it's like looking to get a lockpick. She goes, you get arrested for that, and then like lingers for a half second where you think like she genuinely doesn't get it the way Scott is an idiot, but then immediately turns and grabs a bottle off the shelf, and you realize, okay, she was just fucking with me. And then she says, "Are you though? A musician?"
Oh, no. I just the loot. I just carry this around so people ask that question.
She will give like a big eye roll and say, "I mean, do you write your own music or do you just play others?"
Yes, I do write some of my own. Nothing you'll find in a book of compositions. They just don't feel ready yet.
Remembers his biggest song is actually written by Aldo.
Jesus, Wade, that's like a murder burn. Oh no!
It reached
doesn't
the
claim
town
it.
before we did, man.
I just like the fact
Why
that
he doesn't claim it?
Aldo steals his loot at night and is getting ready to write Mikhail's next song for him.
God,
When my skill points are going next level.
Oh no! All right, cool. So back to you, Keegan. So she's as like mixing the drink up or whatever it is. She says, "Oh, so you're not here looking for patronage? Good, because Voltaire is not exactly a fan of those looking for handouts."
Voltaire. Also, it would be. It's work. It's not charity to write music. It's very difficult.
She says, "Oh no, I believe that's true. And if your music was ready for being played, then maybe. But, and then she pours the drink in front of you, like into the glass in front of you. And we'll slide it forward. But.
Thank you. I don't know how much it's supposed to be. Wait, no, you don't have to pay for it, but he would tip, so.
Yeah.
He'll put.
You just throw
he'll just. Huh?
I was going to say, you could just throw a pair of copper on there.
Yeah, I was going to do that. Yeah, 2 more copper, because I have a few.
Yep. Cool.
Damn.
Wow.
Professional ghost
37.
Holy shit.
You gave yourself like a.
Do you work for Drake?
If he worked for Drake, he would have time to be around here with us.
That's right. He'd be serving time with Diddy.
He'd be in that OVO sweatshop.
Anyway, so moving on. You so you put the 2 silver, and you go to put down the 2 silver, and she'll actually wave it away and say, no, maybe my banter was a little too unfriendly. I don't know you. It's your first time here?
Shit. He goes, yeah, actually. But no, your banter's fine. I'm just, as you said before, ponderous. You mentioned Voltaire. Is that the white-haired gentleman?
White-haired gentleman? No. Voltaire is the proprietor of this. You don't know Voltaire. You really haven't been here before. Okay.
Just shakes his head.
Yeah, she says, Voltaire Bricard is the gentleman that owns the place. He is, and she gestures, mild gestures to not be too overt, across the room to the gnome. Probably one of the best employers you could ever hope to have. So maybe if you do get your music well composed, she says again, ribbing just one more time.
Yeah, when it's show ready. So does he currently patron anyone?
She shrugs and says, best not to get into his business.
Oh, right, of course. No, there was a gentleman with... I was told to come here and find a gentleman with white hair. I figured he'd stand out, but I haven't seen him yet.
You mean Melik?
I assume so.
Oh, good-looking fella. Just came in 2 nights ago?
That's the one.
Yeah, just came in 2 nights ago. You mean Melik. Oh, damn it. No Mashirs, she says. And she smiles over your shoulder and then will instinctively kind of like turn away and start working on something else. And you quickly understand what that means and turn just in time and look down just low enough, because you're very familiar with gnomes, to see Voltaire walks up to you and says, welcome. I don't think I've seen you before. It's a pleasure meeting you. And he reaches up to grab your hands, but even though you're significantly taller than him, he doesn't reach up too high. You can make the distance.
Yeah. So he like switches the drink into his other hand, like leans down a little bit to shake his head, and says, we haven't had the pleasure, but I'm Calvin Hobbs.
He nods and says, oh, well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Hobbs. He says, strangely, just got imagery of plains cats in my mind. Ugh, they've been devastating lately. Did you hear about the influx of people into the hospitals? Anyways.
No.
So, what brings you here? I'm sure you must have heard of my establishment. Drew you in?
I mean, its name precedes itself, though I had high expectations, and I'm still impressed. Though, where are the musicians? He's just kind of pointing, like he can hear them, you know?
He smiles wide as a reminder. Gnomes have larger mouths proportioned to their head than any other humanoid species, except for maybe lizard folk, right? Or more like gators, right? So when he smiles wide, it's always for people that aren't familiar with gnomes. It's off-putting. It's almost like Joker-esque, right? It's even wider than I think a Joker could get. Not for your character, but for people that aren't familiar with gnomes, it's almost creepy. So he gives you this big, broad smile and says, wow, musicians are meant to be heard, not seen.
I mean,
I'm just with you. I
suppose.
just with you. Come on. I saw your loot case.
Okay. Well, I thought you were talking about, I really struggled to put this ensemble together. He does try to present kind of a knowing look. Like, obviously, he knows that everyone in here knows.
Yep.
You just come in and you look.
He goes, I appreciate your doing so. Everybody must always look their finest when they're engaging in civil activities with one another. I mean, let's be honest. If someone is so far from the Ascarian borders and they needed to find a proper place to have a glass of true Ascarian wine and engage in wonderful conversation over the wars between Teziandale and Paradel, or maybe to speak of the trade routes all the way over from the Dale lands and so on, I mean, they must do so feeling their best. Otherwise, the mood can get dour. And we don't need that, do we? Now, come now. Are you just coming by for a beverage, or are you going to be staying at my wonderful establishment? You don't look too wary. You get a good night's sleep.
I don't.
It's funny. You sound you are surprised. You're like, how far does this illusion go?
Yeah. So I'm like, I got blown up yesterday, brother. Like, what are you talking about? Because I got a decent enough sleep. But no, I'm here to meet someone. Actually, I was told to come talk to a gentleman, a white-haired gentleman named Melik.
Oh, you came to do a calling. Understood. Well, I don't handle such business, but certainly I'll send somebody over to assist you. Listen, it was a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Hobbs. It was a delight, and maybe we'll meet together once again. I do have to ask, though. You seem... There's a familiarity to you. Is there a reason why we would know each other?
Is there? Or is he just saying that?
You don't know. You don't... In the meta, if you're asking me, wow.
Yeah.
In game,
okay.
you don't know.
Gotcha. Says, well, not this time, but in our next meeting, of course.
He'll chuckle at that and say, of course. It's a pleasure meeting you. And then he says to you in Canaan, which is the gnomish language, he says to you like a farewell, like a formal but like polite farewell response. And we lost him, ladies and gentlemen.
My headphones just randomly turned off. Hold on a second.
You're good. Maybe just the register of the voice I was doing. No, so he's
I
like
should have muted.
he's,
That way we could have had see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. But
No, hold on.
you good?
Now I'm good. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
So he says to you like as he like goes like chuckles or whatever as a joke, and then he says to you like a formal, like a polite goodbye in Canaan, which is the gnomish language, right? He says to you a formal goodbye, to which there is like a formal response to it. Does your character give the response?
Yes, I do speak Canaan.
Yep, and you do so pretty fluently as well. So when you do that, you can tell there's
he got you.
There's a knowing look in his eye, a little twinkle in his eye as he gives you once again a very broad smile, a very knowing smile. And then he turns, I like that Jake's like, he got you. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I was waiting for it.
Interesting.
I knew that's where I was headed.
I figured it, but I was like, I don't think... I think it would be reflexive for Mikhail, because of just where he grew up, to give that response.
Yep, which makes sense. Cool. So you are, and there's a name in chat for you guys, in case you like want to write it down, the spelling for it.
Yes.
Cool.
Voltaire. Okay.
Yep, Voltaire. So, and so yeah, back to you. You are, he turns and walks off, and you realize like, oh, that little fuck. And maybe it takes you half a second, but you realize it. He walks off, and you can see he speaks to somebody else, like as he's walking off. Like not necessarily that you're staring after him, but you glance over, speaks to somebody else, and that person looks over in your direction, and then looks down at the gnome, gives a nod, and immediately like walks across the room, goes up the stairs. But like as you're kind of like taking this in, you actually hear, like, you didn't realize she reapproached from behind you. You hear the bartender be like, and now you've met him.
Yeah, now I have. He's clever, that one.
She gives you a look that says like it's one of those things where, you know, if you've ever worked in a restaurant, or if you frequent one very often, does that look like when you've worked with somebody for so long, you just like, you want to spill the beans, but like, you know, you shouldn't. And so it's like, it's that look that's like, oh, there's so much shit I could tell you right now, but like, I probably shouldn't. And the reason why I say this is because you might be able to prompt it out of her with a gather information check. You might be able to prompt it out of her. It's whether or not your character would dare to do so or care to do so.
Yeah, he probably would.
Diplomacy is how you
especially while he's waiting. Yeah.
Okay, that's solid. Yeah. So, how would you lean into it? Like, what would you say?
Tell me more.
Right. He sees that look, and he's not going to be super subtle. He kind of gives her like a kind of a scrutinizing glance and says, "Oh, you know something."
Well, you notice how he answered none of your questions, and you answered more than he even asked you?
I did, but only after he left.
He's good at that. Really good at that. Imagine working for that.
But you still like it here. There must be some benefits to it.
She says, there may be a few tricks to this place, but the gold is real.
He kind of leans in conspiratorially and says, "Is the alcohol real?"
She will smile and say, I'll let you pay for the next one.
I'm taking that to mean that the free drinks are not. Okay, yikes. That's some business. That's some business savvy. He kind of chuckles at that. Actually, is like crafty. Huh.
She says,
"Does he meet?" Go ahead.
I was going to say, she says, he's real Arcane Congress. No, you know what they say about them, how uptight they can be. She says, kind of like shaking her head a little bit or what have you. She's like, I mean, you do realize that my apologies. She says, you know, they every shift literally has me measure all of the bottles before and after, tally up how many drinks were made, and record it out. Really tallies down the money. They call them spellmongers, but I think they're a little bit more than that.
I know that term.
Spellmonger. Mm-hmm. It's a derogatory, I guess you can call it, term about what is that, demonin? I think it's a demonin. And then congressmen or congressmen or congresswomen or congressperson is what you would call as like a more standard name. But spellmongers is like an insulting name.
Gotcha. Okay. And he'll say, I guess that's not too surprising. Does he come up and meet everyone new?
She says, literally everyone.
He's got to get something from all of them, huh?
She leans in. Day or night? Leans back. So the same drink or something a little bit more stiff?
I think I'm just going to nurse this and keep my wits about me, if that's okay. I think I'm going to need them.
She chuckles and says, oh, it works. And that's when you realize, I have to roll a will save.
Yay. Okay.
Don't forget you have a hero point.
I do have a hero point.
You nurse the drink, but it does have its effect.
It's not that much.
I mean, it's not like it's like you slam back 3 shots. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
you know, you will get tipsy over
Juice
time.
with a bit of vodka, but yeah. So he's drinking it slowly because he's like, okay, people on some bullshit in here. So, but I guess it'll hit him eventually. How long does he have to wait for what's his face to show up?
Yeah. So if we're cutting away from the small talk, after about maybe 25 minutes or so, which honestly is not too long of a wait, realistically. It means he was probably up and about and maybe even bored or maybe even expecting somebody. But you'll see the gentleman will come down. Now, this gentleman is, of course, head to toe, dressed just as fancy as you are, really fine. Has mid-length hair, white as I described, pulled back kind of. The best way to describe it is almost imagine like how Geralt's hair is, but not as like almost like ratty as Geralt's can, way cleaner. And how it's like maintained. So it's like there's a ponytail, but still kind of like drops back some behind. Very fancy looking. Like I said beforehand, white hair. There, when you see him, he has these blue eyes that they're piercing blue eyes. Actually, remind you of, I want to say, Aldo has blue eyes as similarly piercing as these are. And otherwise, like he comes over and he has like a gentle smile that he gives you as he approaches. And he'll walk up and he'll stop and stand before you. And I imagine you're going to say the greeting because you're seeing him approach and he doesn't fucking know who you are.
Yeah, I'll get up and say, "Oh, well met, Calvin Hobbs." We'll go out to shake his hand.
Yeah, he'll shake yours instead and says, "Melik, pleasure to meet you." And he does intentionally leave almost like a small question lingering at the end for somebody paying attention, which you want.
Yeah. So I'll say, I hope so. Nothing too pressing. I've been trying to set up a meeting of sorts, and he like lowers his voice with Miss Walnut. I was told I could come talk to you, that you had some sort of in with her.
Frowns and says, "Well, the impropriety of this, sir. Her and I have only just recently become entangled, and I don't know who you are, but
I will
to
look
expect
abashed
that I
at
would."
that.
I don't know who you are, but you expect that I would introduce you to my lady without neither of us being familiar with one another, nor am I knowing what your intentions or relations are with her. Sir, I think you are out of line.
He cuts it, and he's just like, no, nothing like that. It was all business. I can't believe I didn't realize that was your situation.
Sir, I don't think I want to be involved in whatever business you are bringing about. If you'll excuse me, I hope you have yourself a wonderful day. And then he'll turn and start walking off.
So I'll try to stop him.
How do you
like,
stop him?
kind of like
Word or hand
I'll
on shoulder?
step like sort of to the side, like where he's going, and say, "Mr. Melik, forgive me. Hold on, we can change subjects. We can pivot away from that. I didn't realize that was your situation."
Change subjects? I'm not sure if I want to engage in conversation with you any longer. He says, looking you down and up again. He says, "And I can't even see the full measure of who you are because of the charm of this place. No, you came here with a purpose.
Actually,
and
a
I
matter
don't know."
of life and death.
He purses his lips and says, "We do not know each other, and so to ask favors is good day." And he turns and goes to walk off again.
I don't really have anything. I could tackle him, I guess.
That would be an approach, unless you have something else that might gather his attention without yelling "slave trade."
Yeah.
Unless there's something else that might gather his attention.
Okay. I will say, it's about the people with the lash tattoos.
Yeah, so you say that. And It continues walking, but slows his step. And then he turns back and he starts walking towards you. But as he's walking towards you, he's slowly like lifting, like almost like he's drawing a sword, like lifting his finger from his hip and pointing it towards you. And he goes, "You, sir, do not understand what no means. You, sir, do not understand what good day means. You, sir, do not understand how to respect somebody's boundaries, their privacy, and certainly their day. You, sir, are now being challenged. Step outside. We will see what kind of gentleman you are."
Can I get a sense motive to see why he's so riled up?
Yep, absolutely. Go right ahead.
Okay. Damn it.
You unfortunately do not know.
Well, let's kick his ass.
I'll sigh and just go, "Are you certain?"
Mm-hmm. He looks at you with utter disdain and says, "The impropriety and incivility of a I don't know what you are, but you will step outside and face for your offense." And sorry,
I'm sure that's what you're expecting.
Yeah.
I'll walk outside.
Yep. You turn and walk outside, and as you walk outside, he turns to the bartender and says, "A moment, I need to collect my sword," and we'll turn and go like stomping up the stairs, like briskly walk across the room with anger and go stomping up the stairs. Do you actually go outside, or is it one of those like, maybe I'll not wait inside here, like, or do you go step outside?
I'm tempted. I don't have the skills to do the other thing I thought of. So yeah, he starts to head outside, and he'll kind of turn over toward the bartender, give like a shrug, and then just keep walking.
Okay, cool. And you walk outside. Cool. So you wait outside. Your friends aren't immediately around because they're kicking rocks somewhere. Actually, one of them kicked it. Koa's stronger than he thinks and wasn't paying attention. He's tired. He kicked a rock and it clipped the kid in the side of the head, and he's like, "Oh no!"
Oh,
and like
Jesus.
he ran over and tried to take his bandages off and smeared on the kid's head to heal the wound, but instead just like smeared blood across, and it was a whole scene. But
yeah. So about that, with them kicking rocks, how far away is that? Because
probably a little bit further.
damn. Okay.
Yeah. So you're outside, and probably about like 3 minutes pass before you're like, "Do I go back inside, or maybe I just go get my friends? Do I like? What do I do?" When all of a sudden you hear, give me 1 second here. Here we go. All of a sudden you hear, I think it is, so make sure I get this right.
Please tell me it's the "Make Way for Prince Ali" song.
Make way for Prince Ali. No, you hear, "Psst, come around back. Left side, not the right." But you hear it, but you realize after a moment, you don't hear it with your ears. You heard it like in your ear.
Okay. I just kind of glance over for a second, and then I'll head left.
Right. And you head round to the back of the building, and over there you can see like okay, there's a small alley, and okay, that's clearly where the dumpsters are, or wherever it is that they keep their waste, or it's like properly disposed of or whatever. Maybe that's where they meant to go.
Yeah. As soon as I get into the alley, I do definitely look around to see if I can see people like hiding or anything weird.
Yeah, roll a perception check. Don't worry, JD Vance isn't here, so nothing too weird.
I mean, that definitely lowers the stakes for sure.
You do see a very goopy couch, but that's pretty much all you see with your 9 perception.
They're
check.
eating the couch.
so
They're
he's
eating
done.
the
Cool.
chairs.
They're
got
eating
what he
the
wanted. He's outta here.
furniture.
Yeah. Does a 9 get me anything?
Yes, you see the goopy couch. No, you see like where the trash is, whatever it is.
Stick around that.
So unfortunately, it does not. But then there's a moment where where is it? This one. There's a moment where all of a sudden you hear like a crunch of maybe it's a bit of trash or whatever is back there, as somebody steps out from behind where you happen to have just walked by, You're surprised you didn't see them, but maybe they're well hidden inside a small alcove or whatever it is. And the person that you see before you is exactly who you had seen beforehand. As a matter of fact, Melik is not only looks exactly the same, dressed almost identically to before, like very, very fine clothes. Maybe there's not like a glow coming off of it, if you will, but definitely really, really well kept hair, really good looking chap, really, really nice clothes, so on and so forth. Definitely, when you know that your patches and whatnot are once again revealed, definitely several steps above how you are presented. And so, steps around and looks at you, and he says, oh, give me 1 second, make sure I get this right. What is it? Steps around, looks at you, and says, with a hand on the hilt of a fine-looking longsword, says, "Speak plainly, speak quietly."
Interesting tactic.
I don't want commentary.
Thinking. Players thinking. Hold on.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. I'll just say, I need to meet with Ashtara. That's the truth. That's as much as I can say right now.
No, not good enough. You can see like his eyes look like, honestly, is it anger? Is it hate? Maybe fear? You're not you're not sure, but there's a hardness to his eyes. Though his practice, face is, you can see it in his eyes, but his practice face is making it very hard for you to read at the moment. And he says, "Speak plainly."
Okay, so since I'm not around other people, Mikhail kind of sighs, and he actually, because he's had like his hand on the rapier because he's like being threatened, he just drops his hand off of it and says, "There's a slave ring. And I think she knows quite a bit about it. I'm trying to deal with that, and I'm not alone."
What do you mean by deal with that?
Not in coin. It doesn't belong here.
There's like a pause, and he says, "How do you know about me?"
It was Casper, yeah. I'll say, someone, we got a hold of someone who previously, did work moving people around. And he had information. You came up.
He takes a moment and says, "And so what are your intentions?"
Well, since we're speaking plainly, if you draw on me, I'll put you to sleep with magic, and then my friends and I will capture you too.
Raises an eyebrow when you say that. Oh?
But if you'd like to keep talking civilly, as I said, slavery doesn't belong here or anywhere.
He says, "It's quite the bold claim. I know I may look human to your eye, but I am young, as are you. Either of us could be Perrin, and then your magics would be moot, wouldn't they?"
That one casting would, yeah. I'd have to switch tactics, but I really rather not. I've never hurt anyone that badly, but I am capable of it. I just,
You can see there's like a moment where he takes a step forward, and he's puffing up his chest, and he brings his hand before him, his right hand before him, and then he's still come off as very aggressive, and then his shoulders slump, his face kind of stops being so hard, and he puts out a hand, not to grab yours, but reach out onto your shoulder. Like, maybe if you thought he was being aggressive, maybe you would have flinched, but you kind of realized, like, this moving too slow to be aggressive. And he like fully like slumps with the hand on his shoulder. He goes, "Oh, thank the gods! Oh, I did not realize what she was into. Listen, friend, we were just on a date. I didn't know that. Like, she brought me to see them locked up. I mean,
What?
no, like she brought me to see them. I just played the part. I did what I had to do just to not be thrown in the damn lockup myself. But are you kidding me? No. I do not want to be a part of the implications of what's happening here. I am not a part of this. And then you come blasting out of nowhere literally the next day and are asking to look for me. I thought I was getting either caught up in it or then you... Oh, man. Okay. What kind of group do you have? How many dozen?
You're a very good actor. I can't... Look, I can't just start telling you things. Like you said before, we don't know each other. Obviously, you get my agenda now, but...
Stands up straight, sticks out his hand and says, Melik the bastard. It's a pleasure to meet you.
That's your title?
You know, it's my name.
Okay. I shake his hand. Well, my name's not Calvin Hobbes, but I just can't trust you, Melik. While we're shaking hands, I check his wrist or his forearm.
Yep. You like grab, you turn the roll of his sleeve, and he looks down. He looks like at you as you do that. Nothing there, and then as you like go to look to the other arm, he'll roll up his other sleeve and say, "Strange custom. Where you from?"
No. Look, people like her have a tattoo of a lash on their forearm.
Oh. I saw it. She was wearing quite the fetching gown last night.
She's a human trafficker.
He purses his lips and steals his jaw against that. like, oh, yes.
Have you seen anybody else like that around her?
He says, yeah. Yes, I have. I don't think you understand. She brought me to where they're being kept. She told me that the auction is happening soon. She even said that because of our entanglement, she'd be willing to offer me a discount. And I realized very quickly, how does a woman of such a fetching nature not have callers about at all points in time? And then I realized how many of them have likely ended up in those cages themselves. You have any idea how much interest I have in not winding up in one of those cages?
He's like thinking clearly because he's like going back over the fact that it's like, oh yeah, it seems like they didn't stay the night together, so he did get away as fast as he could. He is revealing this now. He could have actually gone through the duel, or there would have been a lot of other ways he could have handled this if he wanted to get rid of me. So Mikhail just says...
Roll an intelligence check before you respond.
Okay.
Actually, it should have been intelligence. I am so sorry. It should have been something else. I'm not going to make you re-roll, though, because I don't want to spoil... No, I did tell you what to roll, but let me just look and see what your modifier would have been. I'm sorry.
If it's wisdom, it's a lot worse.
No.
Okay.
It would be, actually, 4 higher, which is good. So give me half a tick here to think about what I had said before. The exact line I said. He said, you said such and such. Hold on. You realize something. He said, I am young, as are you. Either one of us could be parent, and then that wouldn't work. Which means he understands the limitations of the spell sleep.
Yeah.
And you realize, it's one of those things, as you're speaking to him, you realize, oh, this person understands magic. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I picked up on that. I just... That's kind of feeding into the, like, okay... He obviously knows a bunch of stuff. He's, like, ready to reveal things, clearly. So Mikhail says, he's like, okay, Look, I'm sure you figured out by now that you're probably in danger. Not with me, but sounds like she showed you a lot that you didn't want to see, and they're going to want to protect that investment or get rid of a loose end. Right?
Yeah, I've already booked passage to leave the town. He goes, listen, I'm a an archaeologist of sorts. I search for Tasian artifacts. There was some word of interesting stuff in the area, and so I was looking into it, found a fetching lady, and yeah, things kind of progressed very quickly.
Yeah. And, I mean, obviously you know a thing or two about magic, so I could see why they would try to loop you in.
Oh, she doesn't know about that.
Maybe.
He looks at you and says, "You know how weird that these bumpkins get about magic?" Mm-mm.
Yep, scared a whole village. You should come with me.
You say that, and there's like a moment where he steps back and he goes, "Where?"
I'll tell him wherever the group is kicking rocks. I don't know exactly
Just
what
north of
place
here,
it is.
in like the in the neighborhood that's north of here. And he goes, "It's not too shady a part of town. How
It's
many
not, and
do you have?"
her people are not just in Hot Gwen, not just in a deer. Leaving town isn't gonna be the end of it.
Nods, says, you say that, but I don't have to stay here. As I said, I am looking for an archaeologist, generally for Tasian artifacts. I'm pretty far from Tasiandale. I can just head north.
Can look, we don't know how far it goes. I just know it gets outside of a deer. It might be further north too. There's just a lot here, and if you help us out, we can root this bullshit out of this city at the very least. And maybe you won't have to look over your shoulder so much when you leave.
He says, well, you're asking me to get involved.
I'm asking you to explain a bit more of what you've already told me. That's it.
He thinks for a moment. He's like, I don't know. You seem reasonable. I don't know who it is that you're bringing me to or how many people are there. Usually there's a reasonable one, and then usually there's an unreasonable one. And then the group of people will skew one way or the other. And if they skew the other way, I'm the one getting skewed.
I see what you're saying. Look, I guess we could call it a gesture of good faith. You know where I'm going. You don't have to come with me if you don't want to. You can make your own way over there. Shore up whatever appearances you need to make back inside. Just tell them I chickened out. I don't really care.
Fine.
But please be quick.
I'll go with you, but I'll have you know, I do know magics, and I do know lethal magics as well. Should you engage, no matter if you run or hide or do anything, I can get you. So don't think that you can lead me to friends and then take to flight because you're not the man of action and you're leading me to those that are. I will land my blow. I do every time. And it is lethal. Understand?
He isn't actually smiling in character. He's just kind of like, I do understand. I'm mildly insulted. Do I really look that weak?
He shrugs and says, well, clearly those patches are for wear and tear and caught on vines and the like, and not from fights. He chuckles. He goes, swords don't make those marks. And then he turns and he walks.
I've been in fights. I start walking ahead. I got blown up yesterday.
Melik, with all due respect, your sword looks like it was found at a thrift store. And it's not a very good one.
Thanks. It was my mother's.
He says, well, I don't mean to disrespect your mother. We all only have one. And he thinks about it for a second. Actually, no. My neighbor had two. Oh, what a lucky person.
I'm not going to dig into that. Look, Melik, you said that she took you to where they were kept. That's where we're trying to go. That's the information we need. they usually keep that so hidden. At least it seems like it.
We were in a wagon. We were brought there, and the shutters were closed. I didn't think at the time. I went to open the shutters at one point in time, and she distracted me.
Of course.
And he kind of like lets it drop at that.
See, I'll lead him over to the rest of the group before asking any other questions, or maybe just small talkish type stuff. But I get him to the others.
Yep, absolutely. So you bring him over to where the others are, but as you're like approaching them and they see you and they're coming up, he looks at them, and there's like a moment where he definitely like full on stops, and he says, "I've said my warning once before."
I know, Melik, and it's broad daylight. What are we going to do?
Yeah, he nods and says, "You've already asked very pointed questions inside of a area full of the only area full of people that can afford what's being sold, openly in front of everyone. I don't know how foolish
and you made
are."
a scene. I whispered it, and you made a scene.
You guys hear that? I whisper it, and you made a scene as you're approaching. He'll actually, as you guys are approaching, when you're probably about maybe like 15-ish feet away, he goes, "Ah, that's close enough." Hand away from your sword, big fella. He says, even though, because Melik is 5'9", I think Koa is 5'10", but he's thicker, right? So he's hand away from your sword, big fella, and then through this, like almost like the side of his mouth, to Keegan, to Mikhail, he'll say, "He is a man that knows the way around the sword."
I've seen. That's not meant to be a threat. I'm really. Okay, where did she take you? Everyone, this is Melik.
See, this sounds meant to be like this. Maybe not names so out loud. He looks like he would kill my mother for a cup of wine. Not gesturing at Aldo, though. Gesturing at Casper.
Oh. He's got his own problems. But if that's the worst of the issues, Casper, can you just walk for a little while and I'll tell you when to stop?
Okay. Casper will just say, "I can just wait back in the ruins." The ruins? I'm not going there.
You're not. Yeah, that should be okay. We won't get lost again, right?
You guys shouldn't.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's like, "Yeah, I'll head back that way. Good luck."
You can finish your nap.
Can we get closer than this to have a conversation now, or
He thinks for a moment. He's like, "Fine, but we stay in very public locations. I'll have you know, I scream quite loud."
Mikhail, what the bloody hell is this? What is going on?
This is the guy who went on a date with Ashtara last night, and
We met a lot of men who went on dates with Ashtara last night.
He
Or at least wanted to.
He flushes, and you can see he opens his mouth to protest, but doesn't, remembering what it was that Mikhail had said earlier.
yeah.
Someone on it on that is like, oh, perhaps I offended the poor lad.
Maybe a bit, but he'll get over it. Look, he didn't want to be a part of any of that stuff, but I guess she showed him the
Goods.
storage facility, or that goods.
Seen the people.
You say that, and he's like, he like straightens up, like, "It's a pleasure meeting all of you. Good day." And he like turns and is like pointedly turns and starts walking off.
Yeah, I will step in his way. And go, "Where are you going?"
This is too loud and too public.
Then let us get closer so we don't have to be loud, but we can still be in public.
We could always go talk in the ruins.
He looks at you with genuine fear in his eyes. And he's like, "Yeah, I don't know. Your friends do not seem like the savory type. I mean, don't get me wrong, that other one's gone, but that doesn't mean he's not looking for my kidneys."
They would be in your body. Where would he be going to look?
Melik, what would put you at ease?
He says, honestly, a really, really long, really long pour of wine.
If we go get this long pour of wine, then go to a public place, can we have a relatively normal conversation at a very low volume?
We're talking about settling people. How is that a normal conversation?
You're the one who wants to do this in a public place.
Yeah.
Perhaps wine on the go, then.
Yes. Wine on
Look,
the go.
we have a bit of a hideout of sorts. Though I suppose the optics of it would not be great. From someone going in, you might get the wrong idea of which side we're on, but I assure you that the hideout is somewhat hidden. It's out of the public eye, and I don't have any other assurances. Do you? I'll say, look at the other two.
Nope. I've been trying the whole way here.
So, you're you went on a. How do I word this? You're seeing the lady, but you're not involved in the lady's affairs.
I don't think she's married. Oh, no.
Great. Otherwise, I would assume Mikhail would have. Well, we'd be carrying you to the ruins in that case. So that's good. Glad to have you on the team. He'll say like starting to reach out to pat him, but then realize the guy's really scary and just kind of like wave or scared and just like waves.
Like, I find it incredibly unfortunate that the group of you are now about asking questions so publicly of me, because it implicates that I'm a part of whatever it is that you're doing. But at the same time, if this is my only opportunity to not be involved in all of this chaos. So what is your plan? He says. Are you guys leading him anywhere particularly? Like, are you like absentmindedly walking towards the ruins? Are you going to go to a place where you can grab a draw of wine? Does Aldo just produce one of his wineskins? Like, how do you guys go about this?
I would be taking
him
right to the wine.
Aldo definitely. It was in my thoughts before anyway. Like when he said he wanted a long drink of wine, it's some like Aldo just takes it out. He's like shakes it and holds it out for him to take.
He'll absolutely take it, and he'll take a sip of it, and he'll screw up his face, and then he'll turn around away from you guys, and he'll cough a few times and like mutter something under his breath. And cough a few times and like wrap his fingers on the wineskin, almost like the back of his knuckles are on the wineskin, almost like somebody like playing Tetris nowadays. You know what I mean? Like the rolling Tetris style. And then he's like turns back. Sorry, just takes a moment to let it open up. And then he takes another sip and he says, much smoother that time. And then he'll
does the job.
Yeah, indeed it does. He doesn't go to hand it back. He continues holding on to it, and occasionally taking.
Aldo puts his arm out, take it back.
He goes, I think I need this a bit more at the moment.
I'm not sure we can afford two
but we
of
can
you on this.
share.
I'm not sure we can afford having two of you on this journey. He'll say, like clapping Aldo in the back.
Oh no.
Yeah, I want my wineskin back.
Straight up says that.
Yeah.
Perhaps take another
Give it
sip,
back.
friend, and then return it because he also needs a long. How did you word it? A long breath of wine.
He takes another sip, but despite like how fancy he seems to be, it is almost like someone in a pub chugging an ale. He drinks this thing down with a fervor. And then I
need to make a sleight of hand check or something here? Like,
slap
what
it
are we
out?
doing?
No. He'll give it back to you, but he's taking like a. He's like.
Oh, well, yeah.
chugging
When I realize he's taking too much of my wine, I want it back.
Yep. You don't have to make a check. You can absolutely. It's like snatch it out. Do you snatch
And
it?
I'm like, hey, no.
So you verbal, not
No.
snatch. And he lowers the line from his mouth and he looks at you cross. Like, did you just speak to me like a puppy that pissed on the pillow?
Did he say that?
Yes.
I say, yes. Pull the wine back to me, and then I will start drinking it like he was just drinking it.
Okay, two things. One, he's shocked, but has no retort. Two, oh my god, that wine tastes amazing. You don't know what he did, but holy shit, it tastes so good. It almost brings water to your eyes with how fucking good it is. Well, you imagine you definitely drink the way he did because it's so good. You're like, oh my god, this is good. And now maybe you know why he didn't want to give it back.
Aldo, it's early afternoon. Perhaps save some for the evening. Huh?
Hey,
As he like, holds up a finger. He holds up a finger and he's like, he puts it down, and then he produces another wineskin. He hands it to the guy.
He looks at it.
Do the same.
And he's like, all right. And
do the same.
He looks at Koa, and then looks around to make sure nobody's noticing, and then he mutters something under his breath, and he wraps the back of his fingers in the wine, and then he opens it up and takes like a proper swig out of it and hands it back. This time it's a lot more playful and jovial.
I would like to do a spellcraft check, please.
Go right ahead.
Aldo's just like, you know what? Not so bad.
He smiles and he's like, yeah, thanks for having the wine on you. Wait, did you say you were leading them towards the ruins almost like instinctively?
Yeah.
Because of the banter and the back and forth and the wine and everything else, I'm going to say he doesn't even notice it until he's like walked in like a proper 50 feet into the ruins area. And it's because it's not like it's immediately you're in ruins. It's like a little bit of rubble at first, and all of a sudden you're like looking, you're like, okay, he'll actually stop at this point and be like, we're at the ruins.
Yes, that's where I said would be a good place to talk.
And then he looks around and he's like, because the corpses can't hear us?
What?
Literally
yes.
last
The ruins
night,
last night.
The whole inn was a buzz of a headless man that was found at the ruins last night. Literally, dead body, no head.
Oh, yes.
Lash tattoo on his forearm.
He hit me with a barbed pole, so I decapitated him, and then we went to the ruins and interrogated some of his friends.
It was a pleasure meeting you, he says, and immediately turns
He
to
was a
Smith.
trafficker. Like back in front of him again. He was a trafficker. He attacked first, okay? We're not just going around lopping off heads.
Listen,
That
buddy.
hasn't
All right,
happened.
let me explain this to you. As a fellow alcoholic, and I can tell. Right.
Hey.
Sometimes we end up in situations. Sometimes we end up in situations that we didn't anticipate. Right. Yeah. This is just one of those situations. We're trying to find out what's going on. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, we're led into the ruins ourselves and ambushed by headless corpse person. You heard, right? That we captured 2 of them. All right, and they've revealed their involvement, and that's how we come to find you. All right, you're gonna make this a hell of a lot easier. Like, you want to get out of here, and I don't blame you. I wanted to get out of here too. This region, it's a terrible place, full of bumpkins. But beside that, we have a job to do, and as much as I do not like it, and I'm guessing that you're not too pleased about it at all, we can at least both agree that the selling of people is a great crime. And you could just make this easier and quicker if we just got this all out of the way.
That's why we're all here.
And I decapitated that man out on the street there. See, if I was going to do that to you, why would I take you 50 feet further in?
It's one of those things where he's like listening. You're talking away the fact that he was afraid he was going to be the next decapitated corpse, and then he's like, okay, and then Koa says his line, and he's just like, and he looks at Mikhail and he says, "Remember how we said there's always one?"
Yep. I didn't disagree.
And then he looks at Aldo and says, "I hope the rest of them are like you."
Friend, I don't.
Cheers to that.
Can't help but feel slightly offended at this exchange. Like I'm not in on some kind of joke.
Oh, he's basically saying you're scary.
There's no joke. No joke.
Yeah,
No joke.
just the normal.
I am scary, I suppose, but quite friendly and jovial too.
It's all right. It's all right. I understand. You want me to assist you in your merry bands to stop this. You know what? My mother always told me that I would make something of myself. I would make her proud. Maybe even be a hero someday. And if my part in this can be the hero's work required to take down this ring of slave traders, then so be it. I'll be damned. In the name of Vroga, we will break those chains. In the name of the martyr, we will bleed
Aldo's
for
looking
the right
around.
cause.
Is there any people around while he's ranting?
Right?
So yes, but you don't think they're conscious. So and to continue with the rant, he says, in the name of the martyr, we will bleed for this cause. He goes, yes, indeed, I will help give the information needed. Nay, I will even lead your merry bend. Your soldiers to get this done.
Listen. Let's continue talking, just at a lower volume.
Understood.
You will be the hero.
And in the name of Moretsk, let's adventure a little further, shall we?
Yes, indeed. Let's go. And he's
You
like,
should lead us there, right? We keep walking.
he goes, maybe I got a little bit ahead of myself. I might be able to help with that, but it's not so clean as, like I said, it was a covered wagon.
Yes, and as you said, you were distracted.
A
But
little.
look,
Well, other than the
you
company
have the
on board,
most
was it a
direct
curvy ride?
eye. Jeez.
Continue, Wade.
Other than the company on board, was it a curvy ride, or was it
okay.
pretty close?
Oh, he goes, well, one of the things I noticed was we head westward out of the town. That was pretty obvious. But we also did not follow along the river. We headed not just immediately west, but we actually headed southwest away from Hodgwen. The wagon actually moved quite briskly. They were fine steeds that were on the wagon. So we moved pretty briskly.
The
when we
deer inn?
he thinks for a moment and says, I believe so, though honestly my equestrian knowledge is a bit limited. Not from a deer, but and also either way, doesn't matter. So the important thing to note is that when we got out to the location we went to, it was among trees. And if I recall correctly, there's a patch of woods southwest of Hodgwen. It's not a short ride though, so indeed these were quick horses to have traveled so far so rapidly. But yes, I believe that's where they went. And then, kind of like you guys come upon where it is that your spot is, and I imagine like Koa goes over and starts rolling the thing back. Oh, this is
As we enter here, know that this was this was the traffickers' hideout, and we took it over and made it our hideout, and we have some of the traffickers locked away inside. So
completely understands. Please,
Great.
I'm looking forward to meeting everyone else.
Yep.
right, he'll just start opening it up like he wants to meet the traffickers.
Yep, just walk in.
Opens up, walks in, and he looks around, and he's like, "Are they doing drills?"
No.
I think that one's passed
you've
out.
met
That
them.
one's thinking about their life decisions, and
Oh, that's your competition. He points at Messi.
Looks over and he goes, "I'm not going into that cell."
No. He's Ashara's other.
I'll be
Male
damned.
friend.
Cells are not for me. Damn all cells.
Oh, I see what you're doing. No. He was making a joke. That guy's messy. He also had a thing with Ashtar. But either way, listen.
and that's Willie. He really would like to have a thing with Ashtar.
I don't care about Willies or Messies or Messy Willies or whatever. Where are the soldiers?
Not to toot my own horn, but hi, I'm Koa.
Gesture at Koa. It's us three.
And
Casper, who you
And
made
now
us
you.
send away, and then you.
I think Casper was coming here, wasn't he?
they
Yeah,
had
Casper's probably here.
a dozen armed men.
We don't have to fight them in a straight
How many did
fight.
we
That's
take
why
on
we
in the
need
woods?
advantages.
5 or 6?
Hang on a second.
6.
Do you really not recognize him? He points at Koa. He says, "Oh, I understand. That's the hero of Leshev. He took down a dozen by himself in the woods.
Yeah.
You think a dozen men scare him? He pats at Koa.
Koa rubs the back of his head like, was it a dozen? How hard did I hit my head last night? Like he's like,
He's
dozen.
a dozen that we could count, right? I mean, it was dark. It was a pretty lively event, so we're not really
The
worried
whole
about
of
the
Leshev
dozen.
is in this man's debt. They called him the hero of Leshev for freeing them from this this group.
Roll
When you
heard
say
the
it doesn't
song in
man,
the
it doesn't
taverns,
inspire
Dan,
Yeah.
have you heard the song Dan playing in the taverns? That was that was inspired because of us.
Roll your bluff check there, Jake.
Hey, did we aid him
Do I have the
with our
DC set?
tribes?
Hey, Dan is a very
Okay.
popular song.
He goes, I've been to Leshev a few times, heading south and north. It's not a tiny place, not a hovel, though not quite a hard Gwen. Okay, fine. Let's say you are some hero. I've heard legends of heroes before. There's a dozen armed men, and it wasn't even the day of auction. I imagine the day of auction they have more abouts to keep things civil, wouldn't they? As people are actually released from their chains?
Well, perhaps we should get there before the day of auction then.
Mm-hmm.
Increase our odds.
I would like to get out of here before the day of... I am meant to be her... +1.
Yeah, you probably don't want to go. Listen,
I don't know about
if
that.
you-
An inside man could be very handy.
Eyes get so wide, like the size of the entrance to the cave, if you will, and he turns and looks at you like, "What?"
I
Oh, you
it
were
would be
singing
very
about
heroic.
Vroga and Thalindra and the
but-
Martyr and such. I thought maybe you were joining our merry band.
No, that would be a bit too heroic, Koa. He's not cut from that cloth. He's just here to give us information.
I wouldn't say that. He looks
Wouldn't?
like a hero if ever I've seen one, and I have seen one. As he points at Koa.
He
So
seems
wait, are
more
you a
like
hero, are
like
you weak, or are
survivor
you a
to me.
coward? Which one of the three? I'm confused.
Man,
I'll let that
I
hang.
am not called Melik the Bastard for no reason. I know how to turn this around. I know how to tell people no into the point where they're begging for it. I understand how this works.
A true hero. Well said.
I stand corrected.
He looks at you frowning, and he says, "You wanted information from me. Let's start there."
Are you called the
Of
bastard
course.
because of a parental thing?
He looks at you and says, "It's a long story."
All right, well, you said it with pride, so I didn't know if maybe like
It was a short version.
something else or if
He takes a deep breath, takes a draw of wine, and goes, "My family is has a bit of wealth, pedigree, if you will. Born and raised in Paradel, and they're very proud. Many generations living in Paradel. So of course I was born of wealth and privilege. Now it may not be overtly obvious to you, but I am not Perrin myself. I am human. Despite that fact, my parents, my family." Being as deeply and devoted and truly nationalistic in Paradel, well, they take to the culture there very, very closely. So I guess I am proud to say that my family is the only human family of the level of wealth that we are that participates in an old Perrin tradition. Indeed, we participate in the Metahina. Gentlemen, you see before you a human Metahina.
does that mean
Yes.
anything to Koa?
Yes. Metahina is, as a reminder, pause. As a reminder, a Metahina is in the Perrin, all Perrin, but particularly of Paradel. Reminder, Perrin is a race. Particularly of Paradel, the nation. The last born child, when they turn 20, they lose their family name and instead acquire the last name Metahina. And they lose all ties to their family, any wealth that they would have in their family, their name, any connections they would have, family, friends, all that completely severed. You must now go into the world and make your own name for yourself. And if you do some action, some activity, whatever it is, bold enough, whatever it might be, that you can bring it to the courts in Paradel and earn yourself a proper last name, then you can no longer be a Metahina. You can now start your own family with your own last name, right? And so back to the game. So that does mean something to you. And he goes, but trying to explain this to everybody around, well, certainly I cannot legally use my family name because they went through the courts and made it binding, the fact that I have a Metahina, but explaining that you're a human Metahina to people is, let's just say it grows wearisome. Very wearisome. Like trying to explain to your relatives how it is that you make money off of YouTube. It is grating after a while. That being said, it's just easier to adopt a nickname. And so therefore, I am Melik the Bastard, since I have no family that claims me.
Great. I'm Koa of the
to
Free
it.
Folk, formerly of Tizian Dale. You've met Mikhail, Aldo, and you didn't want to hear about Willie or Messi. They're not really with us, but well, they are right now.
He says, well, honestly, I have no interest in them or that other fellow you had with you. But that all out of the way, I guess let's get down to brass tacks, as they say.
Well, we need Casper to be a part of this situation. He's also one of our inside people. He's in a worse situation than you when it comes to them. If he just tries to run, it will go very badly. So he's helping us.
When I earn my own name, and believe you me, I will, I want to have a mother to return to. That fellow seems like he would have sold her to Ishtara 3 months ago had he the opportunity.
3 months ago, he probably would, but
In fact, yesterday he probably would, but
Not
seemingly had a
exactly
change of
inspiring
heart.
hope. So trust.
but that was before he met us. Regardless, he's already helped us quite a bit and had plenty of opportunities to see himself out of what we're doing, and he didn't take them. So he's earning some trust, and frankly, we need his help. He knows the area better. He knows the organization better. He can make better use of your the landmarks that you saw.
And he led
Actually
me
get
to
us the place.
Guinevere, and she is amazing.
Who?
Oh, the herbalist. Sorry, yes.
I've heard about
Oh,
her. He says, perking up and looking your way, like everything, as if everything else fell off.
Outstanding in every way.
really? You got to later.
No, she's spoken.
Focus.
No, not that kind of interested in. No.
I don't believe you. Says, listen.
He draws his sword.
Yeah, we need to find out where this place is, and the other people you said you saw that had the lash mark. We need to know about them. None of those people can stay free.
I understand. Listen, I am not an idiot. I was trained very well in the ways of arcane magics. Not at one of those colleges, but my parents got for me a private tutor. And so, but I know my ways around the art just as good as anybody who went to one of those schools. And so I made sure to leave markings as we went. The very wagon that we rode on, I left a marking on it to make sure I can identify which one it was. And when we got to where it was that we went, I left a couple of markings on trees. And as he's saying this, he looks at Koa, who looks a little, distracted, and he's like, "I don't mean I pissed on them."
Oh, we've dealt with a piss tree before, but that's good.
He
Hard to
screws up his
detract that.
face and then looks at Mikhail.
It was a landmark, but you're talking about the arcane mark spell, I'm assuming.
Nods. Shakes his head slightly.
Can you show us?
Well,
just
no.
mark the inside of
I
object.
I couldn't. I'm not so foolish as to make it so it's visible for others. Only I can see my mark.
Of course.
So at the time, you thought you would be brave enough to go back, which means that we were right about you. Hero, after all.
He
Yay! Aldo claps.
It's funny because like what you're saying actually makes proper logical sense, and he like locks his jaw for a couple of seconds, and then he softens to it with Aldo is like over the top, kind of poking fun reaction. He's like, "Well, I suppose maybe there's a bit of hero in me."
I think there's quite a bit. I mean, you seem to be revealing more and more of it as we speak.
That he says, "Well, fine. I left marks, so I would know about where it is, but understands I couldn't leave many marks. That'd be foolish. It's not like I was diving out of the wagon and I couldn't open the windows, so there was no way to leave marks on the trail. But if we get to the right region, I know I can find the marks if we're close enough. That would help."
Problem is, a dozen men, while problematic, leads more issues to me in that even if we were to be able to tear through them relatively easily, with that many, if they start to realize that things are going sideways, it's possible they could use hostages or, start killing the people we're there to save. I wonder if the guard or anyone else could lend assistance, though I do fear that maybe their ranks have been infiltrated, but for the safety of those involved, it would be nice to have a bit more numbers on our side.
Fortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to do it. Although we do have something that we're unsure if they have, I suppose. Our two friends here, he looks at Mikhail and the other guy, and he's like, they can use magic. You seen Mikhail put those people to sleep the other day? We could thin, if we do this properly, we could thin out their numbers before they really know what's going on.
Yes, I suppose I can't begin to assess the amount of depth of your magical abilities and such, but what else do you two have up your sleeves? Can you disappear people or make them fly underground or go insane? I don't know. Turn on their friends, burst into flames.
I have magic that can hit my target no matter how well they try to hide from me. He says, smiling. Lethal attack, too.
Never missing and it
kill
kills.
A man.
Well, if you do that a dozen times, you don't even need us.
No. Something don't understand. I could just kill a man.
Yes, and once you've done it, you realize you can do it as well.
Mikhail is just looking at it perplexed. If you explain it, I'll probably understand. I went to one of those schools you don't seem so fond of.
Yes, but we learned vastly different things. That was something that was meant to be more defensive than offensive, right? Magics I know are different than that. For instance, with a simple spell, I can learn about your lineage. I can learn who your closest relatives are. Things like that. Different focuses. As I said,
do me.
Aldo looks like kind of upset because you beat him to asking exactly what you just asked.
He draws a steadying breath and says, "Magic is not unlimited. It draws deep from within. I can't exactly exhaust myself on this. I don't carry around cumbersome tomes or rattle off these long, luxurious phrases or tossing about expensive reagents. My magic is trained to live deep within me."
Didn't you just change the flavor of wine twice in the last hour?
That's simple stuff.
Which still has its limits.
I
Clearly
find
you're very
myself
well-trained.
wondering, okay, you can kill a man and you can tell a man's lineage and family and you can change the flavor of drink.
He draws a breath, rubbing his temple, draws a breath and says, "I'm not going to work through the entire gambit of what it is that I'm capable of. Just please understand that there's a significant amount of things that can be done with magic. And I don't This is a strange conversation. He looks at you and says, the impropriety of people that aren't educated.
It's
to
true.
tap his sword. I'm quite educated in things that matter, and if we're going to go attack a dozen slavers and try to keep those that are being held hostage safe, a strategy might not be the worst idea.
He taps his sword as well and says, and this one was gifted by one of the princes of Paradel.
And how many decapitations has that one done?
In its lifetime, I'm sure more than a few.
By your hand, friend.
I am not exactly someone who's going to do something so barbaric as to remove the head of my foes.
Well, you make them suffer. That's cruel.
He nods and says there are many types of suffering, and they will experience them all if need be. Kind of bolstering.
Well, you see our sock on the ground over there. I shoved that right into one of their mouths. Very disgusting. In fact, he vomited, almost died from it. It was terrible, actually.
He looks at Mikhail and says, are you certain there's no others?
This is where Aldo picks up the sock and walks towards Willie, and you see Willie being like, no!
He's just like
Picks
jabbing
up the
it at
sock
him.
with a stick.
He's just like waving it in front of the bars. Oh my god. This is, it doesn't seem like it, but I can vouch for their prowess. Really. The stuff about the bandits, I was there for that.
Fine. I know which direction they went, and I believe if I know Edir well enough, I've seen quite a few maps in my hunt, that there is a patch of woods in that direction. If we get to that patch of woods, I can see the markings. The markings work by any like gestures to you, like obviously you know, but he's explaining to these idiots. He says, the marking works by shedding light, so unfortunately going there during the day, it's not super obvious. At nighttime, it'll shine well enough that you can see it at a distance in the dark. During the day, you can see it, but it won't stand, against the dark backdrop. You have to find it. So if we wait till this evening, which honestly, if we were to travel now, it'd probably be well into the evening before we got there anyways, then I'd likely be able to find the markings and find where it was that they led us to.
When is the auction taking place?
Not tomorrow, but the next day.
That tracks with what we'd thought.
We should definitely nail down the location before then, even if we decide to try to infiltrate the auction itself.
Like Koa said, though, I think striking while the auction is not on would be better because they're likely to have less security.
It'll be safer.
I think I was one that
means we're going to miss some targets.
My concern... Well, here's the other thing. I guess if we waited till the auction, we would at least know some of the interested buyers, and we could have them arrested or dispensed of as well. Foul sort that would buy people. But it does mean more people in the way, more chaos, and more likelihood that, those bound get hurt.
Yes. It is definitely more dangerous. Now, granted, we're smaller in numbers. Chaos works in our favor against the larger force. I'm just worried that if we strike beforehand, we will be safer, but some of the people that we need to get off the streets will not be present. We'll miss some of them. And
if we keep one alive, though, perhaps they could lead us to that person.
Almost sounds like there's more than 3 people doing this.
Do you know any?
Well, there is. Oh.
He frowns. And then the door starts moving. Everything. Turns and looks. And eventually you see that it's Casper coming in. And he's actually surprised to see all of you guys.
Compete in here.
Because like you sent him away before you.
5.
So he like, oh.
Come on in. Just having a nice discussion about our strategy here.
Nods. Come over and join you guys.
Casper, would you say you're the heroic sort?
No.
Great. Wait, no? Would you like to be?
he actually looks at you, and there's like a bit of like hope in his eyes, and he's like, "Yes."
Excellent. Well, that makes 5.
Mikhail would pick up, like, there's almost like a degree of, the word reverence is maybe a little overstated, but similar look in the eye from Casper to Koa in this. Obviously, unless he's too tired to put 2 and 2 together, Aldo understands why. But Mikhail would maybe pick that up, not necessarily draw attention to it, that's up to you, but he would notice that. Koa's a little too full of himself at the moment.
That's a surprising answer. All right, 5 it is.
Listen, I can't be infiltrating this place. If you're going to attack it, you should attack beforehand. If I infiltrate, they might throw me down the pit, and there is no way in hell I'm getting thrown down that pit. I didn't learn Featherfall, he said.
Most people didn't, but some were heroes anyway.
He frowns and says, "You can't see the bottom of the pit."
I fell
That
down
is
quite a
right.
hole myself yesterday, and I'm still here and ready to fight.
That one exploded first.
Did you have a foreign cuisine you're not familiar with?
No,
there was a
alchemist.
clay pot
Yeah.
surrounded by other clay pots, and they exploded. The floor disappeared, and I fell down a hole after getting hit with a big barbed club.
Realizing they're being serious, he's like, "I don't know what adventures you get up to, but this is a pit that seems to have no bottom."
No, there is a bottom. We captured one of the lashed men in another town who told us that, basically, perhaps this group consists of what, maybe 10 with the lash?
He shrugs and says, "Maybe the rest are hired."
Well,
Yeah.
based on what we've heard from Casper and this group and Messi over there and some of the others, it sounds like they do. They have different, what's the word I'm looking for? Different little minor
"I'll be
factions here.
6," he says, interrupting you.
Who does? Messi?
Yeah. I could be a hero.
Did he say socks?
You say that, and he's like, and like again goes almost like fetal, hugging his knees.
You surrendered to us last night, then tried to blow us up. In fact, you did blow us up.
Oh, sorry. Did I say Messi? That would have been Willie.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
Oh, it was Willie. Oh,
yeah. Willie was more willing to work with us.
Yeah,
a little
yeah,
bit.
I was gonna threaten Messi with the sock. I'm not gonna threaten Willie with it. He's
Yeah.
too traumatized.
Oh, okay. He's like, "I could be 6. I could be a hero."
Perhaps. We'll consider it. I mean, he would be an extra body out there, assuming he wouldn't turn on us immediately, which he might.
Looks away from them and goes, "Extra body indeed. Man, looks like he's not going to survive the evening."
Yeah, he needs to not be a part of this.
And it's a proper rosewater bath.
I mean, to be fair, he made himself a part of it when he started selling people.
Oh no, I just mean a part of weird. He's not really up to it.
I'll give him hope.
Maybe orange slices?
So, really, what are we? I guess our main goal needs to be to free the people who were there, right?
Yes. And if we can, at the same time, put an end to the ring itself and get rid of all those with lashes, either get them locked up or dispensed of, where this won't continue to happen. But yes, saving the people is the first and most important goal, despite the fact that one of them is a councilman's son.
Well, that's the main reason I was on this trail.
Oh. That's right. The councilman's son. Was it Gemsmith?
You saw him?
She was quite proud that she had acquired him. Apparently, she figures she could sell him for a pretty good price, knowing that he would be able to fetch a fancy ransom later on. I don't think you have to worry too much about his overall safety. If he is sold off, likely it's going to be... I mean, who really wants a noble son for more than just ransoming them back for profit?
How did you react when she was showing you these people?
He looked at you and says, I was horrified. It was
I don't know,
genuinely frightening.
how were you perceived?
Oh.
He played the part.
I have a way.
That's great. Tell me how this sounds, right? What if you were to meet back with, what's her name?
Terrible.
Just wait. And if you wanted another look, say maybe you're interested in Gemsmith, for instance, right? And you're able to get back on this wagon. We meet you in the forest. What if we waylay the wagon, take her prisoner, yeah, and then that way we know where we're going, and we can then start our infiltration. There may be ways to peer like other people. You know what I mean? Maybe draw some of them out.
Listen. I just went on 2 fantastic dates with a slave trading woman. She sells people. And then, after being a little bit rattled, though I played the part, he says, echoing Mikhail's words but pointing at Aldo, though I played the part, when she invited me back to her place, I was not feeling well that evening. And then, the very next day, somebody comes waltzing into where it was that I chose to spend the night and starts inquiring about all of this. And then I go running through town talking about the stuff with them. I would not be surprised if she has people hunting me down right now. How do I know she wasn't watching me?
Either way, you'd be heading to the same place, yes?
Listen, that woman is too beautiful to not be the kind of crazy that has me stalked. Besides, look at me. I am quite stalkable. I am stock-worthy, gentlemen.
I mean, I wouldn't be worried about you if you were competition in a bar, but I suppose in general, sure, you're fine. But either way, you'd be headed to the same place. Either as
I think you could pull this off.
Date or
I think
captive.
I think if you manage to get through the camp where they've got them or whatever it is, I think you'd be fine for this.
My name is Melik the Bastard, not Melik the Minnow. You will not hang me off some hook.
I thought you were a hero and wanted to appease the gods and break the chains and all that.
Look, your charm can be used as a weapon. That's what we're suggesting. Besides, only you and I know what I was there for other than to meet you. You made a big scene, but nobody knows what it was about.
A better title than Hero of Leshev is the Hero of Hodgwyn. It's a much bigger town.
It is true.
Damn. It's true.
Melik, the hero of Hodgwyn. I can see it now.
And pull it off.
And let's not forget, I don't know, the men, women, children that are being kept in cages and potentially sold off because it's a little scary, the thought of meeting with a beautiful woman who might want to lock you up.
There's also ones kept in cages that want to be heroes too.
Step like in front of anyone's view of Willie. And besides, with Aldo's plan, if we waylay this wagon with you two in it, that's a really good reason for you to have disappeared.
He frowns and says, it's a half-cocked plan.
Well, let's half-cock it the rest of the way.
No, I mean literally gesturing, open hands towards Aldo. The one that's half-cocked is coming up with it.
Don't underestimate him. We did, and he proved us quite wrong.
I've seen how much he can drink. He's not halfway yet. But no, think about it. It's a good plan.
What if, speaking of half-cocked, right? What if, I reckon I could do it if I had this woman in front of me. I reckon I could pull off this redhead woman.
What?
Excuse me. Pull her off the wagon?
I think
I could do that too.
No. We replace her with me, except I look like her.
Every man in this town appears to be in love with this lady, and no matter how much
Listen.
clothing you put on,
can-
I'm not sure that I would find you quite as the
can do
same.
it.
I don't think
I remembered I
that's-
have a hero point that can give me a +8. I can do it.
Everybody's you see he's like I don't think that, and then what's his name what's his name
Willie or
Casper. Casper's
Casper.
Casper's like, no offense Aldo, but I don't think you can do that.
Makeup does wonders. Don't worry.
To be fair, now Mikhail,
there's
he did
spells that could.
He did pull off that
No one
look
likes
the
those
one day
spells.
that had you fooled for the entire trip.
He disguised himself as a crusty older man, which
I think they'd be pushing the limits of what spells could do.
I'm
Thing
just
this isn't
saying,
a spell.
I've learned
Not
not to
a-
underestimate Aldo too much.
true.
Gentlemen,
However,
have any of you ever met or seen Ashtara?
No, but if we capture
she's a
her, pull her
slave
off a
trader,
wagon,
and
we
you
would
went
have
on a
seen it.
second date with her.
I didn't know after the first date. I knew after the second date. On the second date, I'll say. On the second date, in which case I ended the date as quickly as I could. In my
And
defense.
3 times you felt the need to defend her. She's that hot. It's
True
gonna
as
be a
may be.
reach, Aldo.
Gentlemen,
And the third date's the one we're most likely to get everywhere.
Gentlemen, it is arguable as to whether or not she has Hafuwe blood.
So she
I
might
need
be
to
a
look
fair
up the
challenge.
disguise rules. Give me a second.
-2 for gender, -2 for race. It's like, yeah.
Well, I'm rolling with a +16, right? I got this, surely.
Rolls a 1.
Yeah.
Well,
I
well,
think
but the
you're
thing is,
doing-
17.
but arguably, meaning like she's on the border of small sized.
But she's not. She's still medium sized, which mechanically doesn't.
changing
give you
height
any-
is another minus. So you'd be at like a -6 at least.
I think it's changing size categories.
No, because like even magic
Yeah.
can't change. It's magic, like disguise self only changes you up to a foot, which your character's 5'10", so that means the highest you can be is 4'10". The shortest you can be is 4'10". With magic, without
difference in
magic,
gender, difference in race. Agents. Yeah, size.
Look.
Size category is huge.
Size category. I'm just saying.
what does it say?
Rules as written.
What does it say? Minus what?
So yeah,
That's-
size category.
Size category is -10, but she's still a
There's nothing for
medium.
just height.
She's
There's
not
nothing for
small.
just height.
Oh, hold on. Let me look up for this.
Oh god, the bonuses to perception against it though are really.
I want to Mrs. Doubtfire the slave trade, Scott.
I want to also, but it looks like it's gonna be
dearie.
damn difficult.
All right, let's see. Different size category is a -10.
Yeah,
But she's not a different
she's
size
not actually a
category.
different size
She's not a.
category.
Yep.
What I said was she's so the way that medium size works is I have to remember the heights of medium size because then put that compared to what height she is. So give me 1 second. So there's a Pathfinder
Is it 4'3"
size categories.
Hang
or
on,
some
hang
shit?
on.
I can't remember.
So space, reach, height. And let's go down to the chart. So typical. So for
Does this mean I
medium
can make a
size-
tall gnome that's a
Well,
medium?
hold
You know,
on.
medium
size
huh?
is 4 foot to 8 foot tall. She would be taller than 4 feet. How are you at 5'10" pretending to be somebody who's 4'4"?
I don't think she's 4 foot
D&D
tall.
isn't a perfect system, but it's the one we have to play in.
I'm just saying, like, how do you pull that off without magic? How does it logically work?
Right. Well, you get a cloak, a really
he puts
long.
his shoes on his
cloak.
knees. and
Yeah,
then
you
he
put your
just-
shoes on
he
your
just- he
knees,
just
you tie
aches the
them
next
around, and
day.
you walk around like that.
Your sneakers become your quite thick derriere, like because your feet are so folded behind.
Exactly. And he just walks a little funny, and then he's very sore the next day.
Oh man, I mean the rules do just give a -10. That is
Just-
the rules, and
That's
I'm
for a
going to.
size category.
That's size
Yeah.
category.
That's
Just
I,
a -10.
I'm not disagreeing with that. So different age category, definitely. Well, no, because you're both you're both in the same age category
Mature.
because you're not
whatever. Yep.
you're not over 35, so you're fine.
Nope.
So age works, so you don't have to deal with that one. So it's a -2 for race, -2 for gender, and a -10. You're dealing with a -14.
Wait, what am I using? What is it? A -14?
Yeah, where's
My-
the extra 10?
What do you mean was extra 10?
Why is it another minus?
Because she's
10?
not a different size category. She's technically medium.
Oh,
Why is that -14?
So I'm applying the 10 because she's too short for it to not count. It's too much. You're
That
talking.
doesn't sound like
'cause-
rules is written.
No, because it's not.
Yeah.
It's not like you're making yourself like artificially a little bit bigger. Like I'm adding like
8 foot to 4 foot
You're
is
you're
the same
literally.
as 5 foot to 4 foot.
It was 5'10" to below 4'6". You're literally taking off over a.
This was a great
height.
plan, and I'm upset that we can't do it anymore.
I'm not saying.
That's
you
all I'm
can't-
saying.
I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm saying
is not
that-
So it's the
feasible to
same
do anymore,
penalty as
then.
if he were 8 feet tall and going to 3 feet tall.
Oh God. Oh, fine.
It's fine. That would work terribly anyway.
I hate it, but
It's up to you.
It is-
technically up to you.
it is technically not the next size category down. Oh God, that makes no sense. What I'll do is I'm going to
Don't
DMFI it.
disagree with it.
I'll DMFI it. I'm gonna put a -5 instead of a -10. I will impose a -5 instead of -10. So 5, 2, and 2 is a -9. What was your modifier, Jake?
+16
You have a +16.
with a hero point. If I
Oh,
use the
pre-rolling a hero point.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's gonna use the hero point. Yeah.
Otherwise, I have a +8.
Oh, that's still you're still rolling with a +7 on that. That's legit.
Yeah, it is. But at the same time, the way I was thinking, right, was if we can somehow draw them, like the guards at the front, if we could draw them out, right?
Yep.
Any like say like the wagon broke down and we need them to come and help get it moving. Anything to just draw some out and start whittling the
Yeah.
numbers down.
I was about to chime in with that. Is that like you don't have to have like a flawless disguise up close.
Yeah,
Right.
but I really
enough that they
wanted to.
get-
I wanted to look so much like her.
But hold on.
there was
hold on.
no chance.
Do you have a regular disguise kit or a masterworked?
I get a +2 from regular. I just have a disguise kit which says it gives a +2.
Or a standard disguise kit gives a +2?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, masterwork always gives a +2 on top of whatever the normal is. So what you can say is instead of like buying a masterwork kit, right? Is you can, because you're literally with somebody that, well, 2 people that know her, one that knows well, like theoretically they can help you. No, it doesn't really
No,
work.
see, if I had the masterwork disguise kit or whatever, right? Once we took her captive, I could just do it because I've got her right in front of me.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Oh yeah, heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see. Yeah, I see what you're trying to do.
Either way, so
'Cause,
it's
yeah,
a
I could-
minus. It's a -9, so you're rolling with a +7. It's up to you, Jake, if that's worth it for you.
I'm just trying to think. I think hitting them before the auction is the right move. You know what I mean? They could have documentation, or we could take some of them, hopefully alive, which could out some of the
Lead to
buyers.
fight
But I think
buyers,
it's
yeah.
it's important to get the people out now.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, to speak to that too, like I still like the plan of trying to like hit the wagon even before we go to the place, because if we
Yeah.
can capture her, that's big, because she's gonna know a
Yeah.
lot of shit.
So, let me just raise a point here. Is there a reason why we aren't getting the, I don't know, authorities involved? And you'll actually hear Casper snort at that. Go ahead.
Well, we've already encountered instances where they've been a part of the authorities. You've heard the Dan song, right?
Dan.
Oh, you heard the Tony version. It's-
It's already been covered as a cover of this song.
Dan.
Long story short, friend, they infiltrated the guard in the Chev, and our fear is that if we alert the authorities and word starts to spread, if they have someone in the guard or someone who overhears it, then everyone is either being moved or killed, or both, and they will disappear, and we will be back at square one.
And judging by Casper's reaction here, that's exactly it.
Just in square one, honestly.
He doesn't say anything. Casper doesn't.
No, but I just think if we do manage to capture her, that's huge. Especially if we can tie her to any of this. But ultimately, yeah, we got to get in there and free whoever we can, capture who we can, and then chase any leads after that.
Casper chimes in and says, "You know, a woman of her stature, someone, she likely knows her way around a blade.
Yeah.
Might be best not to have her. What if she causes more injury? Is it a lot? You said there's 12? Maybe it's not
Put her to sleep.
That's if that works.
Why wouldn't it work?
It can be resisted.
Yeah,
was it Willie that resisted?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No. He shrugs because you're like, why? Because he can't describe it. But sorry, Mikhail was saying
it can be resisted. I mean, even when I used it on Willie, it made him drowsy, but it's not foolproof.
Oh, good for you, Willie.
Like a hero.
If only you were on the other
Just
side
ignore
during
him.
that fight, yeah?
If only.
I think that getting the numbers in our favor the best we can ahead of time is a good idea. I think getting information from her, maybe not necessarily infiltrating the place right away, but if we can get her on the wagon, ambush it, and get control of both the wagon and her, somehow get her back here, that is another person we could interrogate, more information we could get, and one less we would have to deal with during the actual liberation.
What extra information do we need?
Well,
If she knows
her
who the other
cohorts.
people that are marked are, if she knows if there's someone corrupt in the guard, if she knows who's in the guard that's corrupt, we can immediately rule that person out, and perhaps get the guard involved.
I agree with
see-
Melik here. I don't think we have enough time to run these leads.
She's not likely going back until our, because we were supposed to spend time together this evening, even. So she wasn't intending on going back there, as far as I knew. We had quite the evening set for ourselves. She can likely just be left here and do what needs to be done there, and then pick her up afterwards. Maybe you'll have enough proof that the authorities can help you.
Right, or she could
That
slip
might
away
work.
in the meantime.
Word would have to get back to her first.
The dance song beat us here. I just want to say, of all stupid things, that beat us here. You think her with all her connections can't learn something a few miles away?
It did.
She
but,
does
at least
still
there
have
was
a
few
house in
days.
Harrod. Perhaps if she was going to flee, she may go past there first. There's a chance.
I'm just saying she
The-
may have
where we
more
don't-
useful intel. Or
Yeah.
perhaps keys to get in. Or perhaps, again, we can know if we can get the guard on our side and go in there with a team of 10 or 20 instead of just us 4.
Rule the guard out, because that won't work.
Look,
Unfortunately, it's up to us. And once again, I said this the first time, but we've been given a task that is, seems to be too much for us. But it's something that I guess we've all accepted and going to do. I think taking her would be a good idea, but it should be done either tonight, and then we still move on this thing ASAP, because she might report with people here, right? And the moment that she gets captured and she's not around anymore and they can't find her, then it's a tip-off in itself, right? Either we move on her tonight, or we start making way to the forest, and we'll have to get her later, or somebody will.
I think the latter makes the most sense. We have to free these people. If we try to go after her first for some reason and that doesn't go well, and there's a lot of variables involved, we might just get all of them killed.
I'll just keep an
Which
eye on her
means
while you
we'll
guys
have
are
to-
gone, says Willie.
Exactly. We'll have to leave Melik here, and he'll have to play that role.
Very well,
We
then
need
we
him
go.
to find the place.
We go for the place
Only he
tonight.
can see the marks. Yeah.
He might be able to see the marks, but there's wagon tracks that go through here. Koa, if I remember, is competent with following tracks.
And
Cool.
finding my way around them, yes, even though I did lead us into some murderous plans.
I'd be surprised if they just left wagon tracks.
Do you think they cover them up?
I think they don't want people to find their hideout.
I
There are ways
suppose.
to cover them.
It would still be kind of difficult and very timely to do if this place is as far and they were moving as fast as it claims. But he's got the
Depends.
markings, and between the markings and the wagon tracks and the horse tracks and the footprints and whatnot, it shouldn't be too difficult. Plus, they somehow moved all of these people out there. And if there's a dozen men out there, they all had to get out there. This is a somewhat well-traveled path, one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, that if we're just going to track the place on our own, then
No, I
didn't need
believe
to
we
do any
take
of the rest
Melik
of
with
this.
us and you use the symbols, but I think we've also got a secondary thing to aid us in getting between the two.
So we bring him with us. We go to the facility. We free everyone we can, capture who we can, and we try to circle back and get to Walnut. If she escapes, I mean, she's high
Malik
profile. But
plays
she can't lie
his
too
role
low.
well enough, then it shouldn't be an issue.
Well,
But when would he be doing that? Is he doing that tonight? Because then he can't go with us.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be able to come.
but he's the one who has the markings down that we'll be looking for.
It's the only way for sure that we can find the place. There's a chance that you can't follow the tracks for some reason, or maybe just around the facility that they've cleared that kind of stuff out.
Write her a letter. You're feeling ill, you apologize, you'd love to see her again, but tonight you're still not well or something. I don't know, you're good at talking.
Yes. I can.
Be romantic, be good at it.
I did say I wasn't feeling well last night. I guess I can deeply apologize for that and let her know that I still intend to
Yes,
spend
you've
the
been
next...
thinking of nothing but her and blah, 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 blah. Perfect.
He looks at you and goes, "Dost my ears deceive me? Are you a lover boy? Are you a lover boy?"
Not currently spoken for, but he tries to change the subject. Back to the point.
Everyone has surprises.
I disagree with this, and my main reason for so is because she has shown him this place. If he suddenly goes missing and she does look for him and he is nowhere to be found, that will tip her off to something. Whether he tried to escape or something else has happened, she'll be on edge, which then could alert I was about to say our friends and our targets, I guess you could say. I'm all for having him come along, don't get me wrong, but I do think it's going to cause an issue, whether they'll be tipped off or not. If he just goes missing, there's definitely something that'll come from
Means
it.
they'll be looking for him. Doesn't mean they'll be looking for us, right?
And we'll
Not
only be
for
gone,
us.
what, a night? I mean, he'll be back whenever we come back. We get back, we deal
Then
with
if
her.
she's expecting to meet him tonight, then I guess we're going to have to make a move now.
Well, yeah. He said if we leave soon, we'll get out to the place in the evening. We won't have time to do both things. He can't go to that meeting and lead us to the storage, the goods.
Then I
Don't
say we
have
make our
time.
way.
Yeah.
I would like to have Nightstorm along for this. I feel like she's trained to be good in a fight, and we're going to need all the bodies we can get.
I'm sorry. By night storm, I thought you meant like winds to cover the sound of your approach.
Imagine this, a field in the dead of night, storms rolling overneath, lightning striking, thunder blaring, a steed rearing up on her hind legs, showing her might and fearlessness. I tamed that horse, and now I ride her and named her after such, and trust me when I tell you she is good in a fight.
You are? Huh. You know what, Koa? I underestimated you. I'm sorry for that. He stretches out his hand to take yours. Mikhail. Sorry, not Mikhail. Melik. Melik the bastard. Pleasure to meet you.
Koa Attila. Surprisingly underestimated.
He goes, and well titled.
Now then, getting out there, I'm assuming most of us will be going without horses, yes? Melik, I'm assuming you don't have steeds that we could all... Well, I don't need one, but these two. And yourself.
I have a horse, yeah?
Do you have ways of helping us obtain 2 others so that we could ride out and save some time?
I could point you to the market.
I don't know that we can afford horses. They're not cheap.
Indeed, they're not.
Been kind of
could ride
spending all of
two
our
to a
money
steed.
trying to, I don't know, save people from the slave trade, so we're a bit empty-pocketed at the moment.
Are you asking me for
I was
money?
asking if you could fund an expedition to free some people from slavers, yes.
Oh, I don't have that kind of money. I told you my family was cut off. I'm a Medahina.
Sell the horses back when we're done. I don't give a shit.
Well, the other guy goes, how are you Medahina? You're human. See?
Yeah, you missed the story, but it's true. Can't 2 people ride a horse?
I mean, they're skinny enough, I suppose. And he looks at the group of you.
Mikhail's just like, yeah. We don't need 4 horses. We just need 2. We have 2.
Well, that's a lot less heroic looking as you
Wait,
arrive on the
you're gonna
battlefield.
slip my horse's disc?
Is your horse dying of old age?
I mean, 2 full-grown men sitting on top of her back for hours-long travel, especially if you're moving quickly.
Well, even if we move somewhat quickly, it's going to be faster than going on foot, yeah?
I don't weigh very much. I don't have a lot of gear to carry. I'll just ride on yours.
Yeah, just feather lift yourself or whatever you said earlier.
I don't think either of us knows that spell.
Other one.
Don't learn it real quick. Don't you have a book?
I have normal books, yes. All the rest of them were stolen.
Speaking
By-
of stolen, I do know where horses can be acquired.
Is this Melik or is this Casper?
That's Casper.
That sounds like you want us to go steal horses before we ride out to the slaver place.
He
And-
shakes his head and says, "No, I'll do it. I'll bring him to the edge of town for you."
Be careful. If Leshev is anything to go by, horse thieves will probably be treated worse than murderers. So
That's not just Leshev. That's a lot of money.
Unlike Leshev, Hodgwin has capital punishment.
Well, we'll wait for you or we'll expect you to be dead. Just don't tell them our names.
He says, it might take me a bit to get them. If your plan was for tonight, you might be arriving as late as the morning.
No, our plan's to leave now.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little bit harder. He says, I'll go do it if I have to.
I just don't see how that's necessary. Your horse isn't gonna slip a disc that literally people ride horses. 2 people ride horses sometimes.
It's
Just take your
thievery
other
for the
stuff
sake
off.
for the sake of saving people. I think it's a good idea. You'll move
It's
more
thievery
rapidly
for the
with
sake
more
of
than one-
looking more heroic,
Fine.
which doesn't matter.
Pick whichever one of the 2 you think is lighter for your horse. I'll take the other on Nightstorm. Let's go.
We're riding at night. No one's watching.
I thought we were riding now.
it's not nighttime. It's
Well,
now.
we'll get there at night. We'll get there at night, and I'm a songwriter. I'll just pretend we had 4 fucking horses when I write about it.
So even if he does steal your horses, you were still assuming you were taking mine?
I'm saying he
We're
shouldn't
not,
go
he's not
steal
going
the
to get his
horses.
horse in time. We need to leave now. So get your fucking horse. I'll get mine. And we ride out now.
Well, if it's only one horse I'm getting, then that actually I probably could get you one pretty quickly. So we are assuming you're taking mine.
You're coming. What are you talking about?
You're going with us.
Oh, I thought it
You
was staying
bring
here.
your horse.
No, you're writing a letter telling
No.
her you're feeling ill, but you can't wait to see her again. Blah, 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 blah. Her bosom lies the night sky in your eye, and blah, 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 blah.
Yes.
And then you're going
he's
to ride a
coming with
fucking
us.
horse. You're going to put Mikhail or Aldo on the back. I'm going to be on Nightstorm with the other, and we ride out.
Hold
Heroically.
on. I thought I was writing that letter, and then if she came calling looking for me, then
Your letter says I'm still feeling ill. I'll see you tomorrow.
what if she came calling looking for me anyways?
Tell the person
We'll
at the
already
desk, oh,
be
he's
there
much
by
too
then.
ill. He's been throwing up and shitting all night. It's disgusting. You wouldn't want to see him like this, and he wouldn't want you to. Come back tomorrow morning.
Make up something.
Well, better yet,
You're- Acting
tell the bartender to say you're out with another woman.
His eyes are open wide, and then he looks at the others, and then he looks at who's he originally talking to? Mikhail. He looks at Mikhail and says, "Like I said, where are her exes?"
Well, hopefully,
I
gonna go
mean-
save at least one of them.
You're already probably gonna.
No, if you say that,
category?
she could, if she's as crazy as you say, she may start looking to for you, spending time doing what we, don't want her to do, rather than if you say you're sick, she goes there and you're clearly not there. This is simple. I actually think you have something for this woman, which is a bit weird, dude. Considering everything you know and your second date location.
No. If she's that attractive,
No.
I understand it, but we still have to deal with her.
Koa is a man of honor.
And
There've
you?
been a couple
What are we even
unsavory
arguing
types
about
over the
anymore?
years that I'm like, I wouldn't want to spend more than a night, but like a night, you get it.
Listen, fine. I need to return back to the inn then, so I can go and compose this letter and prepare this and slip back out the window. Make sure that nobody sees. Fine. I'll take care of it. I'll do my part. Probably
Great.
can meet you at the edge of town with my horse in about 2.5 hours.
And Casper, can you obtain one horse in that amount of time?
Am I not going with you?
You are. That's why
Can
you're
you
getting the horse.
obtain multiple horses in that amount of time?
I thought we were going to a horse.
Wait, Casper is not coming with us, or is he coming with
Why
us?
not? I thought he was. He wanted to prove himself, right?
Fine, fuck it. Casper's coming with us, so we need more horses.
Casper says, I'll get the horses either way, but do you want me to stick around and try to keep an eye on her and make sure things that she doesn't disappear here or find anything out or at least follow her or something? Or do you want me to go with you? Don't have to
That's what I
answer
was
it now.
thinking is-
I will go and see what I can do about horses.
Yes.
Listen, if I can't steal any, do you have any coins so I can at least try to buy some?
How much do you need for a horse?
He looks at the group of you because he has no idea.
I can give you a gold piece.
How much is it to rent a horse? I'm pretty sure it's not that much.
If he tries to steal it, they're not going to let him rent it.
He says,
How much is it just to rent a horse?
what is renting a horse?
Borrowing it, taking it out, returning it? Do they not do that?
I don't do that in a deer.
Not that I know of.
How much
Even
is it just to
places
buy a
where they do,
horse?
You still pay the full amount up front.
He says, I'm not sure. I've never bought a horse before.
Look into the other two. Do you know how much
You-
it is to buy a horse?
Yeah,
I trained
uh,
mine.
Messy will actually chime in and say, if you want a proper riding horse, it's 8 gold. If you just want a horse, it's 2.
Proper riding. Well, definitely what you want. What would you want when it's improper? 8 gold.
How's Willie looking over at Messi now? That's what I want to know. Now that he's
Yeah.
awake.
Staring daggers down at Messy.
Okay, good.
I'd prefer Casper to stay in the city and be kind of our ears in the city while we're
Yeah,
gone.
I think I agree with you there.
And that
Checking
means-
our pockets, I believe the best idea is to not, in fact, buy or steal horses at the moment.
Yes.
So,
We
the
use
original
two
plan, 2
horses
horses.
that are free.
Alright.
And-
Let's
Fine.
get our stuff and get out of here.
Fine. I have. we can make this work. Says what's his name? Malik.
Malik?
Casper?
Yeah.
Oh.
He says, I'll come with you to go and buy the horses, but I'm not going with you to buy the horses, if you know what I mean. He looks at the group of you and says, how much copper do you have?
Few pieces.
6 pennies.
6? Let me see them.
I got 7.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
This is going well. Okay, how many? He looks at Aldo. How many do you have?
9.
Oh wow. Okay, let me see those two. All right, 22
The coppers,
copper.
right?
Yeah, 22 copper.
Yeah.
Ugh, I don't usually keep such small coinage on me. Here we go. All right, 27 copper. That's what we have. And kind of looking amongst them, among them, he goes, "These 7 are pretty good, but I think we can get away with it for these 15." All right, I'll take these 15. And he pushes the rest of them back. And he says, so mind you, he added 5 of his own. So he hands back everything but 10 of your copper. So divide up how you guys spent 10 copper. He takes it and he goes, okay, they're not the right shape, but they'll be good enough. This will work.
I'll get rid of 4, and you two can get rid of 3 each.
Sounds good.
He looks at the thing and he says, okay, let's meet at the western part of town. Maybe we should move quickly though. 2.5 hours?
Yes,
Yeah.
very quickly. 2.5 hours.
Let's do that.
Wonderful. I need to go and correct the right perfume. And he says as he goes and is like, can somebody open this?
Koa will open it.
Oh.
Yep. He walks out and he's like, that way. And starts heading north and back out of the town.
After he
Out of the
leaves,
rock
Koa will turn to Casper. It is very important that we keep an eye on our lady friend in town, and well, be safe and don't get caught. I think that your the gods are smiling on your actions today.
He goes, I hope so. Thank you. Quick question. I understand that there's a bit of a limit on money here. Hopefully it can be returns by whatever you find down there. If people are going there to buy slaves, they probably have coin on them. Have you thought about hiring people to help you? Brutes aren't, lacking in number around here. Not free folk, he says, but brutes.
Well, here's the thing. We hire some people to go out there and fight with us, and we've come across a bunch of rich people buying and selling slaves, and they say, we'll pay you double what they're paying you to turn on our team. And then we're fighting 24 at 12.
Yeah. Yeah, we can definitely be outbid.
Well, no, you don't necessarily have to tell everybody what's going on. I told you I know a guy. He's halfway, he's a decent person. He works for hire, usually for the for Hod Gwen, but he doesn't work nights. He works a day. Edric was the name. I can introduce you to Edric. I know he's usually his club's for hire. You might even know a couple that are willing to join as well.
Do you know what Edric costs? Because we can't afford a horse. I don't know if we can afford an Edric.
Well, somebody like Edric, I mean, I'll let you tell his price, but I've done work like this before, and I've earned 5 silver in a day.
Great, so we'll be paying that.
He says
It
if
might-
they're not very good, you can get them as cheap as 1 silver in a day.
How we got 2.5 hours? How quick can you get him to talk to us? So we don't
Best-
have a lot of time.
Best bet is for you to go to him. He's usually over in the nicer part of town. I can bring one
Well,
of you
at least-
there. Well, he says I could bring one of you there on my way to go to the stables.
Well, I need to go to the stables anyway, and well, the nicer part of town, is that where we're staying? Yes. Ish.
Yeah. Not the,
That direction,
not the
isn't
bad
it?
part.
Is it the opposite direction?
Medium.
You're just south of it. Yeah, you're in the medium part of town, but you're south of the nicer part of town or whatever. If I remember. Oh no, it's, yeah.
If we can make a pit stop by, I need to gather my horse. You see on the way.
Yeah, he goes. I can bring you there. I don't know why he's taking 2.5 hours, but I should have some horses for you. Actually, I had to go join up with him. I'll introduce you to Edric, and then I've got to go join up with him back at the colors stay.
Right.
Right.
Well, let's get moving then. Behave yourselves. We'll see you tonight.
Does that mean I'm coming?
Perhaps.
I hope not. It's just you two in there. I leave. Or I start heading out.
Don't mind
vicious-
him. Perhaps you will. We'll come back and fetch.
I was gonna say vicious mockery would kill a man. Like, you know, commoners. Calm down, Keegan. All right, cool. So let's just make sure. I know that obviously Koa is going to collect his horse and then wants to go and meet up with E08. That's fine. And then what's his fuck has to go off to go meet back up with Melik, which is fine. Which is fine. Where are the two of you going? You just following along with what Koa is doing?
Yeah, I was wanting to talk to E08 anyway.
Cool. And Jake?
Unless
I'm going to go back to the inn and
Aldo needs
sleep
me.
for like 2 hours because he's
Your
tired.
proper bedroom. Not here to keep an eye on your prisoners. You want to go back to the inn?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So
I'm going to get my stuff, my crossbow, everything's there.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, you're like, I'm gonna go get my stuff at the inn.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm gonna have to swing back by there anyway to get whatever else.
No, I'll
just
get
in
your
case.
stuff for you. It'll take me a couple of minutes. All right, cool. So, all right, Jake and Wade and Keegan. He brings you over to this fancy. When I say the fancy part of town, it's where the really nice houses are. Like the really nice houses happen to be. There's also one building there that kind of stands out for you. It's an older building that's not super well maintained. Not as well maintained as all the other ones, but it's a much older building. So much older, actually, Wade, that it has that same stone that we've discussed multiple times, with like the kind of like metal veins, if you will, running through it. And so when you're walking up towards this old building, you can actually see there's a few people standing outside the building. Two of them just kind of like lazily pacing around it, having a conversation with one another, and one of them sitting on the stoop in front of it, just sitting there. And you hear from Kethrel walking up. He's like, "Oh, that's E08 right there, on sitting down."
Great. Mikhail, you notice the rock, same as the ruins, same as the bridge and the shed and so on and so forth.
Yeah. I kind
Speaking
of
of which,
taken
did you
notice
notice-
of it.
Earlier when we were in the ruins, there was actually a building that was still kind of standing too. Anyway, to E08.
Right. Maybe I'll look at it next time.
As you guys get closer, he's like, "Just follow my lead." And he takes a couple steps ahead of you, and he's like, "Hey, E08, how you doing?" E08 looks over and goes, "Hey, Casper, what are you selling?" And he's like, No. I wanted to introduce you to some friends of mine. Mm-hmm. He's like, "These are my friends, Koa and Mikhail." Koa and Mikhail? E08. He looks
Cole
at
put out a
you,
hand.
gives you like a nod. What did you say?
Cole put out like his hand.
So like walk up to where he's sitting and they put out a hand. He'll shake your hand, and he says, "Free folk."
Indeed.
He'll stand up. Because he's on a step, he's slightly taller than you because he's on the step, and he says, "Well met." Then looks over at what's his name? Jesus, Casper. It's juggling names right now.
Oh.
Looks over at Casper and says, "What are you selling?" And he's like, "Honestly, I have things to take care of." Looks at the two of them, time and everything. I'll just let you guys get acquainted. Nice seeing you, E08. Mm-hmm. And he goes and walks off awkwardly. E08 looks at the two of you, doesn't say anything, just kind of looks bored. Let me describe E08. E08 is a human in his mid to late 30s. He definitely imagine like an old dock worker, right? Like definitely has worked hard his whole life. Very calloused hands. Kind of a bit of a surly look to him, but just because it's one of those things like there's a job to do, I'll get the job done. And the fact that literally has a cudgel with him as his primary instrument of his work, you can imagine that work is not always savory, right? He doesn't have a cruelness to him, almost like boredom or disinterest. The other two walking around, they're younger, a bit more spry, probably in their early 20s or so. One of them is kind of, nursing a fresh, well, not actively nursing, but you can see he has a fresh, black eye with like a small healing scar on the side of his head. But the two of them are walking around talking. One of them says a joke and they chuckle, but then they come around the corner and see you guys. And so they're slowing down their pace, but like clearly you have their attention as we turn our attention back to you guys. Edric's standing there. I assume one of you guys speak first.
Well, you'll be glad to know we're not selling anything. We actually need some help. I'm trying to think of how... He looks at Koa and says, I'm trying to think of how much to even mention here.
Real quickly, an odd question, but can we just see your forearms?
Good start there.
Holds up his forearms.
No lashes.
No. I mean, he has lots of tattoos, but no lashes.
Excellent. We need a couple of well, free folk, but unfortunately there aren't a whole lot here for hire at the moment. But we have a relatively dangerous task, and we need some bodies to help us accomplish it. And Thalindra herself has deemed this a worthy cause. And with some odd and interesting turns, it's led us to you.
And we need to move quick, actually.
Very, very quickly.
So, your spouse is cheating on you and you need someone to crack your boyfriend's skull?
No, children are being sold around the nation, and we need to save them before they are.
Oh, so we're doing that way. Okay.
Well, I mean, if we're going to be taking them with us, they should probably know what they're getting into. Yeah.
He says,
Yeah.
They're selling kids now? Disgusting.
Love that answer. Yes.
So you know who we're talking about.
Know what you're talking about.
Oh,
Well,
yeah, they're close by. Relatively.
So, hold up. I want to understand this correctly. You're saying that you're going to make a move against the trade?
yes.
Yes. It's probably same time.
I mean, I'm interested. How much you paying? That's a pretty hazardous job.
Well, we can offer your usual rates, but if you're willing to do it at a discounted rate for the sake of the liberation cause, we'd love that too. But we won't try to dishonor you by offering you less than you're worth, so I'll just ask what you want to do it.
Well, what do you got going with you?
4 of us, 2 horses at the moment. We expect about a dozen we're going up again.
4 against 12?
Yeah, that's why we thought we'd get 3 more and give them at least well, 4 against 12 they had a chance. 7 against 12 we figured they really don't have any chance.
And 2 of us have spells at our disposal, so that helps.
That's a tall ask.
There's likely buyers there. We'll cut you in on whatever you pick up off them as well.
We have us and every guard and a deer on our sides on this one.
So hold up. You're willing to pay me and I get a cut of what's found?
Yes, the cut of what's found is meant to factor into that payment rate. You know, we only have so much at our disposal immediately.
So small amount up front and more later on.
Yeah.
We don't know what to expect. It could be nothing. It could be...
No. I get it. I get it. I can't speak for others. But if you're offering a cut at the end, yeah, I'd be willing to do this pro bono.
I like that.
We find like 30 gold and he's like, half's mine.
I mean, not half. He gets an equal share.
He gets an equal share.
He goes, I'll make it. He goes, I'll do that, but I can get a couple to join, but we don't cut them in on the deal.
That is up to you and how you deal with it.
Obviously, you guys don't exactly have a lot to spend, but I like what it is you're doing. I've been doing that for years. It's disgusting. But nobody's done anything yet. I figure, I always thought I'd die in Ori. So, weather's beautiful this time of year. Figure if you're going to go out, might as well watch the leaves changing while you're doing it, right?
Well, I don't plan on dying today. I've got other things to do. So we're just going to succeed. kill a bunch of slavers, hopefully take a couple of prisoner rather, figure out where the others are that they have planted around, take care of them, and eliminate the trade altogether.
It's hopeful. He says, looks to Mikhail to see if he's as foolish.
He's actually that confident. I'd like to not die, but at least if I do, something I could say, I was proud to try, right?
Why don't we... Do you have a gold on you?
Yes?
Yes.
If you're willing to part with a gold, I can get you 4, maybe 5.
Part with the gold, and then you expect, what, an equal cut of what we find later, too?
Gold's not for
Just
me.
you? Actually, just you get the equal cut. The gold would mean...
For the others that join.
I'll take care of it. I'll hand him my gold piece.
You trust these men?
Yes, don't show that now.
Oh. He's like, right. Then, we'll be at the edge of town in a couple of hours. West End, right?
He nods
Did I
and
get that
says, yeah, I can't leave for a couple hours, but that gives me time to spread word. And you guys hear the door above you opening, and see somebody. The door opens up, and you see the door opening up, and somebody starts to step out, and he quickly goes, step aside, like quickly shooing you as a step aside, and he steps to the side and looks up and he goes, "Good day, Lady Graris." And she looks out and says, looks like my apologies, let me describe her. So he says, "Good day, Lady Graris," and she steps out, and she's a woman, definitely older, probably human, probably is human, probably in her late 50s, maybe early 60s, very well put together, clearly.
Is that old for Aurora?
The thing like medieval ages, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's old. I mean, you can live to be in your 90s, but that's pretty rare, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know what average life expectancy was here.
All sorts of things would. So I mean, like what you're capable of living to, and what like the disease kills you beforehand, right? Because there's no like magic to heal you or whatever. That's pretty rare. There is medicine, but again, pretty rare unless you have money. So
Sure, I didn't know. I just didn't know if most people expected to die at 55 or.
Yeah, 50s is a pretty safe time to die for 50s, maybe 60. But like she does not look
probably
like she's
later
on
for rich people, right?
Yeah, she does not look like she's on death's door despite her age, right? She looks like she's healthy at her age. Is kind of the point I should be getting to. And thanks, Wade, for pointing that out. So what I say? So she's in the late 50s, maybe early 60s. Very well put together, very well dressed. Very well poised. And when she looks down the stairs at the group of you, she doesn't just look down the stairs. She looks in her nose at the group of you. Like there's like a half moment where she's thinking of assessing the group that's here, then realizes it's not worth the brain cells to scrub together to do so, and doesn't respond to him, just steps out, and somebody shuts the door behind her as she does so, and she walks down the steps, walks past without saying anything to anybody. Cool. Awesome.
And we'll wait a beat and then step back over to finish our conversation.
Yeah. See you in a couple hours.
There's nothing normal practice.
That's Lady Graris.
Oh.
We're not from here, so.
She's on the Council of Hod Glen. She's one of the people that rules the town.
Oh. Huh. Okay.
Weird. There's like an upper age limit you have to be on a council, it seems.
I mean, age is revered in a lot of cultures, and at least she walked at a normal pace.
No, I agree.
More than we could say about the chef.
Noticing that I believe Nathan's the only semi-young person we've seen. Young.
Yeah, maybe we started a new trend. Well, regardless, couple hours west end of town. We'll see you.
He goes, there's what? I think there's 8 people on the council, and Lady Graris, and and her husband are 2 of those 8 people, which means her family controls a whole quarter of the city.
Hopefully a good quarter.
Sheesh.
Shrugs.
Oh, more on that later. I suppose we'll have time to talk during our travels. We'll see you in a bit.
You said horses.
Well, we have 2 and 4 of us, so it's already a bit cramped on those.
Maybe we don't do horses?
It's a bit of a hike.
Maybe we do a cart? Cart and a couple of hay bales might be cheaper than grabbing a bunch of horses.
It'll be slower.
Do you have one you can bring?
A cart?
Because we don't have one, and like you said, we're a little light on the coin. If we couldn't afford a horse, how could we afford a cart and a couple of horses to pull it?
Well, you said you had horses. If you already have a few horses, sell one and get the cart, or... He just shakes his head. He's like, listen, it's your job. I'm just saying, if you're trying to get a bunch of people there and you don't want them to be on sore feet when they arrive...
I'm going to have to give Nightstorm an entire month off if I put a cart on her back. We can see. Can you imagine the fit he's going to throw if we ask him to put a cart on his horse?
Yes, I can.
Well, if you have a cart, let's try it, huh?
I don't have a cart.
How much is a cart?
He shrugs and says, I don't know, probably 2 or 3 gold, something like that. If it's new, if you get it used, probably a good bit less.
I think a used cart. I mean, yeah, we could. Where would we want to get a cart?
I imagine the market. Points.
All right. Let's see what that's like, Koa. Let's go get Nightstorm first, just in case we need to pull it. I feel bad even saying that.
Yes, I hope he's got a really nice horse, otherwise the wagon's going to be being pulled very unevenly, because Nightstorm's a hell of a horse. She's going to really hate this.
I can't afford 2 gold either, so I hope I use.
Oh, I can afford 2 gold, I just would prefer not to.
Yeah, you know. If we get there with sore feet, the adrenaline will take care of that, right? I probably don't know what that word means.
I think that arriving to a fight without having marched there would leave us with fresher legs than having marched there first.
Yeah.
Probably a worthy investment.
Shit. Okay.
Plus, that way
Hard it
Aldo
is.
can get some more rest on the way. He said he was up all night on the watch, so...
I imagine he can sleep on a cart. Alright, Scott, so it sounds like we're going to go try to buy a cart. A used cart.
Okay. You guys go try to find a cart wherever it is. It's pretty easy to do. Just go ahead and roll me a diplomacy check super fast.
Can I assist him? Can I assist him now?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Do I just roll diplomacy and try to get like what a 10?
Or intimidate to
Yeah, 10 or
if you want a
higher.
good cop, if you want a good cop, bad cop, good cop, bad cop, you can intimidate. It's like good cop, bad cock.
I mean, I know I'm pissing off my horse, so Koa might be more inclined to be intimidating now because he's like, dude, I'm already getting it from the missus.
Plus, they're also, it's like if they're trying to. Oh, damn.
That's a plus
Yeah.
3 for you.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that rolled fast.
Okay.
So with the 20, yeah, you guys actually are able to find a used cart, and you're able to find it at a pretty good price, 15 silver. Or
I thought you were saying 15 gold, I was going to shit myself.
Yeah. I was like, oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, no.
yeah, and
What
the
is-
the wheels are in pretty good shape. You know, 1 gold is 10 silver weight. The wheel's in pretty good shape too. Like it doesn't look like it's broken down or anything. It actually looks like a pretty decent cart. The reason why it's selling so cheap is because likely it hasn't yet gotten linseed oil in a long while. The bolts are getting kind of rusty, or whatever. So if this was an investment, it'd be a problem. But because you're literally looking for this from the short term, you're blowing cash just to get the job done. It's not a concern at all. This will easily last you months.
All right, I have a gold. How much silver do I need? 5 more?
5. I have exactly 5 silver.
I have 7 if you want to keep some of it. Just so
This
you
is
have
why
it.
Aldo went to sleep.
I'll keep. So I'll spend 3 so I can keep 2.
Okay, I'll spend 2 then.
You guys are eventually meet up outside of town, and you're looking around for what's his name for
Melik?
uh, Casper.
Aldo.
And Casper's not out there, but eventually Melik comes walking up to you. Sorry, riding up to you on his horse. And you're, of course, on your horse.
Wait, why were we waiting on Casper? He wasn't going with.
Casper,
Yeah, Casper's, he's getting us horses.
Yeah.
I thought he wasn't getting us horses. I thought we were just taking Melik and Nightstorm.
I thought Melik took the copper that he was going to do something with to get horses.
Yes. So
that's right, I forgot about that.
rides up to you on Nightstorm and says,
On my horse?
Oh,
rides up to you. You are on Nightstorm.
who is on Nightstorm?
Yes.
Who's on second?
Billy.
No,
so,
Billy's on.
So anyways, rides up to you and says, have you seen that man?
We've seen a lot of them today. Which one are you referring to?
The greasy fellow that was with you.
Casper.
I mean, I saw him leave the shop with the horses, so he should be about somewhere. I did tell him to get the hell out of town as quick as he could, so maybe he just didn't stick so close to town.
We've been here a little bit and haven't seen him.
Oh. Well, let's just say he had the coin he needed, and he bought some horses. But, there might be some angry people soon. None of us were involved.
Great. And you told him the correct gate, and he understood the correct gate.
He looks at you and says, that man seems denser than a stone.
Well,
But
he's
you
been helpful
told
since
him.
he was unhelpful.
Of course, we all knew which gate it was. We discussed it. 2.5 hours. My letter is written. I snuck out the back window, like a phantom in the night. Except it was broad daylight, and I'm wearing, colorful clothes. So, hope for the best, won't we?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh.
Well,
Yeah.
getting our merry band together. I've got Nightstorm here. We've got a wagon, so I'm going to need one other horse to hook up to this wagon. How well trained is yours?
He says, it's a riding horse. It's a fine horse. You look at it, Wade. It's okay.
That looks like the perfect horse to help Nightstorm pull this wagon.
I mean, you usually want a draft horse or something like that for that, but makes sense that you would definitely not want your horse doing this. And he goes, then how am I going to get there?
Is this the one horse puller? I was imagining both horses would have to pull it.
Oh, one should be fine.
Oh,
But two
okay.
would make it easier.
Oh, you said cart. It's not like a full wagon.
Correct, cart. But two
Yeah,
can definitely pull
okay.
it. A fucking donkey could pull it. But anyways, and then
No.
you have the what's his name comes out with four more guys. Idra comes out with four more
Idris.
guys, and he's like, "Keep quiet. There's people about."
They're coming along. Oh wait, is this at the gate?
Yeah.
So we would already swung because we would have needed to swing by the inn, so I get the rest of my stuff and get Aldo.
Oh, yeah. Aldo could be there, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless Aldo wasn't at the inn.
Yeah.
Bum
Sure.
bum bum.
Some other
he's asleep
milf's
again.
attic.
Are you just already asleep in the cart?
Oh, he's asleep at the inn.
Oh, we
In his
went to,
bed.
we went to get you at the inn.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would.
Okay,
be
all
there.
right, yeah.
You can be asleep in
Yeah,
the cart.
I go
now,
back to
right?
sleep in the cart. Yeah.
No, he literally he's in the cart napping. He goes, Well, they're joining. He leans in and he says, "It's not a whisper," and he says quietly, "It's not a whisper. I'm not exactly going to hand over my horse and ride with them."
Well, as spoken earlier, Nightstorm can support too. You can sit in the back.
Wonderful. He hops off and says, "She really is a beautiful steed." Goes over and gives her a pat.
As I said, she's earned her name and reputation.
Does anybody here know how to hitch or unhitch a horse from a cart?
Do I know how to do that?
I've done it once poorly.
He will hand you the bit and, the bridle, whatever it is, to the horse, reins, and
My
say,
perception. Welcome, Raiders.
"Hey, what is up? How you guys doing?" He hands you the bit and bridle and says, "Well, then I guess you're the man for the job." And as that happens, you have what's his name, Casper, will come walking up at the horses. And he's walking, he's like looking around suspiciously.
Ah, you made it after all.
He goes, yeah, I don't know how long we should stick around. Did he tell you what he made me do?
Better that we don't know. Looking over the horses and ignoring him, do any of them look more qualified to pull the horse than Malik's horse?
Yeah.
Honestly, those two horses look in worse condition than Malik's horse. Like it's not that they're terrible. It's just that you have a proper Adirian wild horse that you had tamed and whatnot.
But those two combined could pull the wagon.
Absolutely, they could.
Excellent. Change of plans. You can have your horse. I'll hook these two up to pull the cart, and then we'll have two that we're able to ride, and everything will be honky dory.
He goes, even better, and goes over and hops back onto his horse and says, so it takes the reins back from Melik, hops back onto his horse.
Oh, we'll like lean in. The Night Storm, I told you it'd work out. We'd find another way.
Awesome. Cool.
She bites it.
Can I help handle? Can I handle animal to help hook up the wagon?
Yeah, sure. Go
cart,
ahead.
rather? I help a lot. I hope you get a good bonus from that, Keegan, since I guess you're the one doing this, right?
So those horses were
I
not
think
the best
I think
quality.
he took the reins from me or something.
Yeah. Well, that was Malik's horse. Yeah.
He took the horse from you. I brought you two new ones to hook up.
Yeah.
I see. What check is that?
Because it's a profession check, just wisdom.
Oh.
Your best attribute.
Oh, yep, there it is.
So you get the horses all set up, and everybody's good to
I'm
go.
not using my fucking hero point on this.
We're gonna leave all of the mercenaries and Aldo behind.
There's like a moment where it's like you and Malik are there, and Malik looks at you and goes, honestly, that is a fine horse. If everyone's ready to go, I say you and I get a bit of a race to get things started. We've wasted so much time as is.
Nightstorm wouldn't mind stretching her legs.
All right, then. On the count of "Cha!" he says, and starts like riding off.
I was ready for something, so I'm right there. I'm ready to
nice.
go.
Love it.
This dude totally seemed like the type who'd cheat.
It absolutely is. And so a profession check, not an animal handling check, Snaga. So Keegan. And so you get everything hooked up, everybody's in the back of the wagon, and then just the back of the cart, if you will. And because it's just a cart, it's not like you're literally just sitting in the cart and you just get like a tap on the reins, and the horses just start walking forward, and the cart stays and then tilts forward.
He like slides and goes, oh, fuck, and like runs up to stop.
I'm not racing very well.
Awesome. And of course you and Melik are like riding off.
And Nightstorm is not happy that I put her in Hodgwin again, so she's not giving me her best effort.
No, poor Nightstorm. And you guys ride up. Anyways, eventually you guys will like stop riding and be like, oh, we should probably sit and wait for them to join up with us. And like a considerable amount of time passes before they come up, and it's just like you and him. It's one of those like, we must have ridden pretty fast. Yeah, I was like, cheers.
Yeah. I hadn't gotten to ride Nightstorm like that in a while. I had forgotten how fast and far we could go.
It's like impressive steed. Honestly, I knew within the first few moments that you were going to beat me, but you know what? It didn't make it any easier.
And I knew you'd try to cheat, so I was ready to run too.
Fair.
Looking over to you guys. You're finally here. Took your time.
Yep. Just sightseeing or something.
Oh, the perfect night for that. We definitely don't have more pressing matters.
I mean, my life is literally on the line since you approached me inside of that inn. Do you think that maybe you could have made a better decision? I say we just keep moving. He goes,
I saw you giggling as we rode up, okay? I'm not good at hitching horses.
Does he always make such excuses?
He's usually pretty honest about it, so he probably does in fact suck at hitching horses.
Oh.
I said I did it once poorly, and you hand me the reins. And he's just like bitching.
We thought you were exaggerating the poorly, but clearly we'll never have you do it again.
I would love that, in fact.
He couldn't pet a donkey without it biting him. Donkeys don't even bite.
That donkey was evil.
Killing animals is not really his thing.
Like 200 feet
I
away.
wouldn't trust him with a rat, to be honest with you.
He says, but yet you keep Casper around.
Well, he brought us 2 horses. That's more than we would have had otherwise.
Yeah. Do you want to know that trick? He says as you
Nope.
guys are now riding off. You say no.
He takes off again.
he'll chuckle as you go taking off, but he's not going to press his horse.
He doesn't ride up very far. It's more like the showmanship
like a
of
little
like, don't want to know.
Yeah. That's funny. Awesome. Cool. And then I suppose with that we can end our session.
Casper's in Hodgoing. We did not bring Casper with. He has a job.
Yeah, he's doing the ear to the ground shit.
They've got Edric, 4 men, Melik, and then us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have 9. We have
They're
9.
a pretty big squad, all things considered.
Yeah.
Really hope there's some gold at this camp because we've spent everything we have getting ready for this mission.
I mean,
Man.
it's literally
God, I'm broke.
you're going to break in a slaver's auction, right? So you have to
Yeah.
imagine there's got to be some amount of coin that's
Yeah, at this
there.
point, we're going to have to dispose of the slavers and then stay here and wait for the people that want to come buy them and take them out too. Because we need the money. We're like, hey, we're auctioning now.
They all come in like, where's the merchandise? Doors slam. Like, you're being mugged. So-
Oh God. We don't want to tell you what happened last time. Jake has been pointedly quiet, especially since I mentioned a certain. That's actually an important detail. I said we get in the session here, but if you want, I can actually. We never covered in the past the physicality of this location. You guys never described to you what that place is like, and Melik did in fact go inside there. Do you want to wait for next session? You want me to cover that right now so you can kind of ponder stuff throughout the course of the week? This is like what it looks like inside of the inside of this. Well, where it is that you're going, cave, if you will.
That's up to y'all.
yeah. Yeah, tell us.
All right, cool.
Tell us.
So so Melik, as you guys are going on, we'll even say like when you guys stop at some point to like grab a bite. Say as you're sitting around, kind of gathering up, he goes, so. This location, like I said, I put the arcane marks around it just to make sure that they can be, I can easily identify it, and if need be. But the when you first go in, the actual cave mouth itself is not small. It's decent size, but what's surprising is just how deep and wide that cave really is. When you first go down the tunnel, it opens up to a rather large chamber, considerably large chamber. Oh, I don't know. It's about as long as I can throw a stone, and maybe about half as wide. But in the middle of that chamber is a massive gash, just chasm that just drops deep down. Like I said, farther than the eye can see. So certainly a deep chasm down below. I'm not too certain if they make any use of that. I would like to say that there isn't. But there isn't exactly a chain or a guard by any stretch to stop you from falling down there. Anyway, off the far side of this large chamber, there is another bit of worked stone this time. So it's a tunnel that goes in and actually has a barred door that's there. Once you go through that door, that's where you finally come down to where all the cages are and where the people are kept. And there's several cages, and it was told to me that they'll resort the people. Right now, they're sorted for the sake of kept for longevity, and then later on, they'll be resorted for the sake of showcasing for sale. There's even like a lineup in front of the cages so they can be auctioned one at a time inside there. It's pretty awful. But the important thing to note is that there is a locked barred door or doorway before you get into where everybody else is locked up. And my concern with this whole operation is how do we know that once we actually penetrate into the area with the giant chasm and through there and into the locked door, that door isn't just locked behind us afterwards? Then we're caged in. It would only take so long of I don't know, starving us before we would be weak enough to succumb to their plans, and then we're the ones being auctioned.
Do you have a proposition?
I think before we progress any further, we just gotta make sure we have a key or some means to get out.
Right.
Well, surely we'd find it there somewhere.
Had a long
Unless
ride
only
to come
certain
up with
people
it.
have them. You said something, Keegan?
I was just saying, we have a long ride to come up with a plan.
Oh, we don't all go in. I mean, they're not bound to be keeping themselves locked up, yes?
It'd be odd for someone inside not to have a key. Just means it's even more important not to let anyone get out. At least not till we have a way out ourselves.
Well, either way, that big room with the chasm in it, I couldn't help but notice that the guards in that room were thick-necked and broad-shouldered, if you know what I mean. We fight in the wrong positions. It's a tumble that I don't think any of us would be coming back from.
Got it.
Well, engage them from a distance. Make them
Well,
come to you.
I would prefer to be up close. Kind of hard to.
Still making them come to us sounds ideal. We have to make sure that we're a threat from a distance to make that happen. Which, he looks at Aldo, which I'm sure we can accomplish.
Aldo looks uneasy, but doesn't say anything.
Well then, that's the layout of the place. Like I said, there was a dozen guards. Oh, I suppose I should tell you. There's a dozen guards. None stand outside the cave. That I think that's just a little too overt. I saw when we approached and the wagon opens. That's when people came out of the cave to greet us. It seemed as though maybe 8 or 9 of them were in the French chamber, ready to leave the cave kind of area, and only a few, 3, maybe 4, were past the locked area. Now, I was let inside the locked hallway, but I didn't go too much further than that. So there might be more in there than what I'm telling you, but I couldn't.
Well,
see
who
it
let
all.
you into the locked hallway? Someone had to have unlocked it.
Of course, it was Ashtara.
She opened the door herself. She didn't have some lackey do it there.
Ashtara had a key on her.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Ah! And I take out the key. I'm like, I wonder if everyone has one of these that has the tattoos? I know it works on the manacles, but could it work on the door as well?
He looks at it and he's like, that does look kind of like what the key she had was. It's possible.
You were able to use it on the cages and said it didn't fit for those either. Might be able to make that work.
I don't know. Maybe it works.
He shrugs and says, it looks kind of like it. It's possible. I'm no locksmith.
Only one way to find out.
Yeah.
Well,
as
our
a
plan when we
B if
arrive
need
is to
one.
what? Fight our way through the cave, get to the cage, open it up, go inside, dispose of the last few, and save everyone, and hope that they don't hurt anyone in the meantime.
Then Edric chimes in and says, well, if I were in those cages and I heard my crew being killed on the outside, I knew that I only had one bargaining chip. I might be willing to use it.
Maybe. They don't know what we're we're actually there for.
You start killing their crew. And they get a couple of them in there locked up with the people that are in chains. Depends on the kind of people they are. They're already willing enough to do this kind of trade. I mean, I wouldn't stoop that low. But
No, but
they will.
if they think we're just there for money, maybe.
What
What's
about
the point of cutting down their merchandise?
what if we can get in there without fighting and do the same thing like Walnut did with, and he points at that guy, Melik. What if, no, forget disguising as Walnut. What if I can disguise as Gilgamesh or whatever his name was?
Gilgamesh.
What is it?
Gargaroth?
Oh, God.
Gilgaroth?
Gargaroth?
Gargolith.
Oh,
Gargolith.
headless guy.
Gargolith.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Oh,
could say
because
we're
they
bringing
want
him
a
back
crew.
for a second look. He's been here before.
You got your stuff on you? You don't for...
Yeah, of
Disguise.
course.
Did you get a good look at that guy?
I got a decent enough look while I was talking to him. You know, I know what he looked like when he wasn't talking no more as well.
I would definitely go with the head-on approach.
Yeah, so I was thinking as much. Or, I don't know if words got here, but, you know, always Dan.
Be kind of weird and
Damn,
out of place for him to be here, wouldn't it?
It would.
And as far
Right.
as Gargolith goes, do you think they've heard about him already? I mean, it was...
It was less than a
10
day
hours
ago.
Oh, it's true. Perhaps no one's come out this way, but it's possible they have.
Yeah, well-
but it's also possible to convince him that that's not the case, you know?
Worst case,
Yeah.
we have two magicians with us. They claim that they're necromancers and brought him back from the dead.
I mean, I can make wispy lights float around him. Kind of like this, man.
Not the first plan, but that is a backup. I don't know what that would do for us, but magic.
But
Just
once
makes him
we
seem-
just say we got
know.
through the entrance without fighting with our men, what then? Do we just ambush them because they're not expecting it? Do we try and get all the way through this locked door before the fighting starts?
Like I said,
Well, either we really are good at talking and convince them to let us take all of the prisoners out without fighting, or eventually there will be
That won't
probably be a
happen.
blade lifted.
like I said, I have the ability to hit my target every time, but I had to use a considerable amount of my my power to get you the horses. So I could.
It was the
probably-
wine, wasn't it? Be honest.
He shakes his head. Oh, I forgot about the wine. No, not that. That was more of a parlor trick. And then looks back and says, I could at least toss maybe I could take out 2, or at the very least 1. If there's 3 in there, that leaves only 2 left. If we let somebody else get the attack, get the surprise on them first, even if they're hiding around a corner, I should be able to get them. It's all bars, right? He says, like, to you guys, but obviously he's the one with the information. He says it's all bars, right? That means it can't stop my magic. It will hit
It's
them.
true.
I've not been in there to see exactly what it is you have, so I suppose you know.
So getting through the entrance, where do we need to make it to, ideally, before fighting starts?
Well, it would be inside that large chamber with the chasm. Gonna
think
bottleneck
that's-
us, says Edric. Gonna bottleneck us. Think of how many of us there are. They know we're coming. They hear us coming. Any check? That's what I'd do. I'd bottleneck. Kill them as they come. 1, 2 at a time, whatever it is. Don't let them get in and spread out.
We need to have enough inside the bars to make sure that we can stop them before they hurt any of the prisoners.
I mean, I suppose. No, I can't go slipping in quickly. That's just too dangerous. But maybe if one of you maybe you can sneak in, get as close as possible before the fighting starts.
Or we could be Gargulith's new right-hand man.
That might get
I've just figured out that may not be the move now. Because, speaking... Melik, you said that a body was found, but no head, correct?
Yeah, that was the rumor.
They could have sent the head back here. And then we'd really be walking back into a trap.
Do they taunt their own men with heads?
Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. That could be a plan. If you pretend to be Garglemouth, and you're bringing me in there, and they know that it's a ruse, and you're trying to get all the way through to go into where the cells are. What if they let us through? What if they bring us all the way to where the cells are? Because they're like, yeah, we'll show you the merchandise, and they bring us all the way back there, right? And then, like, they think that they're tricking us to go all the way back there because that's an easy way to lock us up afterwards, right? But then after we get to that first layer of doors, that's when everybody else comes storming in and attacks so that their attention's pulled away so we don't get outnumbered. And then we're just on the other side of the bars. Ooh, 3-2. I don't like those odds.
Me neither.
Well, perhaps I'm your bodyguard, and I travel with you, and Gargle is leading us there, and then there's 3 of us, 3 on 3.
That could
you
work.
You don't look like everybody else.
I look like a bodyguard, a mercenary.
Free folk.
You look well fed, says Edric. Like somebody that doesn't use beer as your primary source of food.
I resent that.
Edric, you're volunteering yourself for that?
He shrugs and says,
Swap
"We all gotta earn our pay, right, boys?" He says to the others, and they're like, "Ah!"
All right, Edric. Well, don't let me die.
He nods to you, then looks to the others and goes, "Hey, you fucks! Don't let me die!" Ah!
But Koa will turn to Mikhail, start to say the
Slightly
same
muted.
thing, and just never mind. I won't let you die. He'll say instead.
Thanks, Koa.
All right, seems like
He really
we have
thinks they killed it off.
Right?
seems like we have a plan.
Oh, man.
I suppose the only possible wrinkle. Well, no, I guess it's not a wrinkle. Either they believe us and it works, or they don't believe us. They're trying to lead you to a trap, and we spring the trap first, and it still works.
Yeah,
Doesn't
so
really
it
matter
works either
either
way.
way.
Or they attack, or Melik says, or they attack us on the way in which case, retreat. And then if they chase us out of the cave, we bottleneck them. He says, and gives like a friendly slap to Edric's shoulder, and Edric says, "Don't touch me."
But that is a good plan.
Mhm.
Wow, we came up with a good plan. Has that happened before?
Yes, the ones I've come up with in the past.
Aldo just laughs. And speaking of, when do hero points replenish, by the way?
Yeah, when you level up, or when some truly heroic or campaign-defining situation happens. So, but
Next session, baby.
yeah, it's supposed to be very rare that it happens. So it is not something that you're like, oh, I get it all the time. It's like it's pretty rare.
Yeah.
The good thing I used it to demonstrate to chat how important they are.
Honestly, you unlocked a certain detail.
I hope to unlock more whenever we get back into town.
I think that detail was actually unlocked like season 4 of Regicide. It took 4
I meant
seasons.
to bring that up to Mikhail. I was going to chat with him about it because he's the only mage I knew. I was going to talk to him about that.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to do that now, or?
Do you have time real
It's
after
like after midnight.
Yeah, it's late. Yeah.
I need to go to bed.
Mikhail,
It's after 1 a.m. Yeah. Like, remind me to tell you about my rash. Wait. Fade to black.
I am looking forward to that because I'm curious what else that has going for it.
Cool. Awesome. And I think it was actually, even though that character in the original version, that character was part of Messi's backstory. It was Rena that pulled that story out, if I remember correctly. Because Rena's like really good at RP. You know, she focused in on it.
Koa is getting married in a few weeks. He found the woman of his dreams.
Oh,
am I not fatigued anymore now that I've had enough sleep?
I was like, did you say the woman of your dreams? Okay, cool.
She's a 15.
I'm sorry. You.
She's a 15.
Dude, I was settling for a 10 a few campaigns ago.
It's just like, that's all I needed.
It was a 10.
Else.
This is a 15.
What was it?
Hey, I slept with a 5 with a very nice personality. All right, that's.
I mean, that is the most important thing, but this is an 18-year-old.
Was this?
Keep
That's
putting
right.
numbers on women. That's fun.
Was it,
That's a thing men do,
on
right?
men, no, on men too. We number the men too, and we number the.
Did we?
the yes,
Did we do it yet?
and we number the
In
non-binary.
this campaign.
It's not happened in a while. Not this campaign.
Did we
Yeah.
roll for your characters' hotnesses?
I want to
No.
rewind to like one of my
That was-
first.
that was
in fact,
Mass
my
Effect.
very first season on Lost Initiative, where Doxy slept with like the boss that we had to go fight, and then proceeded to
Yeah.
fight naked the entire time.
I was not the DM of that.
That
one.
did happen.
Yeah,
did
actually, why don't we
happen.
roll for hotness for Casper? Let's get the next 3 people in chat to go ahead and roll a d6, and we'll do our outro as we're rolling for hotness. Jake, do you have anything exciting going on that you want to talk about?
No,
Kids go back to school next week.
they do. Oh, my grandfather turns 80 today, so
Oh,
Dude,
happy
he's
birthday,
thinking
Gramps!
Fucking hot already.
Jesus.
Happy birthday, Gramps! That's awesome.
Maybe I'm changing tunes.
All right, Keegan, anything exciting going on?
Looking good so far.
Well,
Wait,
Casper's
hold
at an 11 so far. That's pretty dope. I got a new camera. That's cool. It's working. Thanks, Scott. I broke my phone.
I'm sorry, Keegan. I'm not going to get you a new phone. I'm sorry.
Thankfully, you have a good
yeah,
insurance
I think
plan, so you can replace it, right?
Yep.
Great.
Yep. It just, they just want to put a hold on my account for like $1,000.
We need one more D6 chat. One
Somebody
more.
in chat, yeah, roll one more.
We just
not
need
forever.
one more. I'm so distracted wanting to see what it is.
Yeah, you're good.
unnatural_1s, at the twitch.tv thingamajig.
Well, when you say it, just turn off
same
your
time
camera.
slot.
Oh
Same time slot
no!
on
First time shatter,
Tuesdays.
Jack of Lightning, you ruined it. No,
Dude, he's still at a 12,
yeah,
man.
he's above average. Yeah, he's 12 out of 18. Yeah, still good looking. There you go.
66%.
That's what it was.
This is where I am at
Yeah,
this
you-
place.
Good. Now that the camera's off. No. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Keegan.
it's
But
not
I
here.
interrupted you.
No, that's pretty much it. I play on Tuesdays, or I run a game on Tuesdays.
I'm sorry, Wade. Why do we care about you?
I'm Markiplier's friend.
Listen. I'm sorry, but you can say Distractable is like this really cool podcast. But from what I understand nowadays, really cool podcasts are defined by whether or not political candidates go on there to stump for their cause. So until you have a
Well,
political
we've got me on there, and at least 4 people have told me I should run for president. So
I'm telling you, Jill
I
Stein.
could be a write-in candidate of at least
Nope.
one name.
I expect Jill Stein as your next guest.
We don't do guests.
No, you do replacements. No, wait, no, that wasn't your show. That was the other show. Yeah.
That was
Isn't
Bill
the
Ferris.
Hawk Tuah Girls podcast like number 5 in the world or
We
whatever?
were number 1 twice. She'll start falling, or she better start spitting more. She's gonna need a Hawk duo to keep up with the It's hard to stay at the top, man.
Oh my god! I didn't even know she started a
Fucking
podcast.
do it.
I know that when she had her like 15 minutes of fame, she immediately turned around and started like doing stuff for like charities and whatnot. She's like, if I only get 15 minutes, I'm gonna do this with my 15 minutes. And I was like, wow, that's pretty fucking cool. And then I never heard of her again until the Josh Johnson did a bit about her, and now apparently she has a podcast. So good for her. That's awesome. Hey,
I forgot I was just an icon.
It's
on
just
the
a
screen.
wild. That is a wild start.
Listen,
Yeah.
Eminem said, right? You only get one shot,
God.
right? She did not miss her
I mean, with
chance.
moves like
to hop
that, she's
Tua.
definitely getting one shot.
This is. I don't know a single thing about this individual, but what I can say is, this person capitalized on their opportunity, and kudos to them for that. And seems to be, at least right now, a decent person. So double kudos. Like, that's awesome. Like, a good
Work
person.
smarter, not harder. It sounds like with her, everyone gets off early.
All right.
That is smart. I believe that's intelligence based.
Other blowjob innuendos.
Okay.
Yes,
scene.
Additional.
Yeah, and scene. Awesome.
Oh.
Well, everybody, I'm going to be scheduling my my first what are they called? Something of opportunity. What did I call it? I'm sorry. Answers of opportunity. I'm gonna be
Answers
scheduling
of opportunity.
My answers of opportunity session soon. That'll be a fun little 1 hour stream where I answer the questions that patrons have tossed in there. So cool. I think if you're only $2 tier and you get to ask 3 questions that get answered on there and so on. So that'll be fun to do. That'll be posted on Discord. Anyways, join the Discord.
Edric's average, by the way.
He's a 12 out of 10. It's a 12 out of
Willie's a 12. Willie's a 12. Edric's average. And what's his fuck?
Oh, but now we need to find out about Messi
12, 10,
now,
12.
Fuck, I guess
Messi's
we have
up.
to find out.
Okay.
No, nobody wants to go to bed.
No, don't start like that.
7 to 5. Hold on. But Messi was the one that was actually dating her for a hot minute. Come on.
11?
Come on.
11.
Come on. Hit it hard. Jack, don't fuck it
I
up.
mean, at the least, he's a 12.
Yeah, he's at least a 12.
Come on.
How about
Somebody.
12s?
He was dating, what's her name? Ashara.
Yeah.
Come on, somebody give it to me. I'll roll it if I have to.
I don't
Do it again, Jack.
I don't want her to have good taste. She's a bad person.
I'm gonna roll it. 3, 2, 1. Oh!
You did it. Yes!
No!
The same,
I
the
refuse.
same as Willie, right?
I refuse.
You got it.
I get no,
No,
I
he-
get I'm sorry.
No. That is shenanigans.
I
Jack,
just
you
want
are
to
a
point out
disappointment.
that Gwendovar is hotter than all of them at a 15.
She is. Yeah, she is.
She, other than Fox Lady, she's the hottest person we've found.
She's a 20 out of 18.
Oh no, that was. I think somebody rolled a d20 on that one, but oh my god, it's my first time here, so I'm sorry. Listen, I don't know if sorry's good enough.
Hey,
Okay.
you made a slave trader not as attractive as you could have. You really aren't messing up that badly.
Yeah, you made one of her prospects less attractive.
Why
That's
did you?
nice.
Why did you make? Why did you? Now it's awkward.
Literally, that's what we're rolling for, Scott. Let's
Yeah.
not lose perspective.
Yeah, you did definitely. bring it back to
8?
the
Edric's at
perspective.
8? That's below average, fam.
Oh yeah, Edric. That makes sense. Yeah, he's you know,
Yeah.
like roughed up old. Not old. He's like middle aged. He's like 38 or something. So I mean, middle aged is much older than 38.
You don't believe that.
In
I'm getting
Pathfinder,
off camera.
in Pathfinder, it is not. In Pathfinder, it starts at 35. In real life, it starts at 50. Clicking people button things.
At 50?
Yep, 50, totally 50, 100% 50.
That's the middle?
Yep, that's the middle of 100.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Whose lifespan is that? It ain't Americans.
Can't wait to get injured so I can go back to
It's
Gwenny.
definitely not American men.
We call her Gwenny now. Go with us.
That's one of my daughter's nicknames. Because my daughter's Gwendolyn.
You should have made her name Gwendovar or whatever then. This is your fault, weirdo.
Whatever. I'll just say that I didn't. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Bye, everybody. Bye, everybody.